Chapter 13 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 13. In your patience ye are strong. Early upon the morning after the funeral, a lad from the village of Raynham presented himself at the principal door of the servants' offices, and asked to see Lady Eversleigh's maid. The young woman who filled that office was summoned, and came to inquire the business of the messenger. Her name was Jane Payland. She was a Londoner by birth, and a citizen of the world by education. She had known very little of either comfort or prosperity before she entered the service of Lady Eversleigh. She was, therefore, in some measure at least, devoted to the interests of that mistress, and she was inclined to believe in her innocence, though even to her the story of the night in Yarborough Tower seemed almost too wild and improbable for belief. Jane Payland was about 24 years of age, tall, slim, and active. She had no pretensions to beauty, but was the sort of person who is generally called ladylike. This morning she went to the little lobby in which the boy had been told to wait, indignant at the impertinence of anyone who could dare to intrude upon her mistress at such a time. "Who are you, and what do you want?" she asked, angrily. "If you please, ma'am, I'm Widow Beckett's son," the boy answered, in evident terror of the young woman in the rustling black silk dress and smart cap. "And I've brought this letter, please, and I was only to give it to the lady's own maid, please." "I am her own maid," answered Jane. The boy handed her a dirty-looking letter, directed in a bold, clear hand to Lady Eversleigh. "Who gave you this?" asked Jane Payland, looking at the dirty envelope with extreme disgust. "It was a tramp as give it me, a tramp as I met in the village, and I'm to wait for an answer, please, and I'm to take it to him at the Hen and Chickens." "How dare you bring Lady Eversleigh a letter given you by a tramp? A begging letter, of course. I wonder at your impudence." "I didn't go to do no harm," expostulated Master Beckett. "He says to me, he says, if her ladyship once sets eyes upon that letter, she'll answer it fast enough. And now you cut and run, he says. It's a matter of life and death, it is, and it won't do to waste time over it." These words were rather startling to the mind of Jane Payland. What was she to do? Her own idea was that the letter was the concoction of some practised impostor, and that it would be an act of folly to take it to her mistress. But what if the letter should be really of importance? What if there should be some meaning in the boy's words? Was it not her duty to convey the letter to Lady Eversleigh? "Stay here till I return," she said, pointing to a bench in the lobby. The boy seated himself on the extremest edge of the bench, with his hat on his knee, and Jane Payland left him. She went straight to the suite of apartments occupied by Lady Eversleigh. Honoria did not raise her eyes when Jane Payland entered the room. There was a gloomy abstraction in her face, and melancholy engrossed her thoughts. "I beg pardon for disturbing you, my lady," said Jane, "but a lad from the village has brought a letter, given him by a tramp, and according to his account, the man talked in such a very strange manner that I thought I really ought to tell you, my lady, and—" To the surprise of Jane Payland, Lady Eversleigh started suddenly from her seat, and advanced towards her, awakened into sudden life and energy, as by a spell. "Give me the letter," she cried, abruptly. She took the soiled and crumpled envelope from her servant's hand with a hasty gesture. "You may go," she said. "I will ring when I want you." Jane Payland would have given a good deal to see that letter opened, but she had no excuse for remaining longer in the room. So she departed, and went to her lady's dressing room, which, as well as all the other apartments, opened out of the corridor. In about a quarter of an hour, Lady Eversleigh's bell rang, and Jane hurried to the morning room. She found her mistress still seated by the hearth. Her desk stood open on the table by her side, and on the desk lay a letter, so newly addressed that the ink on the envelope was still wet. "You will take that to the lad who is waiting," said Honoria, pointing to this newly written letter. "Yes, my lady." Jane Payland departed. On the way between Lady Eversleigh's room and the lobby in the servants' offices, she had ample leisure to examine the letter. It was addressed, "Mr. Brown, at the Hen and Chickens." It was sealed with a plain seal. Jane Payland was very well acquainted with the writing of her mistress, and she perceived at once that this letter was not directed in Lady Eversleigh's usual hand. The writing had been disguised. It was evident, therefore, that this was a letter which Lady Eversleigh would have shrunk from avowing as her own. Every moment the mystery grew darker. Jane Payland liked her mistress, but there were two things which she liked still better. Those two things were power and gain. She perceived in the possession of her lady's secrets a high road to the mastery of both. Thus it happened that, when she had very nearly arrived at the lobby where the boy was waiting, Jane Payland suddenly changed her mind, and darted off in another direction. She hurried along a narrow passage, up the servants' staircase, and into her own room. Here she remained for some 15 or 20 minutes, occupied with some task which required the aid of a lighted candle. At the end of that time she emerged, with a triumphant smile upon her thin lips, and Lady Eversleigh's letter in her hand. The seal which secured the envelope was a blank seal, but it was not the same as the one with which Honoria Eversleigh had fastened her letter half an hour before. The Abigail carried the letter to the boy, and the boy departed, very well pleased to get clear of the castle without having received any further reproof. He went at his best speed to the little inn, where he inquired for Mr. Brown. That gentleman emerged presently from the inn yard, where he had been hanging about, listening to all that was to be heard, and talking to the ostler. He took the letter from the boy's hand, and rewarded him with the promised shilling. Then he left the yard, and walked down a lane leading towards the river. In this unfrequented lane he tore open the envelope and read his letter. It was very brief. "Since my only chance of escaping persecution is to accede in some measure to your demands, I will consent to see you. If you will wait for me to night at 9 o'clock by the water side, to the left of the bridge, I will try to come to that spot at that hour. Heaven grant the meeting may be our last." Exactly as the village church clock struck 9, a dark figure crossed a low, flat meadow lying near the water, and appeared upon the narrow towing path by the river's edge. A man was walking on this pathway, his face half hidden by a slouched hat, and a short pipe in his mouth. He lifted his hat presently, and bared his head to the cool night breeze. His hair was closely cropped, like that of a convict. The broad moonlight shining full upon his face revealed a dark, weather-beaten countenance, the face of the tramp who had stood at the park gates to watch the passing of Sir Oswald's funeral train, the face of the tramp who had loitered in the stable yard of the Hen and Chickens, the face of the man who had been known in Ratcliffe Highway by the ominous name of Black Milsom. This was the man who waited for Honoria Eversleigh in the moonlight by the quiet river. He advanced to meet her as she came out of the meadow and appeared upon the pathway. "Good evening, my lady," he said. "I suppose I ought to be humbly beholden to such a great lady as you for coming here to meet the likes of me; but it seems rather strange you must needs come out here in secret to see such a very intimate acquaintance as I am, considering as you're the mistress of that great castle up yonder. I must say, it seems uncommon hard a man can't pay a visit to his own—" "Hush!" cried Lady Eversleigh. "Do not call me by that name, if you do not wish to inspire me with a deeper loathing than that which I already feel for you." "Well, I'm blessed," muttered Mr. Milsom. "That's uncommon civil language from a young woman to—" Honoria stopped him by a sudden gesture. "I suppose you expect to profit by this interview?" she said. "That I most decidedly do expect," answered the tramp. "In that case, you will carefully avoid all mention of the past, for otherwise you will get nothing from me." The man responded at first only with a sulky growl. Then, after a brief pause, he muttered, "I don't want to talk about the past any more than you do, my fine, proud madam. If it isn't a pleasant time for you to remember, it isn't a pleasant time for me to remember. It's all very well for a young woman who has her victuals found for her to give herself airs about the manner other people find their victuals; but a man must live somehow or other. If he can't get his living in a pleasant way, he must get it in an unpleasant way." After this there was a silence which lasted for some minutes. Lady Eversleigh was trying to control the agitation which oppressed her, despite the apparent calmness of her manner. Black Milsom walked by her side in sullen silence, waiting for her to speak. The spot was lonely. Lady Eversleigh and her companion were justified in believing themselves unobserved. But it was not so. Lonely as the spot was, those two were not alone. A stealthy, gliding female figure, dark and shadowy in the uncertain light, had followed Lady Eversleigh from the castle gates, and that figure was beside her now, as she walked with Black Milsom upon the river bank. The spy crept by the side of the hedge that separated the river bank from the meadow, and sheltered thus, she was able to distinguish almost every word spoken by the two upon the bank. So clearly sounded their voices in the still night air. "How did you find me here?" asked Lady Eversleigh at last. "By accident. You gave us the slip so cleverly that time you took it into your precious head to cut and run, that hunt where we would, we were never able to find you. I gave it up for a bad job, and then things went again me, and I got sent away. But I'm my own master again now, and I mean to make good use of my liberty, I can tell you, my lady. I little knew how you'd feathered your nest while I was on the other side of the water. I little thought how you would turn up at last, when I least expected to see you. You might have knocked me down with a feather yesterday, when that fine funeral came out of the park gates, and I saw your face at the window of one of the coaches. You must have been an uncommonly clever young woman, and an uncommonly sly one, to get a baronet for your husband, and to get a spoony old cove to leave you all his fortune, after behaving so precious bad to him. Did your husband know who you were when he married you?" "He found me starving in the street of a country town. He knew that I was friendless, homeless, penniless. That knowledge did not prevent him making me his wife." "Ah, but there was something more he didn't know. He didn't know that you were Black Milsom's daughter. You didn't tell him that, I'll lay a wager." "I did not tell him that which I know to be a lie," replied Honoria, calmly. "Oh, it's a lie, is it? You're not my daughter, I suppose?" "No, Thomas Milsom, I am not. I know and feel that I am not." "Humph!" muttered Black Milsom, savagely. "If you were not my daughter, how was it that you grew up to call me father?" "Because I was forced to do so. I remember being told to call you father. I remember being beaten because I refused to do so, beaten till I submitted from very fear of being beaten to death. Oh, it was a bright and happy childhood, was it not, Thomas Milsom? A childhood to look back to with love and regret. And now, finding that fortune has lifted me out of the gutter into which you flung me, you come to me to demand your share of my good fortune, I suppose." "That's about it, my lady," answered Mr. Milsom, with supreme coolness. "I don't mind a few hard words, more or less. They break no bones; and what's more, I'm used to 'em. What I want is money, ready money, down on the nail, and plenty of it. You may pelt me as hard as you like with fine speeches, as long as you cash up liberally. But cash I must have, by fair means or foul, and I want a pretty good sum to start with." "You want a large sum," said Honoria, quietly. "How much do you want?" "Well, I don't want to take a mean advantage of your generosity, so I'll be moderate. Say £5,000 to begin with." "And you expect to get that from me?" "Of course I do." £5,000?" £5,000, ready money." Lady Eversleigh stopped suddenly, and looked the man full in the face. "You shall not have 5,000 pence," she exclaimed; "not 5,000 pence. My dead husband's money shall never pass into your hands, to be squandered in scenes of vice and crime. If you choose to live an honest life, I will allow you 100 a year, a pension, which shall be paid you quarterly through the hands of my London solicitors. Beyond this, I will not give you a halfpenny." "What!" roared Black Milsom, in an infuriated tone. What? Jenny Milsom, Honoria, Lady Eversleigh, or whatever you may please to call yourself. Do you think I will stand that? Do you think I will hold my tongue unless you pay me handsomely to keep silence? You don't know the kind of man you have to deal with. To-morrow every one in the village shall know what a high-born lady lives up at the old castle. They shall know what a dutiful daughter the Lady of Raynham is, and how she suffers her father to tramp barefoot in the mud while she rides in her carriage. You may tell them what you please. I'll tell them plenty, you may depend upon it." "Will you tell them how Valentine Jernam came by his death?" asked Honoria, in a strange tone. The tramp started, and for a few moments seemed at loss for words in which to reply; but he covered himself very quickly, and exclaimed savagely, "I'm not going to tell them any of your senseless dreams and fancies, but I mean to tell them who you are. That will be quite enough for them; and before I do let them know so much, you'd better change your mind, and act generously towards me." "Upon that subject I shall never change my mind," answered Honoria Eversleigh, with perfect self-possession. "You will accept the pension I offer you, or you will reject it, as you please. You will never receive more, directly or indirectly, from me," she continued, presently. "As for your threat of telling my miserable history to the people of this place, it is a threat which can have no influence over me. Tell these people what you choose. Happily, the opinion of the world is of small account to me." "You will change your mind between this and to morrow morning," cried Black Milsom. He was almost beside himself with rage and mortification. He felt as if he could have torn this woman to pieces, this proud and courageous creature who dared to defy him. "I shall not change my mind," answered Honoria. "You could not conquer me, even when I was a weak and helpless child. You must remember that." "Humph! You were rather a queer temper in those days. A strange-looking child, too, with your white face and your big black eyes." "Ay, and even in those days my will was able to do battle with men and women, and to support me, even against your violence. You, and those belonging to you, were able to break my heart, but were not strong enough to mend my spirit. I have the same spirit yet, Thomas Milsom, and you will find it useless to try to turn me from my purpose." The man did not answer immediately. He looked fiercely, searchingly at the pale, resolute face that was turned to him in the moonlight. "The name of my solicitor is Dunford," said Honoria, presently; "Mr. Joseph Dunford, of Gray's Inn. If you apply to him on your arrival in London, he will give you the first instalment of your pension." £25, grumbled Milsom. "A very handsome amount, upon my word. And you have 15,000 a year." "I have." "May the curse of a black and bitter heart cling to you!" cried the man. Lady Eversleigh turned from her companion with a gesture of loathing; but there was no fear in her heart. She walked slowly back to the gate leading into the meadow, followed by Milsom, who heaped abusive epithets upon her at every step. As she entered the meadow, the figure of the spy drew suddenly back into the shadow of the hedge, from which it did not emerge till Honoria had disappeared through the little gate on the opposite side of the field, and the heavy tramp of Milsom's footsteps had died away in the distance. Then the figure came forth into the broad moonlight, and that subdued but clear radiance revealed the pale, thin face of Jane Payland. When Jane Payland was brushing her mistress's hair that night, she ventured to sound her as to her future movements by a few cautions and respectful questions, to which Lady Eversleigh replied with less than her usual reticence. From her lady's answers, the waiting maid ascertained that she had no idea of seeking any relaxation in change of scene, but proposed to reside at Raynham for at least 1 year. Jane Payland wondered at the decision of her mistress's manner. She had imagined that Lady Eversleigh would be eager to leave a place in which she found herself the object of disapprobation and contempt. "If I were her, I would go to France, and be a great lady in Paris, which is 20 times gayer and more delightful than any place in stupid, straight-laced old England," thought Jane Payland. "If I had her money, I would spend it and enjoy life, in spite of all the world." "I'm afraid your health will suffer from a long residence at the castle, my lady," said Jane, presently, determined to do all in her power to bring about a change in her mistress's plans. "After such a shock as you have had, some distraction must be necessary. When I had the honour of living with the Duchess of Montenour, and we lost the dear duke, the first thing I said to the duchess after the funeral was, 'Change of scene, your grace, change of scene. Nothing like a change of scene when the mind has received a sudden blow.' The sweet duchess's physician actually echoed my words, though he had never heard them; and within a week of the sad ceremony we started for the Continent, where we remained a year, at the end of which period the dear duchess was united to the Marquis of Purpletown." "The duchess was speedily consoled," replied Lady Eversleigh, with a smile which was not without bitterness. "No doubt the variety and excitement of a continental tour did much towards blotting out all memory of her dead husband. But I do not wish to forget. I am in no hurry to obliterate the image of one who was most dear to me." Jane Payland looked very searchingly at that pale, earnest face reflected in the glass. "For me, that which the world calls pleasure never possessed any powerful fascination," continued Honoria, gravely. "My childhood and youth were steeped in sorrow beyond anything you can imagine, Jane Payland, though I have heard you say that you have seen much trouble. The remembrance of it comes back to me more vividly than ever now. Thus it is that I shrink from society, which can give me no real pleasure. Had I no special reason for remaining at Raynham, I should not care to leave it." "But you have a special reason, my lady?" inquired Jane, eagerly. "I have." "May I presume to ask?" "You may, Jane; and I think I may venture to trust you fully, for I believe you are my friend. I mean to stay at Raynham, because, in this hour of sorrow and desolation, Providence has not abandoned me entirely to despair. I have one bright hope, which renders the thought of my future endurable to me. I stay at Raynham, because I hope next spring an heir will be born to Raynham Castle." "Oh, what happiness! And you wish the heir to be born at the castle, my lady?" "I do. I have been the victim of one plot, but I will not fall blindfold into a second snare, and there is no infamy which my enemies are not base enough to attempt. There shall be no mystery about my life. From the hour of my husband's death to the hour of his child's birth, the friends of that lost husband shall know every act of my existence. They shall see me day by day. The old servants of the family shall attend me. I will live in the old house, surrounded by all who knew and loved Sir Oswald. No vile plotters shall ever be able to say that there was trick or artifice connected with the birth of that child. If I live to protect and watch over it, that infant life shall be guarded against every danger, and defended from every foe; and there will be many foes ready to assail the inheritor of Raynham." "Why so, my lady?" "Because that young life and my life will stand between a villain and a fortune. If I and my child were both to die, Reginald Eversleigh would become possessor of the wealth to which he once was the acknowledged heir. By the terms of Sir Oswald's will, he receives very little in the present; but the future has many chances for him. If I die childless, he will inherit the Raynham estates. If his two cousins, the Dales, die without direct heirs, he will inherit 10,000 a year." "But that seems only a poor chance, after all, my lady. There is no reason why Sir Reginald Eversleigh should survive you or the two Mr. Dales." "There is no reason, except his own villainy," answered Honoria, thoughtfully. "There are some men capable of anything. But let us talk no further on the subject. I have confided my secret to you, Jane Payland, because I think you are faithfully devoted to my interests. You know now why I am resolved to remain at Raynham Castle, and you think my decision wise, do you not?" "Well, yes, I certainly do, my lady," answered Jane, after some moments of hesitation. "And now leave me. Good night. I have kept you long this evening, I see by that timepiece; but my thoughts were wandering, and I was unconscious of the progress of time. Good night." Jane Payland took a respectful leave of her mistress, and departed, absorbed in thought. "Is she a good woman or a bad one?" she wondered, as she sat by the fire in her own comfortable apartment. If she is a bad woman, she's an out and outer, for she looks one in the face with those superb black eyes of hers, as bright and clear as the image of truth itself. She must be good and true, she must. And yet, that night's absence, and that story about Yarborough Tower, that seems too much for anybody on earth to believe. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 14. A Ghostly Visitant. For nearly 3 years, Thomas Milsom had been far away from London. He had been arrested on a charge of burglary, within a month of Valentine Jernam's death, and condemned to 5 years' transportation. In less than 3 years, by some kind of artful management, and by the exercise of consummate hypocrisy, Mr. Milsom had contrived to get himself free again, and to return to England his own master. He landed in Scotland, and tramped from Granton to Yorkshire, where an accidental encounter with an old acquaintance tempted him to linger at Raynham. The 2 tramps, scoundrels both, and both alike penniless and shoeless, had stood side by side at the gates of the park to see the stately funeral train pass out. And thus Thomas Milsom had beheld her whom he called his daughter, the girl who had fled with her old grandfather from the shelter of his fatal roof 3 years before. After that unprofitable interview with Honoria, Thomas Milsom set his face Londonwards. "The day will come when you and I will square accounts, my lady," he muttered, as he looked up to those battlemented turrets with a blasphemous curse, and then turned his back upon Raynham Castle and the peaceful little village beneath it. The direction in which Mr. Milsom betook himself after he passed the borderland of waste ground and newly built houses which separates London from the country was the direction of Ratcliffe Highway. He walked rapidly through the crowded streets, in which the crowd grew thicker as he approached the regions of the Tower. But rapidly as he walked, the steps of time were faster. It had been bright noon when he entered the quiet little town of Barnet. It was night when he first heard the scraping fiddles and stamping feet of Ratcliffe Highway. He went straight to the Jolly Tar. Here all was unchanged. There were the flaring tallow candles, set in a tin hoop that hung from the low ceiling, dropping hot grease ever and anon on the loungers at the bar. There was the music, the same Scotch reels and Irish jigs, played on squeaking fiddles, which were made more inharmonious by the accompaniment of shrill Pandean pipes. There was the same crowd of sailors and bare-headed, bare-armed, loud-voiced women assembled in the stifling bar, the same cloud of tobacco smoke, the same babble of voices to be heard from the concert-room within, while now and then, amongst the shouts and the laughter, the oaths and the riot, there sounded the tinkling of the old piano, and the feeble upper notes of a very poor soprano voice. Black Milsom had drawn his hat over his eyes before entering the Jolly Tar. The bar of that tavern was sunk considerably below the level of the street, and standing on the uppermost of the steps by which Mr. Wayman's customers descended to his hospitable abode, Black Milsom was able to look across the heads of the crowd to the face of the landlord busy behind his bar. In that elevated position Black Milsom waited until Dennis Wayman happened to look up and perceived the stranger on the threshold. As he did so, Thomas Milsom drew the back of his hand rapidly across his mouth, with a gesture that was evidently intended as a signal. The signal was answered by a nod from Wayman, and then Black Milsom descended the 3 steps and pushed his way to the bar. "Can I have a bed, mate, and a bit of supper?" he asked, in a voice that was carefully disguised. "Ay, ay, to be sure you can," answered Wayman. "You can have everything that is comfortable and friendly by paying for it. This house is one of the most hospitable places there is, to those that can pay the reckoning." This rather clumsy joke was received with an applauding guffaw by the sailors and women next to the bar. "If you'll step through that door yonder, you'll find a snug little room, mate," said Dennis Wayman. in the tone which he might have used in speaking to a stranger. "I'll send you a steak and a potato as soon as they can be cooked." Thomas Milsom nodded. He pushed open the rough wooden door which was so familiar to him, and went into the dingy little den which, in the 'Jolly Tar', was known as the private parlour. It was the room in which he had first seen Valentine Jernam. 2 years and a half had passed since he had last entered it, and during that time Mr. Milsom had been paying the penalty of his misdeeds and Van Diemen's Land. This dingy little den, with its greasy walls and low smoky ceiling, was a kind of paradise to the returned wanderer. Here, at least, was freedom. Here, at least, he was his own master, free to enjoy strong drinks and strong tobacco, free to be lazy when he pleased, and to work after the fashion that suited him best. He seated himself in one chair, and planted his legs on another. Then he took a short clay pipe from his pocket, filled and lighted it, and began to smoke in a slow, meditative manner, stopping every now and then to mutter to himself between the puffs of tobacco. Mr. Milsom had finished his second pipe of shag tobacco, and had given utterance to more than one exclamation of anger and impatience, when the door was opened, and Dennis Wayman made his appearance, bearing a tray with a couple of covered dishes and a large pewter pot. "I thought I'd bring you your grub myself, mate," he said, "though I'm precious busy in yonder. I'm uncommonly glad to see you back again. I've been wondering where you was ever since you disappeared." "You'd have left off wondering if you'd known I was on the other side of this blessed world of ours. I thought you knew I was—" Mr. Milsom's delicacy of feeling prevented his finishing this speech. "I knew you had got into trouble," answered Mr. Wayman. "At least I didn't know for certain, but I guessed as much, though sometimes I was half inclined to think you had turned cheat and given me the slip." "Bolted with the swag, I suppose you mean?" "Precisely," answered Dennis Wayman, coolly. "Which shows your suspicious nature," returned Milsom, in a sulky tone. "When an unlucky chap turns his back upon his comrades, the worst word in their mouths isn't half bad enough for 'em. That's the way of the world, that is. No, Dennis Wayman, I didn't bolt with the swag. Not sixpence of Valentine Jernam's money have I had the spending of, not even what I won from him at cards. I was nobbled one day, without a moment's warning, on a twopenny halfpenny charge of burglary. Never you mind whether it was true or whether it was false. That ain't worth going into. I was took under a false name, and I stuck to that false name, thinking it more convenient. I should have sent to let you know, if I could have found a safe hand to take my message, but I couldn't find a living creature that was anything like safe. So there I was, remanded on Monday, tried on a Tuesday, and then a fortnight after shipped off like a bullock, along of so many other bullocks, and that's the long and the short of it." After having said which, Mr. Milsom applied himself to his supper, which consisted of a smoking steak and a dish of still more smoking potatoes. Dennis Wayman sat watching him for some minutes in thoughtful silence. The intent gaze with which he regarded the face of his friend was that of a man who was by no means inclined to believe every syllable he had heard. After Milsom had devoured about a pound of steak, and at least 2 pounds of potatoes, Mr. Wayman ventured to interrupt his operations by a question. "If you didn't collar the money, what became of it?" he asked. "Put away," returned the other man, shortly, "and as safe as a church, unless my bad luck goes against me harder than it ever went yet." "You hid it?" said Wayman, interrogatively. "I did." "Where?" Mr. Milsom looked at his friend with a glance of profound cunning. "Wouldn't you like to know? Oh, wouldn't you just like to know, Mr. Wayman?" he said. "And wouldn't you just dose me with a cup of drugged coffee, and cut off to ransack my hiding place while I was lying helpless in your hospitable abode? That's the sort of thing you'd do if I happened to be a born innocent, isn't it, Mr. Wayman? But you see, I'm not a born innocent, so you won't get the chance of doing anything of the kind." "Don't be a fool," returned Dennis Wayman, in a surly tone. "You'll please to remember that one half of Valentine Jernam's money belongs to me, and ought to have been in my possession long before this. I was an idiot to trust it in your keeping." "You trusted it in my keeping because you were obliged to do so," answered Black Milsom, "and I owe you no gratitude for your confidence. I happened to know a Jew who was willing to give cash for the notes and bills of exchange, and you trusted them to me because it was the only way to get them turned into cash." The landlord of the 'Jolly Tar' nodded a surly assent to this rather cynical statement. "I saw my friend the Jew, and made a very decent bargain," resumed Milsom. "I hid the money in a convenient place, intending to bring you your share at the earliest opportunity. I was lagged that very night, and had no chance of touching the cash after I had once stowed it away. So you see it was no fault of mine that you didn't get the money." "Humph!" muttered Mr. Wayman. "It has been rather hard lines for me to be kept out of it so long. And now you have come back, I suppose you can take me at once to the hiding place. I want money very badly just now." "Do you?" said Thomas Milsom, with a sneer. "That's a complaint you're rather subject to, isn't it? The want of money. Now, as I've answered your questions, perhaps you'll answer mine. Has there been much stir down this way while I've been over the water?" "Very little. Things have been as dull as they well could be." "Ah, so you'll say, of course. Can you tell me whether any one has lived in my old place while my back has been turned?" The landlord of the 'Jolly Tar' started with a gesture of alarm. "It wasn't there you hid the money, was it?" he asked, eagerly. "Suppose it was, what then?" "Why, every farthing of it is lost. The place has been taken by a man who has pulled the best part of it down and rebuilt it. If you hid your money there, there's little chance of you ever seeing it again," said Wayman. Black Milsom's dark face grew livid as he started from his chair and dragged on the crater coat which he had taken off on entering the room. "It would be like my luck to lose that money," he said. "It would be just like my luck. Come, Wayman, what are you staring at, man?" he cried, impatiently. "Come." "Where?" "To my old place. You can tell me all about the changes as we go. I must see to this business at once." The moon was shining over the masts and rigging in the Pool, and over the housetops of Bermondsey and Wapping, as Black Milsom and his companion started on their way to the old house by the water. They went, as on a former occasion, in that vehicle which Mr. Wayman called his trap; and as they drove along the lonely road across the marshy flat by the river, Dennis Wayman told his companion what had happened in his absence. "For a year the house stood empty," he said; "but at the end of that time an old sea captain took a fancy to it, because of the water about it, and the view of the Pool from the top windows. He bought it, and pulled it almost all to pieces, rebuilt it, and I doubt if there is any of the old house standing. He has made quite a smart little place of it. He's a queer old chap, this Captain Duncombe, I'm told, and rather a tough customer." "I'll see the inside of his house, however tough he may be," answered Milsom, in a dogged tone. "If he's a tough customer, he'll find me tougher. Has he got any family?" "One daughter, as pretty a girl as you'll see within 20 miles of London." "Well, we'll go and have a look at his place to night. We'd better put up your trap at the Pilot Boat." Mr. Wayman assented to the wisdom of this arrangement. The Pilot Boat was a dilapidated-looking, low-roofed little inn, where there were some tumble-down stables, which were more often inhabited by bloated grey water-rats than by horses. In these stables Mr. Wayman lodged his pony and vehicle, while he and Milsom walked on to the cottage. "Why, I shouldn't have known the place," cried Milsom, as his companion pointed to the captain's habitation. The transformation was, indeed, complete. The dismal dwelling, which had looked as if it were, in all truth, haunted by a ghost, had been changed into one of the smartest little cottages to be seen in the suburbs of eastern London. The ditch had been narrowed and embanked, and 2 tiny rustic bridges of fantastical woodwork spanned its dark water. The dreary pollard willows had vanished, and evergreens occupied their places. The black rushes had been exchanged for flowers. A trim little garden appeared where all had once been waste ground, and a flagstaff with a bit of bunting gave a naval aspect to the spot. All was dark, not one glimmer of light to be seen in any of the windows. The garden was secured by an iron gate, and surrounded by iron rails on all sides, except that nearest the river. Here the only boundary was a hedge of laurels, which was still low and thin, and here Dennis Wayman and his companion found easy access to the neatly kept pleasure ground. With stealthy footsteps they invaded Captain Duncombe's little domain, and walked slowly round the house, examining every door and window as they went. "Is the captain a rich man?" asked Milsom. "Yes, I believe he's pretty well off. Some say uncommonly well off. He spent over £1,000 on this place." "Curse him for his pains!" returned Black Milsom, savagely. "He knows how to take care of his property. It would be a very clever burglar that would get into that house. The windows are all secured with outside shutters that seem as solid as if they were made of iron, and the doors don't yield the 20th part of an inch." Then, after completing his examination of the house, Milsom exclaimed, in the same savage tone, "Why, the man has swept away every timber of the place I lived in." "I told you as much," answered Wayman. "I've heard say there was nothing left of old Screwton's house but a few solid timbers and a stack of chimneys." Screwton was the name of the miser whose ghost had been supposed to haunt the old place. Black Milsom gave a start as Dennis uttered the words "stack of chimneys." "Oh," he said, in an altered tone, "so they left the chimney stack, did they?" Mr. Wayman perceived that change of tone. "I begin to understand," he said. "You hid that money in one of the chimneys." "Never you mind where I hid it. There's little chance of its being found there after bricklayers pulling the place to pieces. I must get into that house, come what may." "You'll find that difficult," answered Wayman. "Perhaps; but I'll do it, or my name's not Black Milsom." Captain Joseph Duncombe, or Joe Duncombe, as he generally called himself, was a burly, rosy-faced man of 50 years of age, a hearty, honest fellow. He was a widower, with only one child, a daughter whom he idolized. Any father might have been forgiven for being devotedly fond of such a daughter as Rosamond Duncombe. Rosamond was one of those light-hearted, womanly creatures who seem born to make home a paradise. She had a sweet temper, a laugh which was like music, a manner which was fascination itself. When it is also taken into consideration that she had a pretty little nose, lips that were fresh and rosy as ripe red cherries, cheeks that were like dewy roses, newly gathered, and large liquid eyes of the deepest, clearest blue, it must be confessed that Rosamond Duncombe was a very charming girl. If Joseph Duncombe doted on this bright-haired, blue-eyed daughter, his love was not unrecompensed. Rosamond idolized her father, whom she believed to be the best and noblest of created beings. Rosamond's remembrance of her mother was but shadowy. She had lost that tender protector at a very early age. Within the last year and a half, her father had retired from active service, after selling his vessel, the Vixen, for a large price, so goodly a name had she borne in the merchant service. The retirement of Captain Duncombe's was a sacrifice which he made for his beloved daughter. For himself, the life of a seaman had lost none of its attractions; but when he saw his fair young daughter of an age to leave school, he determined that she should have a home. He had made a very comfortable little fortune during 35 years of hard service; but he had never made a sixpence the earning of which he need blush to remember. He was known in the service as a model of truth and honesty. Driving about the eastern suburbs of London, he happened one day to pass that dreary plot of waste ground on which the miser's tumble-down dwelling had been built. It was a pleasant day in April, and the place was looking less dreary than usual. The spring sunshine lit up the broad river, and the rigging of the ships stood out in sharp black lines against a bright blue sky. A board against the dilapidated palings announced that the ground was to be sold. Captain Duncombe drew up his horse suddenly. "That's the place for me," he exclaimed, "close by the old river, whose tide carried me down to the sea on my first voyage 35 years ago, within view of the Pool, and all the brave old ships lying at anchor. That's the place for me. I'll sweep away that old ramshackle hovel, and build a smart, water-tight little cottage for my pet and me to live in, and I'll stick the Union Jack on a maintop over our heads, and at night, When I lie awake and hear the water rippling by, I shall fancy I'm still at sea." A landsman would most likely have stopped to consider that the neighbourhood was lonely, the ground damp and marshy, the approach to this solitary cross road through the most disreputable part of London. Captain Duncombe considered nothing except two facts: first the river, then the view of the ships in the Pool. He drove back to Wapping, where he found the house agent who was commissioned to sell old Screwton's dwelling. That gentleman was only too glad to get a customer for a place which no one seemed inclined to have on any terms. He named his price. The merchant captain did not attempt to make a bargain, but agreed to buy the place, and to give ready money for it, as soon as the necessary deeds were drawn up and signed. In a week this was done, and the captain found himself possessor of a snug little freehold on the banks of the Thames. He lost no time in transforming the place into an abode of comfort instead of desolation. It was only when the transformation was complete, and Captain Duncombe had spent upwards of £1,000 on his folly, that he became acquainted with the common report about the place. Sailors are proverbially superstitious. After hearing that dismal story, Joseph Duncombe was rather inclined to regret the choice he had made; but he resolved to keep the history of old Screwton a secret from his daughter, though it cost him perpetual efforts to preserve silence on this subject. In spite of his precaution, Rosamond came to know of the ghost. Visiting some poor cottagers, about 1/4 mile from River View, she heard the whole story, told her unthinkingly by a foolish old woman who was amongst the recipients of her charity. Soon after this, the story reached the ears of the two servants, an elderly woman called Mugby, who acted as cook and housekeeper, and a smart girl called Susan Trott. Mrs. Mugby pretended to ridicule the idea of Screwton's ghost. "I've lived in a many places, and I've heard tell of a many ghosts," she said; "but never yet did I set eyes on one, which my opinion is that, if people will eat cold pork for supper, underdone, not to mention crackling or seasoning, and bottled stout, which is worse, and lies still heavier on the stomach, unless you take about as much ground ginger as would lie on a sixpence, and as much carbonate of soda as would lie on a fourpenny bit, and go to bed upon it all directly afterwards, they will see no end of ghosts. I have never trifled with my digestion, and no ghosts have I ever seen." The girl, Susan Trott, was by no means so strong-minded. The idea of Miser Screwton's ghost haunted her perpetually of an evening, and she would no more have gone out into the captain's pretty little garden after dark than she would have walked straight to the mouth of a cannon. Rosamond Duncombe affected to echo the heroic sentiments of the housekeeper, Mrs. Mugby. There never had been such things as ghosts, and never would be, and all the foolish stories that were told of phantoms and apparitions had their sole foundation in the imaginations of the people who told them. Such was the state of things in the household of Captain Duncombe at the time of Black Milsom's return from Van Diemen's Land. It was within 2 nights after that return that an event occurred never to be forgotten by any member of Joseph Duncombe's household. The evening was cold but fine. The moon, still at its full, shone bright and clear upon the neat garden of River View Cottage. Captain Duncombe and his daughter were alone in their comfortable sitting-room, playing the captain's favourite game of backgammon before a cheery fire. The housekeeper, Mrs. Mugby, had complained all day of a touch of rheumatism, and had gone to bed after the kitchen tea, leaving Susan Trott, the smart little parlour-maid, to carry in the pretty pink and gold china tea-service and hissing silver tea-kettle to Miss Rosamond and her papa in the sitting-room. Thus it was that, after having removed the tea-tray and washed the pretty china cups and saucers, Susan Trott seated herself before the fire, and set herself to trim a new cap, which was designed for the especial bewilderment of a dashing young baker. The dashing young baker had a habit of lingering at the gate of River View Cottage a good deal longer than was required for the transaction of his business, and the dashing young baker had more than once hinted at an honourable attachment for Miss Susan Trott. thinking of the baker, and of all the tender things and bright promises of a happy future which he had murmured in her ear, as they walked home from church on the last Sunday evening, Susan found the solitary hours pass quickly enough. She looked up suddenly as the clock struck 10, and found that she had let the fire burn out. It was rather an awful sensation to be alone in the lower part of the house after every one else had gone to bed; but Susan Trott was very anxious to finish the making of the new cap, so she went back to the kitchen, and seated herself once more at the table. She had scarcely taken up her scissors to cut an end of ribbon, when a low, stealthy tapping sounded on the outer wooden shutter of the window behind her. Susan gave a little shriek of terror, and dropped the scissors as if they had been red hot. What could that awful sound mean at 10 o'clock at night? For some moments the little parlour maid was completely overcome by terror. Then, all at once, her thoughts flew back to the person whose image had occupied her mind all that evening. Was it not just possible that the dashing young baker might have something very particular to say to her, and that he had come in this mysterious manner to say it? Again the same low, stealthy tapping sounded on the shutter. This time Susan Trott plucked up a spirit, took the bright brass candlestick in her hand, and went to the little door leading from the scullery to the back garden. She opened the door and peered cautiously out. No one was to be seen. That tiresome baker was indulging in some practical joke, no doubt, and trying to frighten her. Susan was determined not to be frightened by her sweetheart's tricks, so she tripped boldly out into the garden, still carrying the brass candlestick. At the very first step the wind blew out the candle; but of course that was of very little consequence when the bright moonlight made everything as clearly visible as at noon. "I know who it is," cried Susan, in a voice intended to reach the baker; "and it's a great shame to try and frighten a poor girl when she's sitting all alone by herself." She had scarcely uttered the words when the candlestick fell from her extended hand, and she stood rooted to the gravel pathway, a statue of fear. Exactly opposite to her, slowly advancing towards the open door of the scullery, she saw an awful figure, whose description was too familiar to her. There it was, the ghost, the shadowy image of the man who had destroyed himself in that house. A tall, spectral figure, robed in a long garment of grey serge. A scarlet handkerchief twisted round the head rendered the white face whiter by contrast with it. As this awful figure approached, Susan Trott stepped backwards on the grass, leaving the pathway clear for the dreadful visitant. The ghostly form stalked on with slow and solemn steps, and entered the house by the scullery door. For some minutes Susan remained standing on the grass, horror-struck, powerless to move. Then, all at once, feminine curiosity got the better even of terror, and she followed the phantom figure into the house. From the kitchen doorway she beheld the figure standing on the hearth, his arms stretched above the fireplace, as if groping for something in the chimney. Doubtless this had been the miser's hiding place for his hoarded gold, and the ghost returned to the spot where the living man had been accustomed to conceal his treasures. Susan darted across the hall, and ran upstairs to her master's room. She knocked loudly on the door, crying, "The ghost, master, the ghost! The old miser's ghost is in the kitchen." "What?" roared the captain, starting suddenly from his peaceful slumbers. The girl repeated her awful announcement. The captain sprang out of bed, dressed himself in trousers and dressing gown, and ran downstairs, the girl close behind him. They were just in time to see the figure, in the red headgear and long grey dressing gown, slowly stalking from the scullery door. The captain followed the phantom into the garden, but held himself at a respectful distance from the figure, as it slowly paced along the smooth gravel pathway leading toward the laurel hedge. The figure reached the low boundary that divided the garden from the river bank, crossed it, and vanished amongst the thick white mists that rose from the water. Joseph Duncombe trembled. A ghost was just the one thing which could strike terror to the seaman's bold heart. When the figure had vanished, Captain Duncombe went to the spot where it had passed out of the garden. Here he found the young laurels beaten and trampled down, as if by the heavy feet of human intruders. This was strange. He then went to the kitchen, accompanied by Susan Trott, who, although shivering like an aspen tree, had just sufficient strength of mind to find a lucifer and light her candle. By the light of this candle Captain Duncombe examined the kitchen. On the hearth, at his feet, he saw something gleaming in the uncertain light. He stooped to pick up this object, and found that it was a curious gold coin, a foreign coin, bent in a peculiar manner. This was even yet more strange. The captain put the coin in his pocket. "I'll take good care of this, my girl," he said. "It isn't often a ghost leaves anything behind him." CHAPTER XV. of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 15. A Terrible Resolve. When the hawthorns were blooming in the woods of Raynham, a new life dawned in the stately chambers of the castle. A daughter was born to the beautiful widow lady, a sweet consoler in the hour of her loneliness and desolation. Honoria Eversleigh lifted her heart to heaven, and rendered thanks for the priceless treasure which had been bestowed upon her. She had kept her word. From the hour of her husband's death she had never quitted Raynham Castle. She had lived alone, unvisited, unknown, content to dwell in stately solitude, rarely extending her walks and drives beyond the boundary of the park and forest. Some few of the country gentry would have visited her, but she would not consent to be visited by a few. Honoria Eversleigh was a proud spirit, and until the whole county should acknowledge her innocence, she would receive no one. "Let them think of me or talk of me as they please," she said. "I can live my own life without them." Thus the long winter months passed by, and Honoria was alone in that abode whose splendour must have seemed cold and dreary to the friendless woman. But when she held her infant in her arms, all was changed. She looked down upon the baby girl, and murmured softly, "Your life shall be bright and peaceful, dearest, whatever mine may be. The future looks bleak and terrible for me; but for you, sweet one, it may be bright and fair." The young mother loved her child with a passionate intensity, but even that love could not exclude darker passions from her breast. There was much that was noble in the nature of this woman, but there was also much that was terrible. From her childhood she had been gifted with a power of intellect, a strength of will, that lifted her high above the common ranks of womanhood. A fatal passion had taken possession of her soul after the untimely death of Sir Oswald, and that passion was a craving for revenge. She had been deeply wronged, and she could not forgive. She did not even try to forgive. She believed that revenge was a kind of duty which she owed not only to herself, but to the noble husband whom she had lost. The memory of that night of anguish in Yarborough Tower, and that still darker hour of shame and despair in which Sir Oswald had refused to believe her innocent, was never absent from the mind of Honoria Eversleigh. She brooded upon these dark memories. Time could not lessen their bitterness. Even the soft influence of her infant's love could not banish those fatal recollections. Time passed. The child grew and flourished, beautiful to her mother's enraptured eyes; and yet, even by the side of that fair baby's face, arose the dark image of Victor Carrington. For a long time the county people had kept close watch upon the proceedings of the lady at the castle. The county people discovered that Lady Eversleigh never left Raynham; that she devoted herself to the rearing of her child as entirely as if she had been the humblest peasant woman; and that she expended more money upon solid works of charity than had ever before been so spent by any member of the Eversleigh family, though that family had been distinguished by much generosity and benevolence. The The county people shrugged their shoulders contemptuously. They could not believe in the goodness of this woman, whose parentage no one knew, and whom every one had condemned. "She is playing a part," they thought. "She wishes to impress us with the idea that she is a persecuted martyr, a suffering angel, and she hopes thus to regain her old footing amongst us, and queen it over the whole county, as she did when that poor infatuated Sir Oswald first brought her to Raynham." This was what the county people thought, until one day the tidings flew far and wide that Lady Eversleigh had left the castle for the Continent, and that she intended to remain absent for some years. This seemed very strange; but what seemed still more strange was the fact that the devoted mother was not accompanied by her child. The little girl, Gertrude, so named after the mother of the late baronet, remained at Raynham under the care of two persons. These two guardians were Captain Copplestone and a widow lady of 40 years of age, Mrs. Morden, a person of unblemished integrity, who had been selected as protectress and governess of the young heiress. The child was at this time 2½ years of age. Very young she seemed, to be thus left by a mother who had appeared to idolize her. The county people shook their heads. They told each other that Lady Eversleigh was a hypocrite and an actress. She had never really loved her child. She had played the part of a sorrowing widow and a devoted mother for 2 years and a half, in the hope that by this means she would regain her position in society. And now, finding that this was impossible, she had all of a sudden grown tired of playing her part, and had gone off to the Continent to spend her money and enjoy her life after her own fashion. This was what the world said of Honoria Eversleigh; but if those who spoke of her could have possessed themselves of her secrets, they would have discovered something very different from that which they imagined. Lady Eversleigh left the castle in the early part of November, accompanied only by her maid, Jane Payland. A strange time of the year in which to start for the Continent, people said. It seemed still more strange that a woman of Lady Eversleigh's rank and fortune should go on a continental journey with no other attendant than a maidservant. If the eyes of the world could have followed Lady Eversleigh, they would have made startling discoveries. While it was generally supposed that the baronet's widow was on her way to Rome or Naples, 2 plainly dressed women took possession of unpretending lodgings in Percy Street, Tottenham Court Road. The apartments were taken by a lady who called herself Mrs. Eden, and who required them only for herself and maid. The apartments consisted of 2 large drawing rooms, 2 bedrooms on the floor above, and a dressing room adjoining the best bedroom. The proprietor of the house was a Belgian merchant, called Jacob Mulck, a sedate old bachelor, who took a great deal of snuff, and disquieted himself very little about the world in general, so long as life went smoothly for himself. The remaining occupant of the house was a medical student, who rented one of the rooms on the 3rd floor. Another room on the same floor was to let. Such was the arrangement of the house when Mrs. Eden and her maid took possession of their apartments. Mr. Jacob Mulck thought he had never seen such a beautiful woman as his new lodger, when he entered her apartment to ascertain whether she was satisfied with the accommodation provided for her. She was sitting in the full light of an unshaded lamp as he entered the room. Her black silk dress was the perfection of simplicity, its sombre hues relieved only by the white collar which encircled her slender throat. Her pale face looked of an ivory whiteness, in contrast to the dark, deep eyes and arched brows of sombre brown. The lady pronounced herself perfectly satisfied with all the arrangements that had been made for her comfort. "I am in London on a business of importance," she said, "and shall therefore receive very little company; but I may have to hold many interviews with men of business, and I trust that my affairs may not be made the subject of curiosity or gossip, either in this house or outside it." Mr. Mulck declared that he was the last person in the world to talk, and that his 2 servants were both elderly women, the very pink of steadiness and propriety. Having said this, he took his leave, and as he did so stole one more glance at the beautiful stranger. She had fallen into an attitude which betrayed complete abstraction of mind. Her elbow rested on the table by her side. Her eyes were shaded by her hand. Upon that white, slender hand Jacob Mulck saw diamonds, such as are not often seen upon the fingers of the inhabitants of Percy Street. Mr. Mulck occasionally dealt in diamonds, and he knew enough about them to perceive at a glance that the rings worn by his lodger were worth a small fortune. "Humph!" muttered Mr. Mulck, as he returned to his comfortable sitting room. "Those diamonds tell a tale. There's something mysterious about this lodger of mine. However, my rent will be safe, that's one comfort." While the landlord was musing thus, the lodger was employed in a manner which might well have awakened his curiosity, could he have beheld her at that moment. She had fallen on her knees before a low easy chair, her face buried in her hands, her slender frame shaken by passionate sobs. "My child!" she exclaimed, in almost inarticulate murmurs. "My beloved, my idol! It is so bitter to be absent from you, so bitter, so bitter." Early on the morning after her arrival in London, Honoria Eversleigh, otherwise Mrs. Eden, went in a cab to the office of an individual called Andrew Larkspur, who occupied dingy chambers in Lyon's Inn. The science of the detective officer had not, at that time, reached its present state of perfection; but even then there were men who devoted their lives to the work of private investigations, and the elucidation of the strange secrets and mysteries of social life. Such a man was Andrew Larkspur, late Bow Street runner, now hanger-on of the new detective police. He was renowned for his skill in the prosecution of secret service, and it was rumoured that he had amassed a considerable fortune by his mysterious employment. He was not a man who openly sought employers. His services were in great request among a certain set of people, and he had little idle time on his hands. His name was painted in dirty white letters on the black door of his dingy chambers on a fourth story. On this door he called himself Andrew Larkspur, Commission Agent. It will be seen by and by how Honoria Eversleigh had become acquainted with the fact of this man's existence. She went alone to seek an interview with him. She had found herself compelled to confide in Jane Payland to a very considerable extent, but she did not tell that attendant more than she was obliged to tell of the dark business which had brought her to London. She was fortunate enough to find Mr. Andrew Larkspur alone and disengaged. He was a little sandy-haired man of some 60 years of age, spare and wizened, with a sharp nose like a beak, and thin, long arms, ending in large claw-like hands, that were like the talons of a bird of prey. Altogether, Mr. Larkspur had very much of the aspect of an elderly vulture, which had undergone partial transformation into a human being. Honoria was in no way repelled by the aspect of this man. She saw that he was clever, and fancied him the kind of person who would be likely to serve her faithfully. "I have been informed that you are skilled in the prosecution of secret investigations," she said, "and I wish to secure your services immediately. Are you at liberty to devote yourself to the task I wish to be performed by you?" Mr. Larkspur was a man who rarely answered even the simplest question until he had turned the subject over in his mind, and carefully studied every word that had been said to him. He was a man who made caution the ruling principle of his life, and he looked at every creature he encountered in the course of his career as an individual more or less likely to take him in. The boast of Mr. Larkspur was, that he had never been taken in. "I've been very near it more than once," he said to his particular friends, when he unbent so far as to be confidential. "I've had some very narrow escapes of being taken in and done for as neatly as you please. There are some artful dodgers, whose artful dodging the oldest hand can scarcely guard against; but I'm proud to say not one of those artful dodgers has ever yet been able to get the better of me. Perhaps my time is to come, and I shall be bamboozled in my old age." Before replying to Honoria's inquiry, Andrew Larkspur studied her from head to foot, with eyes whose sharp scrutiny would have been very unpleasant to any one who had occasion for concealment. The result of the scrutiny seemed to be tolerably satisfactory, for Mr. Larkspur at last replied to his visitor's question in a tone which for him was extremely gracious. "You want to know whether you can engage my services," he said. "That depends upon circumstances." "Upon what circumstances?" "Whether you will be able to pay me. My hands are very full just now, and I've about as much business as I can possibly get through." "I shall want you to abandon all such business, and to devote yourself exclusively to my service," said Honoria. "The deuce you will!" exclaimed Mr. Larkspur. "Do you happen to know what my time is worth?" Mr. Larkspur looked positively outraged by the idea that any one could suppose they could secure a monopoly of his valuable services. "That is a question with which I have no concern," answered Honoria, coolly. "The work which I require you to do will most likely occupy all your time, and entirely absorb your attention. I am quite prepared to pay you liberally for your services, and I shall leave you to name your own terms. I shall rely on your honour as a man of business that those terms will not be exorbitant, and I shall accede to them without further question." "Humph!" muttered the suspicious Andrew. "Do you know, ma'am, that sounds almost too liberal. I'm an old stager, ma'am, and have seen a good deal of life, and I have generally found that people who are ready to promise so much beforehand are apt not to give anything when their work has been done." "The fact that you have been cheated by swindlers is no reason why you should insult me," answered Honoria. "I wished to secure your services, but I cannot continue an interview in which I find my offers met by insolent objections. There are no doubt other people in London who can assist me in the business I have in hand. I will wish you good morning." She rose, and was about to leave the room. Mr. Larkspur began to think that he had been rather too cautious, and that perhaps this plainly attired lady might be a very good customer. "You must excuse me, ma'am," he said, "if I am rather a suspicious old chap. You see, it's the nature of my business to make a man suspicious. If you can pay me for my time, I shall be willing to devote myself to your service, for I'd much rather give my whole mind to one business than have ever so many odds and ends of affairs jostling each other in my brain. But the fact of it is, ladies very seldom have any idea what business is, however clever they may be in other matters. Playing the piano, working bead mats and worsted slippers, and such like. Now, I dare say you'll open your eyes uncommon wide when I tell you that my business is worth nigh upon £16 a week to me, taking good with bad; and though you mayn't be aware of it, ma'am, having no doubt given your mind exclusive to Berlin wool, and such like, £16 a week is £800 a year." Mr. Larkspur, though not much given to surprise, was somewhat astonished to perceive that his lady visitor did not open her eyes any wider on receiving this intelligence. "If you have earned £800 a year by your profession," she returned, quietly, "I will give you £20 a week for your exclusive services, and that will be £1,040 a year." This time Andrew Larkspur was still more surprised, though he was so completely master of himself as to conceal the smallest evidence of his astonishment. Here was a woman who had not devoted her mind to Berlin wool work, and whose arithmetic was irreproachable. "Humph!" he muttered, too cautious to betray any appearance of eagerness to accept an advantageous offer. "£1,000 a year is very well in its way, but how long is it to last? If I turn my back upon this business here, it'll all tumble to pieces, and then where shall I be when you have done with me?" "I will engage you for 1 year, certain." "That won't do, ma'am. You must make it 3 years, certain." "Very well, I am willing to do that," answered Honoria. "I shall, in all probability, require your services for 3 years." Mr. Larkspur regretted that he had not asked for an engagement of 6 years. "Do you agree to those terms?" asked Honoria. "Yes," answered the detective, with well assumed indifference. "I suppose I may as well accept those terms, though I dare say I might make more money by leaving myself free to give my attention to anything that might turn up. And now, how am I to be paid? You see, you're quite a stranger to me." "I am aware of that, and I do not ask you to trust me," replied Honoria. "I will pay you £80 a month." "£80 a month of 4 weeks," interposed the cautious Larkspur. "£80 for the lunar month. That makes a difference, you know, and it's just as well to be particular." "Certainly," answered Lady Eversleigh, with a half contemptuous smile. "You shall not be cheated. You shall receive your payment monthly in advance, and if you require security for the future, I can refer you to my bankers. My name is Mrs. Eden, Harriet Eden, and I bank with Messrs. Coutts." The detective rubbed his hands with an air of gratification. "Nothing could be more straightforward and business like," he said. "And when shall you require my services, Mrs. Eden?" "Immediately. There is an apartment vacant in the house in which I lodge. I should wish you to occupy that apartment, as you would thus be always at hand when I had any communication to make to you. Would that be possible?" "Well, yes, ma'am, it would certainly be possible," replied Mr. Larkspur, after the usual pause for reflection; "but I am afraid I should be obliged to make that an extra." "You shall be paid whatever you require." "Thank you, ma'am. You see, when a person of my age has been accustomed to live in one place for a long time, it goes against him to change his habits. However, to oblige you, I'll get together my little traps, and shift my quarter to the lodging you speak of." "Good. The house in question is No. 90, Percy Street, Tottenham Court Road." Mr. Larkspur was surprised to find that a lady who could afford to offer him more than 1,000 a year was nevertheless contented to live in such a middle class situation as Percy Street. "Can you go to the new lodging to morrow?" asked Honoria. "Well, no, ma'am. You must give me a week, if you please. I must wind up some of the affairs I have been working upon, you see, and hand over my clients to other people, and I must set my books in order. I've a few very profitable affairs in hand, I assure you. There's one which might have turned out a great prize, if I had been only able to carry it through. But those sort of things all depend on time, you see, ma'am. They're very slow. I have been about this one off and on for over 3 years, and very little has come of it yet." The detective was turning over one of his books mechanically as he said this. It was a large ledger, filled with entries in a queer, cramped handwriting, dotted about here and there with mysterious marks in red and blue ink. Mr. Larkspur stopped suddenly as he turned the leaves, his attention arrested by one particular page. "Here it is," he said, "the very business I was speaking of. £500 for the discovery of the murderer or murderers of Valentine Jernam, captain and owner of the Pizarro, whose body was found in the river below Wapping on the 3rd of April, 1836. That's a very queer business, that is, and I've never had leisure to get very deep into the rights and wrongs of it yet." Mr. Larkspur looked up presently, and saw that his visitor's face had grown white to the very lips. "You knew Captain Jernam?" he said. "No. Yes, I knew him slightly, and the idea of his murder is very shocking to me," answered Honoria, struggling with her agitation. "Do you expect to discover the secret of that dreadful crime?" "Well, I don't know about that," said Andrew Larkspur, with the careless and businesslike tone of a man to whom murder is an incident of trade. "You see, when these things have gone by for a long time without anything being found out about them, the secret generally comes out by accident, if it ever comes out at all. There are cases in which the secret never does come out, but there are not many such cases. There's a deal in accident, and a man of my profession must be always on the look out for accident, or he'll lose a great many chances. You see those red marks stuck here and there among all that writing in blue ink? Those red marks are set against the facts that seem pretty clear and straightforward. The blue marks are set against facts that seem dark. You see, there's more blue marks than red. That means that it's a dark case." Honoria Eversleigh bent over the old man's shoulder, and read a few fragmentary lines here and there in the page beneath her. Seen at the Jolly Tar, Ratcliffe Highway, a low public house frequented by sailors. Seen with two men, Dennis Wayman, landlord of the Jolly Tar, and a man called Milson, or Milsom. The man Milson, or Milsom, has since disappeared, is believed to have been transported, but is not to be heard of abroad. A little below these entries was another, which seemed to Honoria Eversleigh to be inscribed in letters of fire. Valentine Jernam was known to have fallen in love with the girl who sang at the Jolly Tar public house, and it is supposed that he was lured to his death by the agency of this girl. She is described as about 17 years of age, very handsome, dark eyes, dark hair. Mr. Larkspur closed the volume before Lady Eversleigh could read further. She returned to her seat, still terribly pale, and with a sickening pain at her heart. All the shame and anguish of her early life, the unspeakable horror of her girlhood, had been brought vividly back to her by the perusal of the memoranda in the detective's ledger. "I mean to try my luck yet at getting at the bottom of the mystery," said Andrew Larkspur. £500 reward is worth working for. I've a notion that I shall lay my hands upon Valentine Jernam's murderer sooner or later." "Who offers the reward?" asked Honoria. "Government offers 100 of it. George Jernam 400 more." "Who is George Jernam?" "The captain's younger brother. A merchant captain himself, the owner of several vessels, and I believe a rich man. He came here accompanied by a queer-looking fellow called Joyce Harker, a kind of clerk, I believe, who was very much attached to the murdered man." Yes, I know," murmured Honoria. She had been so terribly agitated by the mention of Valentine Jernam's name that her presence of mind had entirely abandoned her. "You knew that humpbacked clerk?" exclaimed Mr. Larkspur. "I have heard of him," she faltered. There was a pause, during which Lady Eversleigh recovered in some degree from the painful emotion caused by memories so unexpectedly evoked. "I may as well give you some preliminary instructions to day," she said, reassuming her business-like tone, "and I will write you a cheque for the first month of your service." Mr. Larkspur lost no time in providing his visitor with pen and ink. She took a cheque book from her pocket, and filled in a cheque for £80 in Andrew Larkspur's favour. The cheque was signed Harriet Eden. "When you present that, you will be able to ascertain that your future payments will be secure," she said. She handed the cheque to Mr. Larkspur, who looked at it with an air of assumed indifference, and slipped it carelessly into his waistcoat pocket. "And now, ma'am," he said, "I am ready to receive your instructions." "In the first place," said Honoria, "I must beg that you will on no occasion attempt to pry into my motives, whatever I may require of you." "That, ma'am, is understood. I have nothing to do with the motives of my employers, and I care nothing about them." "I am glad to hear that," replied Honoria. "The business in which I require your aid is a very strange one, and the time may come when you will be half inclined to believe me mad. But whatever I do, however mysterious my actions may be, think always that a deeply rooted purpose lies beneath them, and that every thought of my brain, every trivial act of my life, will shape itself to one end." "I ask no questions, ma'am." "And you will serve me faithfully, blindly?" "Yes, ma'am, both faithfully and blindly." "I think I may trust you," replied Honoria, very earnestly. "And now I will speak freely. There are two men upon whose lives I desire to place a spy. I want to know every act of their lives, every word they speak, every secret of their hearts. I wish to be an unseen witness of their lonely hours, an impalpable guest at every gathering in which they mingle. I want to be near them always in spirit, if not in bodily presence. I want to track them step by step, let their ways be never so dark and winding. This is the purpose of my life; but I am a woman, powerless to act freely, bound and fettered as women only are fettered. Do you begin to understand what I require of you?" "I think I do." "Mr. Larkspur," continued Honoria, with energy, "I want you to be my second self. I want you to be the shadow of these two men. Wherever they go you must follow. In some shape or other you must haunt them by night and day. It is, of course, a difficult task which I demand of you. You have to decide whether it is impossible." "Impossible, ma'am? Not a bit of it. Nothing is impossible to a man who has served 20 years' apprenticeship as a Bow Street runner. You don't know what we old Bow Street hands can do when we're on our mettle. I've heard a deal of talk about Fouché. That was at the head of Bonaparte's police. But bless your heart, ma'am, Fouché was a fool to us. I've done as much and more than what you talk of before to day. All you have to do is give me the names and descriptions of the two men I am to watch, and leave all the rest to me." "One of these two men is Sir Reginald Eversleigh, Baronet, a man of small fortune, a bachelor, occupying lodgings in Villiers Street. I have reason to believe that he is dissipated, a gamester, and a reprobate." "Good," said Mr. Larkspur, who jotted down an occasional note in a greasy little pocket book. "The second person is a medical practitioner, called Victor Carrington, a Frenchman, but a perfect master of the English language, and a man whose youth has been spent in England. The two men are firm friends and constant associates. In keeping watch upon the actions of one, you cannot fail to see much of the other." "Very good, ma'am. You may make your mind easy," answered the detective, as coolly as if he had just received the most commonplace order. He escorted Honoria to the door of his chambers, and left her to descend the dingy staircase as best she might. CHAPter XVI. of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 16. Waiting and Watching. Valentine Jernam's younger brother George had journeyed to and fro on the high seas 5 years since the murder of the brave and generous-hearted sea captain. Things had gone well with Captain George Jernam, and in the whole of the trading navy there were few richer men than the owner of the Pizarro, Stormy Petrel, and Albatross. With these 3 vessels constantly afloat, George Jernam was on the high road to fortune. His life had not been by any means uneventful since the death of his brother, though that mysterious calamity had taken away the zest from his success for many a day, and though he no longer cherished the same visions of a happy home in England, when his circumstances should have become so prosperous as to enable him to settle down. This same process of settling down was one by no means congenial to George Jernam's disposition at any time, and he was far less likely to take to it kindly now than when dear old Val, as he began to call his brother in his thoughts once more, when the horror of the murder had begun to wear off, and the lost friend seemed again familiar, had been the prospective sharer of the retirement which was to be so tranquil, so comfortable, and so well earned. It had no attraction for George at all. For many a long day, after Joyce Harker's letter had reached him, he never dwelt upon it. He set his face hard against his grief, and worked on as men must work, fortunately for them, under all chances and changes of this mortal life, until the last change of all. At first, the thirst for revenge upon his brother's murderers had been hot and strong upon George Jernam, almost as hot and strong as it had been and continued to be upon Joyce Harker. But the natures of the men differed materially. George Jernam had neither the dogged persistency nor the latent fierceness of his dead brother's friend and protégé, and the long, slow, untiring watching to which Harker devoted himself would have been a task so uncongenial as to be indeed impossible to the more open, more congenial temperament of the merchant captain. He had responded warmly to Harker's letters. He had more than sanctioned the outlay which he had made in money paid and money promised to the skilled detective to whom Harker had entrusted the investigation of the murder of Valentine Jernam. He had awaited every communication with anxious interest and suspense, and he had never landed after a voyage, and received the letters which awaited his arrival, without a keen revival of the first sharp pang that had smote him with the tidings of his brother's fate. Happily, George Jernam was a busy man, and his life was full of variety, adventure, and incident. In time he began, not to forget, indeed, but to remember less frequently and less painfully the manner of his brother's death, and to regard the fixed purpose of Joyce Harker's life as more or less of a harmless delusion. A practical man in his own way, George Jernam had very vague ideas concerning the lives of the criminal classes, and the faculties and facilities of the science of detection, and the hope of finding out the secret of his brother's fate had long ago deserted him. Only once had he and Joyce Harker met since the murder of Valentine Jernam. George had landed a cargo at Hamburg, and had given his brother's friend rendezvous there. Then the two men had talked of all that had been done so vainly, and all that remained to be done, Harker hoped, so effectively. Joyce had never been able to bring his suspicions concerning Black Milsom to the test of proof. Unwearied search had been made for the old man who had played the part of grandfather to the beautiful ballad singer, but it had been wholly ineffectual. All that could be ascertained concerning him was, that he had died in a hospital in a country town on the Great Northern Road, and that the girl had wandered away from there, and never more been heard of. Of Black Milsom, Joyce Harker had never lost sight, until his career received a temporary check by the sentence of transportation, which had sent the ruffian out of the country. But all efforts of the faithful watcher had failed to discover the missing link in the evidence which connected Black Milsom with Valentine Jernam's death. All his watching and questioning, all his silent noting of the idle talk around him, all his eager endeavour to take Dennis Wayman unawares, failed to enable him to obtain evidence of that one fact of which he was convinced, the fact that Valentine Jernam had been at the public house in Ratcliffe Highway on the day of his death. When the inutility of his endeavours became clear to Joyce Harker, he gave up his lodging in Wayman's house, and located himself in modest apartments at Poplar, where he transacted a great deal of business for George Jernam, and maintained a constant, though unprofitable, communication with the detective officer to whom he had confided the task of investigation, and who was no other than Mr. Andrew Larkspur. In one of the earliest of the numerous letters which George Jernam addressed to Harker after the death of Valentine, the merchant captain had given his zealous friend and assistant certain instructions concerning the old aunt to whom the two desolate boys had owed so much in their ill-treated childhood, and whom they had so well and constantly requited in their prosperous manhood. These instructions included a request that Joyce Harker would visit Susan Jernam in person, and furnish George with details relative to that venerable lady's requirements, looks, health, and general circumstances. "I should have seen the good old soul, you know," wrote George, "when I was to have seen poor Val; but it didn't please God that the one thing should come off any more than the other, and it can't be helped. But I should like you to run down to Allanbay and look her up, and let her know that she is neither neglected nor forgotten by her vagabond nephew." So Joyce Harker went down to the Devonshire village, and introduced himself to George Jernam's aunt. The old lady was much altered since she had last welcomed a visitor to her pretty, cheerful cottage, and had listened with simple surprise and pleasure to her nephew Valentine's tales of the sea, and they had talked together over the troublous days of his unhappy childhood. The untimely and tragic death of the merchant captain had afflicted her deeply, and had filled her mind with sentiments which, though they differed in degree, closely resembled in their nature those of Joyce Harker. The determination to be revenged upon the murderers of "her boy," which Harker expressed, found a ready echo in the breast of his hearer, and she thanked him warmly for his devotion to the master he had lost. Strong mutual liking grew up between these two, and when her visitor left her, after having carried out all George's wishes in respect to her, on the scale of liberality which the grateful nephew had dictated, Susan Jernam gave him a cordial invitation to pass any leisure time he might have at the cottage; though, as she remarked, "I am not very lively company, Mr. Harker, for you or anybody, for I can't talk of anything but George and poor Valentine." "And I don't care to talk of much else either, Mrs. Jernam," said Harker in reply; "so, you see, we couldn't possibly be better company for each other." Thus it happened that a second tie between George Jernam and Joyce Harker arose, in the person of the sole surviving relative of the former, and that Joyce had made 3 visits to the pretty seaside village in which the childhood of his dead friend and his living patron had been passed, before he and George Jernam met again on English ground. When at length that long deferred meeting took place, Valentine Jernam's murder was a mystery rather more than 5 years old, and Mr. Andrew Larkspur had made no progress towards its solution. He had been obliged to acknowledge to Joyce Harker that he had not struck the right trail, and to confess that he had begun to despond. The disappearance of Black Milsom from among the congenial society of thieves and ruffians which he frequented was, of course, easily accounted for by Mr. Larkspur, and the absence of any, even the slightest additional clue to the fate of Jernam, confirmed that astute person in the conviction which he had reached early in the course of his confabulations with Harker, that the convict was the guilty man. There was, on this hypothesis, nothing for it but to wait until the worthy exile should have worked out his time, and once more return to grace his mother country, and then to resume the close watch, which, though hitherto ineffectual, might in time bring some of his former deeds to light. Such was the state of affairs when Captain Duncombe bought the deserted house which had had such undesirable tenants, first in the person of old Screwton, the miser, and secondly of Black Milsom. Joyce Harker was aware of the transaction, and had watched with some interest the transformation of the dreary, dismal, doomed place into the cheery, comfortable, middle class residence it had now become. If he had known that the last hours of Valentine Jernam's life had been passed on that spot, that there his beloved master had met with a violent and cruel death, with what different feelings he would have watched the work. But though, as the former dwelling of Black Milsom, the cottage had a dreary attraction for him, he was far from imagining that within its walls lay hidden one infallible clue to the secret for which he had sought so long and so vainly. The new occupant of River View Cottage was acquainted with Joyce Harker, and held the solitary old man in some esteem. Captain Joe Duncombe and the protégé of the Jernams had nothing whatever in common in character, disposition, or manners, and the distance in the social scale which divided the prosperous merchant captain from the poor though clever dependent was considerable, even according to the not very strict standard of manners observed by persons of their respective classes. But Joe Duncombe knew and heartily liked George Jernam. He had been in England at the time of Valentine's murder, and he had then learned the faithful and active part played by Harker. He had lost sight of the man for some time, but when he had bought the cottage, and during the progress of the changes and improvements he had made in that unprepossessing dwelling, accident had thrown Harker in his way, and they had found much to discuss in George Jernam's prosperity, in his generous treatment of Harker, in the general condition of the merchant service, which the 2 men declared to be going to the dogs, after the manner of all professions, trades, and institutions of every age and every clime, when contemplated from a conversational point of view, and in the honest captain's plans, hopes, and prospects concerning his daughter. Joyce Harker had seen Rosamond Duncombe occasionally, but had not taken much notice of her, nor had Miss Duncombe been much impressed by that gentleman. Joyce was not a ladies' man, and Rosamond, who entertained a rather disrespectful notion of her father's acquaintances in general, classing them collectively as "old fogies," contented herself with distinguishing Mr. Harker as the ugliest and grimmest of the lot. Joyce came and went, not very often indeed, but very freely, to River View Cottage, and there was much confidence and good fellowship between the bluff old seaman and the more acute but not less honest adventurer. There was, however, one circumstance which Captain Duncombe never mentioned to Harker. That circumstance was the apparition of old Screwton's ghost. Joe Duncombe was, to tell the truth, a little ashamed of his credulity on that occasion. He entertained no doubt that he had been victimized by a clever practical joke, and while he chuckled over the recollection that it had been an expensive jest to the perpetrator, who had lost a valuable gold coin by the transaction, he had no fancy for exposing himself to any further ridicule on the occasion. So the bluff, imperious, soft-hearted captain issued a commanding silence on the subject, and silence was observed, not in the least because Rosamond Duncombe or Susan Trott were afraid of him, but because Rosamond loved her father, and Susan Trott respected her master too much to disobey his lightest wish. There was also one circumstance which Joyce Harker never mentioned to Captain Duncombe. This circumstance was the identity of the former occupant of the cottage with the man whom he believed to be the murderer of Valentine Jernam. "It is bad enough to live in a place that's said to be haunted," said Harker to himself when he visited the cottage for the first time, "without my telling him that he comes after a man who is certainly a convict, and probably a murderer." Chapter 17. Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 17. Doubtful Society. Part 1. Victor Carrington still lived in the little cottage on the outskirts of London. Here, with his mother for his only companion, he led a simple, studious life, which, to any one ignorant of his character, would have seemed the life of a good and honourable man. The few neighbours who passed to and fro beneath the wall which surrounded the cottage knew nothing of the inner life of its occupants. They knew only that of all the houses in the neighbourhood this was the quietest. Yet those who happened to pass the house late at night always saw a glimmer of light in an upper chamber, and the blue vapour of smoke rising from one particular chimney. Those who had occasion to pass the house frequently after dark perceived that the smoke from this chimney was different from the common smoke of common chimneys. Sometimes vivid sparks glittered and flashed upon the darkness. At other times a semi-luminous green vapour was seen to issue from the mouth of the chimney. These facts were spoken about by the neighbours, and by people discovered that the smoke issued from the chimney of Victor Carrington's laboratory, where the surgeon was frequently employed long after midnight, making experiments in the science of chemistry. The nature of these experiments was known to no one. The few neighbours who had ever conversed with the French surgeon had heard him declare that he was a student of the mysteries of electricity. It was therefore supposed that all his experiments were in some manner connected with that wondrous science. No one for a moment suspected evil of a young man whose life was sober, respectable, and laborious, and who went to the little Catholic chapel every Sunday, with his mother leaning on his arm. Those who really knew Victor Carrington knew that he was without one ray of belief in a divine ruler, and that he laughed to scorn those terrors of heavenly vengeance which sometimes restrain the hand of the most hardened criminal. He was a wretch who seemed to have been created without those natural qualities which, in some degree, redeem the worst of humanity. He was a creature without a conscience, without a heart, and yet he seemed the most dutiful and devoted of sons. Is it possible that filial love could hold any place in a soul so lost as his? It is difficult to solve this enigma. Victor Carrington was ambitious, and to gain the object of his ambition he was willing to steep his soul in guilt. But he was also cautious and calculating, and he knew that to commit crime with impunity he must so shape his life as to escape suspicion. He knew that a devoted and affectionate son is always respected by good men and women, and he had studied human nature too closely not to be aware that there is more goodness than wickedness in the world, base though some of earth's inhabitants may be. The world is easily hoodwinked, and those who watched the life of the young surgeon were ready to declare that he was a most deserving young man. He had his reward for this apparent excellence. Patients came to him without his seeking, and at the time of Honoria Eversleigh's arrival in London he had obtained a small but remunerative practice. The money earned thus enabled him to live. The money he won by his pen in the medical journals he was able to save. He knew how necessary money was in all the turning points of life, and he denied himself every pleasure and every luxury in order to save a sum which should serve him in time of need. Matilda Carrington was one of those quiet women who seem to take no interest in the world around them, and to be happy without the pleasures which delight other women. She lived quite alone, without one female friend or acquaintance, and she saw little of her son, whose midnight studies and medical practice absorbed almost every hour of his existence. Her life, therefore, was one long solitude, and but for the companionship of her birds and 2 Angora cats, she would have been almost as much alone as a prisoner in a condemned cell. There was but one visitor who came often to the cottage, and that was Sir Reginald Eversleigh. The young baronet contrived to exist, somehow or other, upon his income of £500 a year; but as he had neither abandoned his old haunts, nor put aside his old vices, the income, which to a good man would have seemed a handsome competence, barely enabled him to stave off the demands of his most pressing creditors by occasional payments on account. He lived a dark and strange existence, occupying a set of shabby genteel apartments in a street leading out of the Strand, but spending a great part of his life in a house on the banks of the Thames, a house that stood amidst grounds of some extent, situated midway between Chelsea and Fulham. The mistress of this house was a lady who called herself a widow, but of whose real position the world knew very little. She was said to be of Austrian extraction, and the widow of an Austrian officer. Her name was Paulina Durski. She had bade farewell to the fresh bloom of early youth, for at her best she looked 30 years of age; but her beauty was of that brilliant order which does not need the charm of girlhood. She was a woman, a grand, queen-like creature. Those who admired her most compared her to a tall white lily, alike stately and graceful. She was fair, with that snowy purity of complexion which is so rare a charm. Her hair was of the palest gold, darker than flaxen, lighter than auburn; hair that waved in sunny undulations on the broad white forehead, and imparted an unspeakable innocence to the beautiful face. Such was Paulina Durski. One charm alone was wanting to render this woman as lovable as she was lovely, and that was the charm of expression. There was a lack of warmth in that perfect face. The bright blue eyes were hard. The rosy lips had been trained to smile on friend or foe, on stranger or kinsman, with the same artificial smile. Hilton House was the name of the villa by the river bank. It had belonged originally to a nobleman, but on the decay of his fortunes had fallen into the hands of a speculator, who intended to occupy it, but who failed almost immediately after becoming its owner. After this man's bankruptcy, the house had for a long time been tenantless. It was too expensive for some, too lonely for others; and when Madame Durski saw and took a fancy to the place, she was able to secure it for a moderate rent. The grounds and the house had been neglected. The rare and costly shrubs in the gardens were rank and overgrown. The exquisite decorations of the interior were spoiled by damp. Madame Durski was a person who lived a certain style, but it speedily became evident that she was very often at a loss for ready money. Her furniture arrived from Paris, and her household came also from that brilliant city. It was the household of a princess, but of a princess not unfamiliar with poverty. There was a Spanish courier, one Carlo Toas, a strange, silent creature, whose stately and solemn movements seemed fitted for a courtly assembly rather than for the unceremonious gatherings of modern society. The next person in importance in the household of Madame Durski was an elderly woman, who attended on the fair Austrian widow. She was a native of Paris, and her name was Sophie Elser. There were 3 other servants, all foreigners, and apparently devoted to their mistress. The furniture was of a bygone fashion, costly and beautiful of its kind, but it was furniture which had seen better days. The draperies in every chamber were of satin or velvet, but the satin was worn and faded, the velvet threadbare. The pictures, china, plate, the bronzes and knick-knacks which adorned the rooms, all bore evidence of a refined and artistic taste, but much of the china was imperfect, and the plate was of very small extent. The existence of Paulina Durski was one which might well excite curiosity in the minds of the few neighbours who had the opportunity of observing her mode of life. This beautiful widow had no female acquaintances, save a humble friend who lived with her, an Englishwoman, who subsisted upon the charity of the lovely Paulina. This person never quitted her benefactress. She was constant as her shadow, a faithful watch dog, always at hand, yet never obtrusive. She was a creature who seemed to have been born without eyes and without ears, so careless was the widow of her presence, so reckless what secrets were disclosed in her hearing. By daylight the life of Madame Durski and her companion, Miss Brewer, seemed the dullest existence ever endured by womankind. Paulina rarely left her own apartment until 6 in the evening, at which hour she and Miss Brewer dined together in her boudoir. They always dined alone. After dinner Paulina returned to her apartment to dress for the evening, while Miss Brewer retired to her own bedroom on the upper story, where she arrayed herself invariably in black velvet. She had never been seen by the visitors at Hilton House in any other costume than this lustreless velvet. Her age was between 30 and 40. She might once have had some pretensions to beauty, but her face was pinched and careworn, and there was a sharp, greedy look in the small eyes, whose colour was that neutral, undecided tint that seems sometimes a pale yellowish brown, anon a bluish green. All day long the two women at Hilton House lived alone. No carriage approached the gates. No foot passenger was seen to enter the grounds. Within and without, all was silent and lifeless. But with nightfall came a change. Lights shone in all the lower windows. Music sounded on the still night air. Many carriages rolled through the open gateway. Broughams with flashing lamps dashed up to the marble portico, and hack cabs mingled with the more stylish equipages. There were very few nights on which Paulina Durski's saloons were not enlivened by the presence of many guests. Her visitors were all gentlemen, but they treated the mistress of the house with as much respect as if she had been surrounded by women of the highest rank. Night after night the same men assembled in those faded saloons. Night after night the carriages rolled along the avenue. The flashing lamps illuminated the darkness. Those who watched the proceedings of the Austrian widow had good reason to wonder what the attraction was which brought those visitors so constantly to Hilton House. Many speculations were formed, and the fair widow's reputation suffered much at the hands of her neighbours. But none guessed the real charm of those nightly receptions. The secret was known only to those within the mansion, and from those it could not be hidden. The charm which drew so many visitors to the saloons of Madame Durski was the fatal spell of the gaming table. The beautiful Paulina opened a suite of 3 spacious chambers for the reception of her guests. In the outer apartment there was a piano, and it was here Paulina sat, with her constant companion, Matilda Brewer. In the second apartment were small green velvet covered tables, devoted to whist and écarté. The third and inner apartment was much larger than either of the others, and in this room there was a table for rouge et noir. The door of this inner apartment was papered, so as to appear, when closed, like a portion of the wall. A heavy picture was securely fastened upon this papered surface, and the door was lined with iron. Once closed, this door was not easily to be discovered by the eye of a stranger, and even when discovered, it was not easily to be opened. It was secured with a spring lock, which fastened of itself as the door swung to. This inner apartment had no windows. It was never used in the daytime. It was a secret chamber, hidden in the very centre of the house, and only an architect or a detective officer would have been likely to have discovered its existence. The walls were hung with red cloth, and Madame Durski always spoke of this apartment as the Red Drawing Room. Her servants were forbidden to mention the chamber in their conversation with the neighbours, and the members of the Austrian widow's household were too well trained to disobey any such orders. By the laws of England, the existence of a table for rouge et noir is forbidden. All these precautions were therefore necessary to ensure safety for the guests of Madame Durski. Paulina herself never played. Sometimes she sat with Miss Brewer in the outer chamber, silent and abstracted, while her visitors amused themselves in the two other rooms. Sometimes she seated herself at the piano, and played soft, plaintive German sonatas, or Lieder ohne Wort, for an hour at a time. Sometimes she moved slowly to and fro amongst the gamblers, now lingering for a few moments behind the chair of one, now glancing at the cards of another. One of her most constant visitors was Reginald Eversleigh. Every night he drove down to Hilton House in a hack cab. He was generally the first to arrive, and the last to depart. It was also to be observed that almost all the men who assembled in the drawing rooms of Hilton House were friends and acquaintances of Sir Reginald. It was he who introduced them to the lovely widow. It was he who tempted them to come night after night, when prudence should have induced them to stay away. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2, of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 17, Doubtful Society, Part 2. The association between Reginald Eversleigh and Paulina Durski was no new alliance. Immediately after the death of Sir Oswald Eversleigh, Reginald turned his back upon London, disgusted with the scene of his poverty and humiliation, eager to find forgetfulness of his bitter disappointments in the fever and excitement of a more brilliant city than any to be found in Great Britain. He went to Paris, that capital which he had shunned since the death of Mary Goodwin, but whither he returned eagerly now, thirsting for riot and excitement, any opiate by which he might lull to rest the bitter memories of the past month. He was familiar with the wildest haunts of that city of dissipation, and he was speedily engulfed in the vortex of vice and folly. If he had been a rich man, this life might have gone on for ever; but without money a man counts for very little in such a circle as that wherein Reginald alone could find delight, and to the inhabitants of that region 500 a year would seem a kind of pauperism. Sir Reginald contrived to keep the actual amount of his income a secret, locked in his own breast. His acquaintances and associates knew that he was not rich, but they knew no more. At the French Opera House he saw Paulina Durski for the first time. She was seated in one of the smaller boxes, dressed in pure white, with white camellias in her hair. Her faithful companion, Matilda Brewer, was seated in the shadow of the curtains, and formed a foil for the beautiful Austrian. Reginald Eversleigh entered the house with a dissipated and fashionable young Parisian, a man who, like his companion, had wasted youth, character, and fortune in the tainted atmosphere of disreputable haunts and midnight assemblies. The two men took their places in the stalls, and amused themselves between the acts by a scrutiny of the occupants of the house. Hector Leonce, the Parisian, was familiar with the inmates of every box. "Do you see that beautiful, fair-haired woman, with the white camellias in her hair?" he said, after he had drawn the attention of the Englishmen to several distinguished people. "That is Madame Durski, the young and wealthy widow of an Austrian officer, and one of the most celebrated beauties in Paris." "She is very handsome," answered Reginald, carelessly; "but hers is a cold style of loveliness, too much like a face moulded out of wax." "Wait till you see her animated," replied Hector Leonce. "We will go to her box presently." When the curtain fell on the close of the following act, the two men left the stalls, and made their way to Madame Durski's box. She received them courteously, and Reginald Eversleigh speedily perceived that her beauty, fair and wax-like as it was, did not lack intellectual grace. She talked well, and her manner had the tone of good society. Reginald was surprised to see her attended only by the little Englishwoman, in her dress of threadbare black velvet. After the opera, Sir Reginald and Hector Leonce accompanied Madame Durski to her apartments in the Rue du Faubourg St. Honoré, and there the baronet beheld higher play than he had ever seen before in a private house presided over by a woman. On this occasion the beautiful widow herself occupied a place at the rouge et noir table, and Reginald beheld enough to enlighten him as to her real character. He saw that with this woman the love of play was a passion, a profound and soul-absorbing delight. He saw the eyes which, in repose, seemed of so cold a brightness, emit vivid flashes of feverish light. He saw the fair blush rose tinted cheek glow with a hectic crimson. He beheld the woman with her mask thrown aside, abandoned to the influence of her master passion. After this night, Reginald Eversleigh was a frequent visitor at the apartments of the Austrian widow. For him, as for her, the fierce excitement of the gaming table was an irresistible temptation. In her elegantly appointed drawing rooms he met rich men who were desperate players, but he met few men who were likely to be dupes. Here neither skill nor bribery availed him, and he was dependent on the caprices of chance. The balance was tolerably even, and he left Paris neither richer nor poorer for his acquaintance with Paulina Durski. But that acquaintance exercised a very powerful influence over his destiny, nevertheless. There was a strange fascination in the society of the Austrian widow, a nameless, indefinable charm, which few were able to resist. A bitter experience of vice and folly had robbed Reginald Eversleigh's heart and mind of all youth's freshness and confidence, and for him this woman seemed only what she was, an adventuress, dangerous to all who approached her. He knew this, and yet he yielded to the fascination of her presence. Night after night he haunted the rooms in the Rue du Faubourg St. Honoré. He went there even when he was too poor to play, and could only stand behind Paulina's chair, a patient and devoted cavalier. For a long time she seemed to be scarcely aware of his devotion. She received him as she received her other guests. She met him always with the same cold smile, the same studied courtesy. But one evening, when he went to her apartments earlier than usual, he found her alone, and in a melancholy mood. Then, for the first time, he became aware that the life she led was odious to her, that she loathed the hateful vice of which she was the slave. She was wont to be very silent about herself and her own feelings, but that night she cast aside all reserve, and spoke with a passionate earnestness which made her seem doubly charming to Reginald Eversleigh. "I am so degraded a creature that perhaps you have never troubled yourself to wonder how I became the thing I am," she said; "and yet you must surely have marvelled to see a woman of high birth fall into the depths in which you find me, fallen so low as to be the companion of gamesters, a gamester myself. I will tell you the secret of my life." Reginald Eversleigh lifted his hand with a deprecating gesture. "Dear madam, tell me nothing, I implore you. I admire and respect you," he said. "To me you must always appear the most beautiful of women, whatever may be the nature of your surroundings." "Yes, the most beautiful," echoed Paulina, with passionate scorn. "You men think that to praise a woman's beauty is to console her for every humiliation. I have long held that which you call my beauty as the poorest thing on earth, so little happiness has its possession won for me. I will tell you the story of my life. It is the only justification I have." "I am ready to listen. So long as you speak of yourself, your words must have the deepest interest for me." "I was reared amongst gamesters, Reginald Eversleigh," continued Paulina Durski, with the same passionate intensity of manner. "My father was an incorrigible gambler, and before I had emerged from childhood to girlhood, the handsome fortune which should have been mine had been squandered. As a girl, the rattle of the dice, the clamour of the rouge et noir table, were the most familiar sounds to my ears. Night after night, I have kept watch at my own window, and have seen the lighted windows of my father's rooms, and have known that grim poverty was drawing nearer and nearer as the long hours of those sleepless nights went by. My poor Paulina! My mother died young, exhausted by the perpetual fever of anxiety which the gambler's wife is doomed to suffer. She died, and I was left alone, a woman, beautiful if you will, and, as the world supposed, heiress to a large fortune, for none knew how entirely the wealth which should have been mine had melted away in those nights of dissipation and folly. People knew that my father played, and played desperately, but few knew the extent of his losses. After my mother's death, my father insisted on my doing the honours of his house. I received his friends. I stood by his chair as he played écarté, or sat by his side and noted the progress of the game at the rouge et noir table. Then first I felt the fatal passion which I can but believe to be a taint in my very blood. Slowly and gradually the fascinating vice assumed its horrible mastery. I watched the progress of the play. I learned to understand that science which was the one all-absorbing pursuit of those around me. Then I played myself, first taking a hand at écarté with some of the younger guests, half in sport, and then venturing a small golden coin at the rouge et noir table, while my admirers praised my darling, as if I had been some capricious child. In those assemblies I was always the only woman, except Matilda Brewer, who was then my governess. My father would have no female guests at these nightly orgies. The presence of women would have been a hindrance to the delights of the gaming table. At first I felt all the bitterness of my position. I looked forward with unspeakable dread to the dreary future in which I should find destitution staring me in the face. But when once the gamester's madness had seized upon me, I thought no more of that dreary future. I became as reckless as my father and his guests. I forgot everything in the excitement of the moment. To be lucky at the gaming table was to be happy. To lose was despair. Thus my youth went by, till the day when my father told me that Colonel Durski had offered me his hand and fortune, and that I had no alternative but to accept him." "Oh, then your first marriage was no love match?" cried Reginald, eagerly. "A love match!" exclaimed Paulina, contemptuously. "No, it was a marriage of convenience, dictated by a father who set less value on his daughter's happiness than on a good hand of cards. My father told me I must choose between Leopold Durski and ruin. 'This house cannot shelter you much longer,' he said. 'For myself there is flight. I can go to America, and lose my identity in strange cities. I cannot remain in Vienna, to be pointed at as the beggared Count Veschi. But with you for my companion I should be tied hand and foot. As a wanderer and an adventurer I may prosper alone; but as a wanderer, burdened with a helpless woman, failure would be certain. It is not a question of choice, Paulina,' he said, resolutely. 'There is no alternative. You must become the wife of Leopold Durski.' "And you consented?" "I ask you, Reginald Eversleigh, could I refuse? For me, love was a word which had no meaning. Leopold Durski was more than double my age, but in outward seeming he was a gentleman. He was reported to be wealthy. He had a high position at the Austrian court. I was so utterly helpless, so desolate, so despairing, that it is scarcely strange if I accepted the fate my father pressed upon me, careless as to a future which held no joy for me beyond the pleasure of the gaming table. I left the house of one gambler to ally myself to the fortunes of another; for Leopold Durski was my father's companion and friend, and the same master passion swayed both. It was strange that my father, himself a ruined gamester, should have become the dupe of a man whose reported wealth was as great a sham as his own. But so it was. I exchanged poverty with one master for poverty with another master. My new life was an existence of perpetual falsehood and trickery. I occupied a splendid house in the most fashionable quarter of Vienna; but that house was maintained by my husband's winnings at the gaming table, and it was my task to draw together the dupes whose money was to support the false semblance of grandeur which surrounded me. The dupes came. I had my little court of flatterers, but the courtiers paid dearly for their allegiance to their queen. I was the snare which was set to entrap the birds whose feathers my husband was to pluck. If I had been like other women, my position would have been utterly intolerable to me. I should have found some means of escape from a life so hateful, a degradation so shameful." "And you made no attempt to escape?" "None. I was a gambler. The vice which had degraded my husband had degraded me. We had both sunk to the same level, and I had no right to reproach him for infamy which I shared. We had little affection for each other. Colonel Durski had sought me only because I was fitted to adorn his reception rooms, and attract the dupes who were to suffer by their acquaintance with him. But if there was little love between us, we at least never quarrelled. He treated me always with studied courtesy, and I never upbraided him for the deception by which he had obtained my hand. My father disappeared suddenly from Vienna, and only after his departure was it discovered that his fortune had long vanished, and that he had for several years been completely insolvent. His creditors tittered a cry of execration, but in great cities the cries of such victims are scarcely heard. My reception rooms were still thronged by aristocratic guests, and no one cared to remember my father's infamy. This life had lasted 3 years, when my husband died and left me penniless. I sold my jewels, and came to this city, where for 1.5 years I have lived, as my husband lived in Vienna, on the fortune of the gaming table. I am growing weary of Paris, and it may be that Paris is growing weary of me. I suppose I shall go to London next, and next, who knows? Ah, Reginald Eversleigh, believe me, there are many moments of my life in which I think that the little walk from here to the river would cut the knot of all my difficulties. To-night I am surrounded with anxieties, steeped in degradation, hemmed in by obstacles that shut me out of all peaceful resting places. To-morrow I might be lying very quietly in the morgue."
"Paulina, for pity's sake!"
"Ah, me! These are idle words, are they not?" said Madame Durski, with a weary sigh. "And now I have told you my history, Reginald Eversleigh, and it is for you to judge whether there is any excuse for such a creature as I am." Sir Reginald pitied this hopeless, friendless woman as much as it was in him to pity any one except himself, and tried to utter some words of consolation. She looked up at him as he spoke to her, with a glance in which he saw a deeper feeling than gratitude. Then it was that Reginald declared himself the devoted lover of the woman who had revealed to him the strange story of her life. He told her of the influence which she exercised over him, the fascination which he had sought in vain to resist. He declared himself attached to her by an affection which would know no change, come what might. But he did not offer this friendless woman the shelter of his name, the ostensible position which would have been hers had she become his wife. Even when beneath the sway of a woman's fascination, Reginald Eversleigh was cold and calculating. Paulina Durski was poor, and doubtless deeply in debt. She was a gambler, and the companion of gamblers. She was, therefore, no fitting wife for a man who looked upon marriage as a stepping stone by which he might yet redeem his fallen fortunes. Paulina received his declaration with an air of simulated coldness. But Reginald Eversleigh could perceive that it was only simulated, and that he had awakened a real affection in the heart of this desolate woman. "Do not speak to me of love," she said. "To me such words can promise no happiness. My love could only bring shame and misery on the man to whom it was given. Let me tread my dreary pathway alone, Reginald, alone to the very end." Much was said after this by Reginald and the woman who loved him, and who was yet too proud to confess her love. Paulina Durski was not an inexperienced girl, to be persuaded by romantic speeches. She had acquired knowledge of the world in a hard and bitter school. She could fully fathom the base selfishness of the man who pretended to love her, and she understood why it was that he shrank from offering her the only real pledge of his truth. "I will speak frankly to you, Paulina," he said. "I am too poor to marry." "Yes," she answered, bitterly, "I comprehend. You are too poor to marry a penniless wife."
"And I am not likely to find a rich one. But believe me that my love is none the less sincere because I shrink from asking you to ally yourself to misery."
"So be it, Sir Reginald. I am willing to accept your love for what it is, a wise and prudent affection, such as a man of the world may freely indulge in without fear that his folly may cost him too dearly. You will come to my house. I shall see you night after night amongst the reckless idlers who gather round me. You will pay me compliments all the year round, and bring me bonbons on New Year's Day,
And some day, when I have grown old and haggard, you will all at once forget the fact of our acquaintance, and I shall see you no more. Let it be so. It is pleasant for a woman to fancy herself beloved, however false the fancy may be. I will shut my eyes, and dream that you love me, Reginald." And this was all. No more was ever said of love between these two; but from that hour Reginald was more constant than ever in his attendance on the beautiful widow. The time came when she grew weary of Paris, and when those who had lost money began to shun the seductive delights of her nightly receptions. Reginald Eversleigh was not slow to perceive that the brilliant throng grew thin, the most distinguished guests conspicuous by their absence. He urged Paulina to leave Paris for London, and he himself selected the lonely villa on the banks of the Thames, in which he found a billiard room, lighted from the roof, that was easily converted into a secret chamber. It was by his advice that Paulina Durski altered her line of conduct on taking up her abode in England, and refrained altogether from any active share in the ruinous amusements for which men frequented her receptions. "It was all very well for you to take a hand at écarté, or to take your place at the rouge et noir table in Paris," Reginald said, when he discussed this question; "but here it will not do. The English are full of childish prejudices, and to see a woman at the gaming table would shock those prejudices. Let me play for you. I will find the capital, and we will divide the profits of each night's speculation. For your part, you will have only to look beautiful, and to lure the golden-feathered birds into the net; and sometimes, perhaps, when I am playing écarté with one of your admirers, behind whose chair you may happen to be standing, you may contrive to combine a flattering interest in his play with a substantial benefit to mine." Paulina's eyelids fell, and a crimson flush dyed her face; but she uttered no exclamation of anger or disgust. And yet she understood only too well the meaning of Sir Reginald's words. She knew that he wished her to aid him in a deliberate system of cheating. She knew this, and she did not withdraw her friendship from this man. Alas, no, she loved him; not because she believed him to be good and honourable, not because she was blinded to the baseness of his nature. She loved him in spite of her knowledge of his real character. She yielded to the influence of an infatuation which she was so powerless to resist that she might almost be pardoned for believing herself the victim of a baleful destiny. "It is my fate," she murmured to herself, after this last revelation of her lover's infamy. "It must needs be my fate, since women with less claim to be loved than I possess are so happy as to win the devotion of good and brave men. It is my fate to love a cheat and trickster, on whose constancy I have so poor a hold that a breath may sever the miserable bond that unites us." Victor Carrington was one of the first persons whom Reginald Eversleigh introduced to Madame Durski after her arrival in England. She was pleased with the quiet and graceful manners of the Frenchman, but she was at a loss to understand Sir Reginald's intimate association with a man who was at once poor and obscure. She told Sir Reginald as much the next time she saw him alone. "I know that in most of your friendships convenience and self-interest reign paramount over what you call sentimentality; and yet you choose for your friend this Carrington, whom no one knows, and who is, you tell me, even poorer than yourself. You must have a hidden motive, Reginald, and a strong one." A dark shade passed over the face of the baronet. "I have my reasons," he said. "Victor Carrington was once useful to me; at least he endeavoured to be so. If he failed, the obligation is none the less, and he is a man who will have his bond." CHAPTER XVIII. Of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XVIII. At Anchor. The current of life flowed on at Riverview Cottage without so much as a ripple in the shape of an event, after the appalling midnight visit of Miser Screwton's ghost, until one summer evening, when Captain Duncombe came home in very high spirits,
bringing with him an old friend, of whom Miss Duncombe had heard her father talk very often, but whom she had hitherto never seen. This was no other than George Jernam, the captain of the Albatross, and the owner of the Stormy Petrel and Pizarro. In London the captain of the Albatross found plenty of business to occupy him. He had just returned from an African cruise, and though he had not forgotten the circumstances which had made his last intended visit to England only a memorable and melancholy failure, he was in high spirits. The first few days hardly sufficed for the talks between George Jernam and Joyce Harker, who aided him vigorously in the refitting of his vessel. He had been in London about a week before he fell in with honest Joe Duncombe. The two men had been fast friends ever since the day on which George, while still a youngster, had served as second mate under the owner of the Vixen. They met accidentally in one of the streets about Wapping. Joseph Duncombe was delighted to encounter a seafaring friend, and insisted on taking George Jernam down to Riverview Cottage to eat what he called a homely bit of dinner. The homely bit of dinner turned out to be a very excellent repast, for Mrs. Mugby prided herself upon her powers as a cook and housekeeper, and to produce a good dinner at a short notice was a triumph she much enjoyed. Susan Trott waited at table in her prettiest cotton gown and smartest cap. Rosamond Duncombe sat by her father's side during the meal, and after dinner, when the curtains were drawn and the lamp lighted, the captain of the Vixen set himself to brew a jorum of punch in a large old Japanese china bowl, the composition of which punch was his strong point. Altogether, that little dinner and cheerful evening entertainment seemed the perfection of home comfort. George Jernam had been too long a stranger to home and home pleasures not to feel the cheerful influence of that hospitable abode. For Joseph Duncombe, the companionship of his old friend was delightful. The society of the sailor was as invigorating to the nostrils of a seaman as the fresh breeze of ocean after a long residence inland. "You don't know what a treat it is to me to have an old shipmate with me once more, George," he said. "My little Rosie and I live here pretty comfortably, though I keep a tight hand over her, I can tell you," he added, with pretended severity. "But it's dull work for a man who has lived the best part of his life on the sea to find himself amongst a pack of spoony landsmen. Never you marry a landsman, Rosie, if you don't want me to cut you off with a shilling," he cried, turning to his daughter. Of course, Miss Rosamond Duncombe blushed on hearing herself thus apostrophized, as young ladies of 18 have a knack of blushing when the possibility of their falling in love is mentioned. George Jernam saw the blush, and thought that Miss Duncombe was the prettiest girl he had ever seen. George Jernam stayed late at the cottage, for its hospitable owner was loath to let his friend depart. "How long do you stay in London, George?" he asked, as the young man was going away. "A month at least, perhaps 2 months." "Then be sure you come down here very often. You can dine with us every Sunday, of course, for I know you haven't a creature belonging to you in London except Harker; and you can run down of an evening sometimes, and bring him with you, and smoke your cigar in my garden, with the bright water rippling past you, and all the ships in the pool spreading their rigging against the calm grey sky, and I'll brew you a jorum of punch, and Rosie shall sing us a song while we drink it." It is not to be supposed that George Jernam, who had a good deal of idle time on his hands, could refuse to oblige his old captain, or shrink from availing himself of hospitality so cordially pressed upon him. He went very often in the autumn dusk to spend an hour or two at Riverview Cottage, where he always found a hearty welcome. He strolled in the garden with Captain Duncombe and Rosamond, talking of strange lands and stranger adventures. Harker did not always accompany him, but sometimes he did, and on such occasions Rosamond seemed unaccountably glad to see him. Harker paid her no more attention than usual, and invariably devoted himself to Joe Duncombe, who was frequently lazy, and inclined to smoke his cigar in the comfortable parlour. On these occasions George Jernam and Rosamond Duncombe strolled side by side in the garden, and the sailor entertained his fair companion by the description of all the strangest scenes he had beheld, and the most romantic adventures he had been engaged in. It was like the talk of some seafaring Othello, and never did Desdemona more seriously incline to hear her valiant Moor than did Miss Duncombe to hear her captain. One of the windows of Joseph Duncombe's favourite sitting room commanded the garden, and from this window the captain of the Vixen could see his daughter and the captain of the Albatross walking side by side upon the smoothly kept lawn. He used to look unutterably sly as he watched the two figures, and on one occasion went so far as to tap his nose significantly several times with his ponderous forefinger. "It's a match," he muttered to himself. "It's a match, or my name is not Joe Duncombe." Susan Trott was not slow to notice those evening walks in the garden. She told the dashing young baker that she thought there would be a wedding at the cottage before long. "Yours, of course," cried the baker. "For shame now, you impotent creature!" exclaimed Susan, blushing till she was rosier than the cherry-coloured ribbons in her cap. "You know what I mean well enough." Neither Captain Duncombe nor Susan Trott were very far wrong. The Albatross was not ready for her next cruise till 3 months after George Jernam's first visit to River View Cottage, nor did the captain of the vessel seem particularly anxious to hasten the completion of the repairs. When the Albatross did drop down into the Channel, she sailed on a cruise that was to last less than 6 months, and when George Jernam touched English ground again, he was to return to claim Rosamond Duncombe as his plighted wife. This arrangement had Joyce Harker's hearty approbation; but when he, too, had taken leave of George Jernam, he turned away, muttering, "I think he really has forgotten Captain Valentine now; but I have not. No, I remember him better than ever now, when there's no one but me." The Albatross came safely back to the Pool in the early spring weather. George Jernam had promised Rosamond that she should know of his coming before ever he set foot on shore, and he contrived to keep his word. One fine March day she saw a vessel sailing up the river, with a white flag flying from the mainmast. On the white flag blazed, in bright red letters, the name Rosamond. When Miss Duncombe saw this, she knew at once that her lover had returned. No other vessel than the Albatross was likely to sport such a piece of bunting. George Jernam came back braver, truer, handsomer even than when he went away, as it seemed to Rosamond. He came back more devoted to her than ever, she thought; and a man must have been indeed cold of heart who could be ungrateful for the innocent, girlish affection which Rosamond revealed in every word and look. The wedding took place within a month of the sailor's return, and after some discussion, George Jernam consented that he and his wife should continue to live at the cottage. "I can't come here to take possession of your house," he had said, addressing himself to his future father-in-law. "That would be rather too much of a good thing. I know you'd like to keep Rosie in the neighbourhood, and so you shall. I'll do as you did. I'll find a little bit of ground near here, and build myself a comfortable crib, with a view of the river." "Stuff and nonsense!" replied Captain Duncombe. "If that's what you are going to do, you shall not have my Rosie. I've no objection to her having a husband on the premises; but the day she leaves my roof for the sake of any man in Christendom, I'll cut her off with a shilling, and the shilling shall be a bad one." The captain of the Albatross took his young wife into Devonshire for a brief honeymoon, and during this pleasant springtime holiday Rosamond made the acquaintance of her husband's aunt. Susan Jernam was pleased with the bright-eyed, pure-minded, modest girl, and in the few days they were together learned to regard her with a motherly feeling, which was destined to be of priceless value to Rosie at an unforeseen crisis of the new life that began so fairly. Never did a married couple begin their new life with a fairer prospect than that which lay before George Jernam and his wife when they returned to River View Cottage. Captain Duncombe received his son-in-law with the hearty welcome of a true seaman; but a few days after George Jernam's return, the old sailor took him aside, and made an announcement which filled him with surprise. "You know how fond I am of Rosie," he said,
and you know that if Providence had blessed me with a son of my own, he couldn't have been much dearer to me than you are. So come what may, neither you or Rosie must doubt my affection for both of you. Come now, George, promise me you won't." "I promise with all my heart," answered Captain Jernam. "I should no more think of doubting your goodness or your love for us than I should think of doubting that there's a sun shining up aloft yonder. But why do you speak of this?" "Because, George, the truth of the matter is, I'm going to leave you." "You are going to leave us?" "Yes, old fellow. You see, a lazy landlubber's life doesn't suit me. I've tried it, and it don't answer. I thought the sound of the water washing against the bank at the bottom of my garden, and the sight of the ships in the pool, would be consolation enough for me; but they ain't, and I've been sickening for the sea for the last 6 months. As long as my little Rosie had nobody in the world but me to take care of her, I stayed with her, and I should have gone on staying with her till I died at my post. But she's got a husband now, and 2 trustworthy women servants, who would protect her if you left her, as I suppose you must leave her sooner or later. So there's no reason why I should stop on shore any longer, pining for a sight of blue water." "And you really mean to leave us?" exclaimed George Jernam. "I am afraid your going will break poor Rosie's heart." "No, it won't, George," answered Captain Duncombe. "When a young woman's married, her heart is uncommonly tough with regard to everybody except her husband. I dare say poor little Rosie Posy will be sorry to lose her old father, but she'll have you to console her, and she won't grieve long. Besides, I'm not going away for ever, you know. I'm only just going to take a little cruise to the Indies, with a cargo of dry goods, make a bit of money for my grandchildren that are to be, and then come home again, fresher than ever, and settle down in the bosom of my family. I've seen a neat little craft that will suit me to a T, and I shall fit her out, and be off for blue water before the month is ended." It was evident that the old sailor was in earnest, and George Jernam did not attempt to overrule his determination. Rosamond pleaded against her father's departure, but she pleaded in vain. Early in June, Captain Duncombe left England on board a neat little craft, which he christened the Young Wife, in compliment to his daughter. Before he went, George promised that he would himself await the return of his father-in-law before he started on a new voyage. "I can afford to be idle for 12 months or so," he said, "and my dear little wife shall not be left without a protector." So the young couple settled down comfortably in the commodious cottage, which was now all their own. To Rosamond, her new existence was all unbroken joy. She had loved her husband with all the romantic devotion of inexperienced girlhood. To her poetic fancy he seemed the noblest and bravest of created beings, and she wondered at her own good fortune when she saw him by her side, fond and devoted, content to sacrifice all the delights of his free, roving life for her sake. "I don't think such happiness can last, George," she said to him one day. That vague foreboding was soon to be too sadly realized. The sunshine and the bright summer peace had promised to last for ever; but a dark cloud arose, which in one moment overshadowed all that summer sky, and Rosamond Jernam's happiness vanished, as if it had been indeed a dream. CHAPTER XIX. Of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XIX. A Familiar Token. Joseph Duncombe had been absent from Riverview Cottage little more than a month, and the life of its inmates had been smooth and changeless as the placid surface of a lake. They sought no society but that of each other. Existence glided by, and the eventless days left little to remember, except the sweet tranquillity of a happy home. It was on a wet, dull, unsettled July day that Rosamond Jernam found her life changed all at once, while the cause for that dark change remained a mystery to her. After idling away half the morning, Captain Jernam discovered that he had an important business letter to write to the captain of his trading ship, the Pizarro.
On opening his portfolio, the captain found himself without a single sheet of foreign letter paper. He told this difficulty to his wife, as it was his habit to tell her all his difficulties, and he found her, as usual, able to give him assistance. "There is always foreign letter paper in papa's desk," she said. "You can use that." "But, my dear Rosie, I could not think of opening your father's desk in his absence." "And why not?" cried Rosamond, laughing. "Do you think papa has any secrets hidden there, or that he keeps some mysterious packet of old love letters tied up with a blue ribbon, which he would not like your prying eyes to discover? You may open the desk, George. I give you my permission, and if papa should be angry, the blame shall fall upon me alone." The desk was a large old-fashioned piece of furniture, which stood in the corner of Captain Duncombe's favourite sitting room. "But how am I to open this ponderous piece of machinery?" asked George. "It seems to be locked." "It is locked," answered his wife. "Luckily, I happen to have a key which precisely fits it. There, sir, is the key. And now I leave you to devote yourself to business, while I go to see about dinner." She held up her pretty rosy lips to be kissed, and then tripped away, leaving the captain to achieve a duty for which he had no particular relish. He unlocked the desk, and found a quire of letter paper. He dipped a pen in ink, tried it, and then began to write. He wrote, "London, July 20th," and "My dear Boyd," and having written thus much, he came to a stop. The easiest part of the letter was finished. Captain Jernam sat with his elbows resting on the table, looking straight before him, in pure absence of mind. As he did so, his eyes were caught suddenly by an object lying amongst the pens and pencils in the tray before him. The object was a bent gold coin. His face grew pale as he snatched up the coin and examined it closely. It was a small Brazilian coin, bent and worn, and on one side of it was scratched the initial G. That small battered coin was very familiar to George Jernam's gaze, and it was scarcely strange if the warm life blood ebbed from his cheeks and left them ashy pale. The coin was a keepsake which he had given to his murdered brother Valentine on the eve of their last parting, and he found it here, in Joseph Duncombe's desk. For some moments he sat aghast, motionless, powerless even to think. He could not realize the full weight of this strange discovery. He could only remember the warm breath of the tropical night on which he and his brother had bidden each other farewell, the fierce light of the tropical stars beneath which they had stood when they parted. Then he began to ask himself how that farewell token, the golden coin, which he had taken from his pocket in that parting hour, and upon which he had idly scratched his own initial, had come into the possession of Joseph Duncombe. He was not a man of the world, and he was not able to reason calmly and logically on the subject of his brother's untimely fate. He shared Joyce's rooted idea that the escape of Valentine's murderer was only temporary, and that sooner or later accident would disclose the criminal. It seemed now as if the eventful moment had come. Here, on this spot, near the scene of his brother's disappearance, he came upon this token, this relic, which told that Valentine had been in some manner associated with Joseph Duncombe. And yet Joseph Duncombe and George had talked long and earnestly on the subject of the murdered sailor's fate, and in all their talk Captain Duncombe had never acknowledged any acquaintance with its details. This was strange. Still more incomprehensible to George Jernam was the fact that Valentine should have parted with the farewell token, except with his life. For his last words to his brother had been, "I'll keep the bit of gold, George, to my dying day, in memory of your fidelity and love." There had been something more between these two men than a common brotherhood. There had been the bond of a joyless childhood spent together, and their affection for each other was more than the ordinary love of brothers. "I don't believe he would have parted with that piece of gold," cried George; "not if he had been without a sixpence in the world." And he was rich. It was the money he carried about him which tempted his murderer. It was near here that he met his fate, on this very spot, perhaps. Joyce told me that before my father-in-law built this house there was a dilapidated building, which was a meeting place for the vilest scoundrels in Ratcliffe Highway.
But how came that coin in Joseph Duncombe's desk? How? Unless Joseph Duncombe was concerned in my brother's murder. This idea, once aroused in the mind of George Jernam, was not to be driven away. It seemed too hideous for reality, but it took possession of his mind, nevertheless, and he sat alone, trying to shut horrible fancies out of his brain, but trying uselessly. He remembered Joseph Duncombe's wealth. Had all that wealth been honestly won? He remembered the captain's restlessness, his feverish desire to run away from a home in which he possessed so much to render life happy. Might not that eagerness to return to the sailor's wild roving life have its root in the tortures of a guilty conscience? His very kindness to me may be prompted by a vague wish to make some paltry atonement for a dark wrong done my brother, thought George. He remembered Joseph Duncombe's seeming goodness of heart, and wondered if such a man could possibly be concerned in the darkest crime of which mankind can be guilty. But he remembered also that the worst and vilest of men were often such accomplished hypocrites as to remain unsuspected of evil until the hour when accident revealed their iniquity. It is so, perhaps, with this man, thought George Jernam. That air of truth and goodness may be but a mask. I know what a master passion the greed of gain is with some men. It has doubtless been the passion of this man's heart. The wretches who lured Valentine Jernam to this house were tools of Joseph Duncombe's. How otherwise could this token have fallen into his hands? He tried to find some other answer to this question, but he tried in vain. That little piece of gold seemed to fasten the dark stigma of guilt upon the absent owner of the house. "And I have shaken this man's hand," cried George. "I am the husband of his daughter. I live beneath the shelter of his roof, in this house, which was bought, perhaps, with my brother's blood. Great heavens, it is too horrible!" For 2 long hours George Jernam sat brooding over the strange discovery which had changed the whole current of his life. Rosamond came and peeped in at the door. "Still busy, George?" she asked. "Yes," he answered, in a strange, harsh tone. "I am very busy." That altered voice alarmed the loving wife. She crept into the room, and stood behind her husband's chair. "George," she said, "your voice sounded so strange just now. You are not ill, are you, darling?" "No, no. I only want to be alone. Go, Rosamond." The wife could not fail to be just a little offended by her husband's manner. The pretty rosy lips pouted, and then tears came into the bright blue eyes. George Jernam's head was bent upon his clasped hands, and he took no heed of his wife's sorrow. She could not leave him without one more anxious question. "Is there anything amiss with you, George?" she asked. "Nothing that you can cure." The harshness of his tone, the coldness of his manner, wounded her heart. She said no more, but went quietly from the room. Never before had her beloved George spoken unkindly to her. Never before had the smallest cloud obscured the calm horizon of her married life. After this, the dark cloud hung black and heavy over that once happy household. The sun never shone again upon the young wife's home. She tried to penetrate the secret of this sudden change, but she could not do so. She could complain of no unkindness from her husband. He never spoke harshly to her after that first day. His manner was gentle and indulgent, but it seemed as if his love had died, leaving in its place only a pitiful tenderness, strangely blended with sadness and gloom. He asked Rosamond several questions about her father's past life, but on that subject she could tell him very little. She had never lived with her father until after the building of River View Cottage, and she knew nothing of his existence before that time, except that he had only been in England during brief intervals, and that he had always come to see her at school when he had the opportunity of doing so. "He is the best and dearest of fathers," she said, affectionately. George Jernam asked if Captain Duncombe had been in England during that spring in which Valentine met his death. After a moment's reflection, Rosamond replied in the affirmative. "I remember his coming to see me that spring," she said. "He came early in March, and again in April, and it was then he began first to talk of settling in England." "And with that assurance my last hope vanishes," thought George. He had asked the question in the faint hope of hearing that Joseph Duncombe was far away from England at the time of the murder. A fortnight after the discovery of the Brazilian coin, George Jernam announced to his wife that he was about to leave her. He was going to the coast of Africa, he said. He had tried to reconcile himself to a landsman's life, and had found it unendurable. The blow fell very heavily on poor Rosamond's loving heart. "We seemed so happy, George, only 2 short weeks ago," she pleaded. "Yes," he answered, "I tried to be happy; but you see the life doesn't suit me. Your father couldn't rest in this house, though he had made himself such a comfortable home. No more can I rest here. There is a curse upon the house, perhaps," he added, with a bitter laugh. Rosamond burst into tears. "Oh, George, you will break my heart!" she cried. "I thought our lives were to be so happy, and now our happiness ends all at once, like a broken dream. It is because you are weary of me and of my love that you are going away. You promised my father that you would remain with me till his return." "I did, Rosamond," answered her husband, gravely; "and, as I am an honest man, I meant to keep that promise. I am not weary of your love. That is as precious to me as ever it was. But you must not continue to reside beneath this roof. I tell you there is a curse upon this house, Rosamond, and neither peace nor happiness can be the lot of those who dwell within its fatal walls. You must go down to Allanbay, where you may find kind friends, where you may be happy, dear, while I am away." "But, George, what is all this mystery?" "Ask me no questions, Rosamond, for I can answer none. Believe me when I tell you that you have no share in the change that has come upon me. My feelings towards you remain unaltered; but within the last few weeks I have made a discovery which has struck a death blow to my happiness. I go out once more a homeless wanderer, because the quiet of domestic life has become unbearable to me. I want bustle, danger, hard work. I want to get away from my own thoughts." Rosamond in vain implored her husband to tell her more than this. He, so yielding of old, was on this point inflexible. Before the leaves had begun to fall in the dreary autumn days, the "Albatross" was ready for a new voyage. The first mate took her down to Plymouth Harbour, there to wait the coming of her captain, who travelled into Devonshire by mail coach, taking Rosamond to her future abode. At any other time Rosamond would have been delighted with the romantic beauty of that Devonian village, where her husband had selected a pleasant cottage for her near his aunt's abode. But a settled melancholy had taken possession of the once joyous girl. She had brooded continually over her husband's altered conduct, and she had at last arrived at a terrible conclusion. She believed that he was mad. What but sudden insanity could have produced so great a change for which it was impossible to imagine a cause?
"If he had been absent from me for some time, and had returned an altered creature, I should not be so much bewildered by the change," Rosamond said to herself; "but the transformation occurred in an hour. He saw no strange visitor, he received no letter. No tidings of any kind could possibly have reached him. He entered my father's sitting room a light hearted, happy man. He came out of it gloomy and miserable. Can I doubt that the change is something more than any ordinary alteration of feeling or character?" Poor Rosamond remembered having heard of the fatal effects of sunstrokes, effects which have sometimes revealed themselves long after the occurrence of the calamity that caused them; and she told herself that the change in George Jernam's nature must needs be the result of such a calamity. She entreated her husband to consult an eminent physician as to the state of his health; but she dared not press her request, so coldly was it received. "Who told you that I was ill?" he asked. "I am not ill. All the physicians in Christendom could do nothing for me." After this, Rosamond could say no more. For worlds she would not have revealed to a stranger her sad suspicion of George Jernam's insanity. She could only pray that Providence would protect and guide him in his roving life. "The excitement and hard work of his existence on board ship may work a cure," she thought, trying to be hopeful. "It is very possible that the calm monotony of a landsman's life may have produced a bad effect upon his brain. I can only trust in Providence. I can only pray night and day for the welfare of him I love so fondly." And so they parted. George Jernam left his wife with sadness in his heart; but it was a kind of sadness in which love had little share.
"I have thought too much of my own happiness," he said to himself, "and I have left my brother's death unavenged. Have I forgotten the time when he carried me along the lonely sea shore in his loving arms? Have I forgotten the years in which he was father, mother, all the world to me? No, by heaven, I have not. The time has come when the one thought of my life must be revenge revenge upon the murderer of my brother, whosoever he may be." CHAPTER XX.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 20, Part 1. On Guard. Mr. Andrew Larkspur, the police officer, took up his abode in Percy Street a week after his interview with Lady Eversleigh. For a fortnight after he became an occupant of the house in which she lived, Honoria received no tidings from him. She knew that he went out early every morning, and that he returned late every night, and this was all that she knew respecting his movements. At the end of the fortnight he came to her late one evening, and begged to be favoured with an audience. "I shall want at least 2 hours of your time, ma'am," he said, "and perhaps you may find it fatiguing to listen to me so late at night. If you'd rather defer the business till to morrow morning—" "I would rather not defer it," answered Lady Eversleigh. "I am ready to listen to you for as long a time as you choose. I have been anxiously expecting some tidings of your movements." "Very likely, ma'am," replied Mr. Larkspur, coolly. "I know you ladies are given to impatience, as well as Berlin wool work, and steel beads, and the pianoforte, and such like. But you see, ma'am, there's not a living creature more unlike a racehorse than a police officer; and it's just like you ladies to expect police officers to be Flying Dutchmen, in a manner of speaking. I've been a hard worker in my time, ma'am, but I've never worked harder, or stuck to my work better, than I have these last 2 weeks; and all I can say is, if I ain't dead beat, it's only because it isn't in circumstances to dead beat me." Lady Eversleigh listened very quietly to this exordium, but a slight nervous twitching of her lips every now and then betrayed her impatience. "I am waiting to hear your news," she said, presently. "And I'm a going to tell it, ma'am, in due course," returned the police officer, drawing a bloated leather book from his pocket, and opening it. "I've got all down here in regular order. First and foremost, the baronet. He's a bad lot, is the baronet." "I do not need to hear that from your lips." "Very likely not, ma'am; but if you set me to watch a gentleman, you must expect I shall form an opinion about him. The baronet has lodgings in Villiers Street, uncommon shabby ones. I went in and took a good survey of him and his lodgings together, in the character of a bootmaker, taking home a pair of boots which was intended for a Mr. Everfield in the next street, says I; and of course Everfield and Eversleigh, being almost the same names, was calculated to lead to inconvenient mistakes. In the character of the bootmaker, Sir Reginald Eversleigh tells me to get out of his room, and be something uncommonly unpleasant, and unfit for the ears of ladies. In the character of the bootmaker, I scrapes acquaintance with a young person employed as a housemaid, and very willing to answer questions, and be drawed out. From the young person employed as housemaid, I gets what I take the liberty to call my ground plan of the baronet's habits, beginning with his late breakfast, consisting chiefly of gunpowder tea and cayenne pepper, and ending with the scroop of his latchkey, to be heard any time from 2 in the morning to daybreak. From the young person employed as housemaid, I discover that my baronet always spends his evenings out of doors, and is known to visit a lady at Fulham very constant, whereby the young person employed as housemaid supposes he is keeping company with her. From the same young person I obtain the lady's address, which piece of information the young person has acquired in the course of taking letters to the post. The lady's address is Hilton House, Fulham. The lady's name has slipped my young person's memory, but is warranted to begin with a D." Mr. Larkspur paused to take breath, and to consult the memoranda in the bloated leather book. "Having ascertained this much, I had done with the young person for the time being," he continued, glibly, "and I felt that my next business would be at Hilton House. Here I presented myself in the character of a twopenny postman; but here I found the servants foreign, and so uncommonly close,
that they might as well have been so many marble monuments, for any good that was to be got out of them. Failing the servants, I fell back upon the neighbours and the tradespeople, and from the neighbours and the tradespeople I find out that my foreign lady's name is Durski, and that my foreign lady gives a party every night, which party is made up of gentlemen. That is queer, to say the least of it, thinks I. A lady who gives a party every night, and whose visitors are all gentlemen, is an uncommonly queer customer. Having found out this much, my mouth watered to find out more; for a man who has his soul in his profession takes a pleasure in his work, ma'am, and if you were to offer to pay such a man double to waste his time, he couldn't do it. I tried the neighbours, and I tried the tradespeople every way, and work 'em how I would, I couldn't get much out of 'em. You see, ma'am, there's scarcely a human habitation within a quarter of a mile of Hilton House; so when I say neighbours, I don't mean neighbours in the common sense of the word. There might be assassination going on every night in Hilton House undiscovered, for there's no one lives near enough to hear the victim's groans; and if there was anything as good for our trade as pork pie making out of murdered human victims going nowadays, ma'am, Hilton House would be the place where I should look for pork pies. Well, I was almost beginning to lose patience, when I sat down in a fancy stationer's shop to rest myself. I sat down in this shop because I was really tired, not with any hope of making use of my time, for I was too far away from Hilton House to expect any luck in the way of information from the gentleman behind the counter. However, when a man has devoted his life to ferreting out information, the habit of ferreting is apt to be very strong upon him. So I pass the time of day to my fancy stationer, and then begins to ferret. Madame Durski at Hilton House yonder is an uncommonly handsome woman, I throw out, by way of an opening. Uncommonly, replies my fancy stationer, by which I perceive he knows her. A customer of yours, perhaps, I throw out, promiscuous. Yes, answers my fancy stationer. A good one, too, I'll be bound, I throw out in a lively conversational way. My fancy stationer smiles, and being accustomed to study smiles, I see significance in his smile. A very good one in some things, replies my fancy stationer, laying a tremendous stress upon the word some. Oh, says I, gilt-edged note-paper and cream-coloured sealing-wax, for instance? I don't sell her a quire of paper in a month, answers my stationer. If she was as fond of writing letters as she is of playing cards, I think it would be better for her. Oh, she's fond of card-playing, is she? I ask. Yes, replies my fancy stationer, I rather think she is. Your hair would stand on end if I were to tell you how many packs of playing cards I've sold her lady companion within the last 3 months. The lady companion comes here at dusk, with a thick black veil over her face, and she thinks I don't know who she is. But I do know her, and know where she lives, and whom she lives with. After this, I buy myself a quire of writing paper, which I don't want, and I wish my fancy stationer good afternoon. Ho, ho! I say to myself when I get outside. I know the meaning of Madame Durski's parties now. Madame Durski's house is a flash gambling crib, and all those fine gentlemen in cabs and broughams go there to play cards.
The mistress of a gaming house, exclaimed Honoria. A fitting companion for Reginald Eversleigh.
Just so, ma'am, and a fitting companion for Mr. Victor Carrington likewise.
Have you found out anything about him? Cried Lady Eversleigh eagerly.
No, ma'am, I haven't. At least, nothing in my way. I've tried his neighbours and his tradespeople also, in the character of a postman, which is respectable, and calculated to inspire confidence. But out of his tradespeople I can get nothing more than the fact that he is a remarkably praiseworthy young man, who pays his debts regular, and is the very best of sons to a highly respectable mother. There's nothing much in that, you know, ma'am.
Hypocrite, murmured Lady Eversleigh. A hypocrite so skilled in the vile arts of hypocrisy that he will contrive to have the world always on his side. And this is all your utmost address has been able to achieve?
All at present, ma'am, but I live in hopes. And now I've got a bit of news about the baronet, which I think will astonish you. I've been improving my acquaintance with a young person employed as housemaid in Villiers Street for the last fortnight, and I find from her that my baronet is on very friendly terms with his first cousin, Mr. Dale, of the Temple."
"Indeed!" exclaimed Honoria. "These two men are the last between whom I should have imagined a friendship impossible."
"Yes, ma'am; but so it is, notwithstanding. Mr. Douglas Dale, barrister at law, dined with his cousin, Sir Reginald, twice last week, and on each occasion the two gentlemen left Villiers Street together in a hack cab between 8 and 9 o'clock. My friend, the housemaid, happened to hear the address given to the cabman on both occasions, and on both occasions the address was Hilton House, Fulham."
"Douglas Dale a gambler!" cried Honoria. "The companion of his infamous cousin! That is indeed ruin."
"Well, certainly, ma'am, it does not seem a very lively prospect for my friend D. answered Mr. Larkspur, with irrepressible flippancy.
"Do you know any more respecting this acquaintance?" asked Honoria.
"Not yet, ma'am, but I mean to know more."
"Watch, then," she cried; "watch those two men. There is danger for Mr. Dale in any association with his cousin, Sir Reginald Eversleigh. Do not forget that. There is peril for him, the deadliest it may be. Watch them, Mr. Larkspur; watch them by day and night."
"I'll do my duty, ma'am, depend upon it," replied the police officer, "and I'll do it well. I take pride in my profession, and to me duty is a pleasure."
"I will trust you."
"You may, ma'am. Oh, by the bye, I must tell you that in this house my name is Andrews. Please remember that, ma'am. Mr. Andrews, lawyer's clerk. The name of Larkspur smells too strong of Bow Street."
Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 20, Part 2. On Guard. The information acquired by Andrew Larkspur was perfectly correct. An intimacy and companionship had arisen between Douglas Dale and his cousin, Reginald Eversleigh, and the two men spent much of their time together. Douglas Dale was still the same simple-minded, true-hearted young man that he had been before his uncle Oswald's death endowed him with an income of £5,000 a year; but with the accession of wealth the necessity for industry ceased, and instead of a hard-working student, Douglas became one of the upper million, who have nothing to think of but the humour of the moment; now Alpine tourist, now Norwegian angler; anon idler in clubs and drawing-rooms; anon book collector, or amateur litterateur. He still occupied chambers in the Temple; he still called himself a barrister; but he had no longer any desire to succeed at the bar. His brother Lionel had become rector of Hallgrove, a village in Dorsetshire, where there was a very fine old church and a very small congregation. It was one of those fat livings which seem only to fall to the lot of rich men. Lionel had the tastes of a typical country gentleman, and he found ample leisure to indulge in his favourite amusement of hunting, after having conscientiously discharged his duties. The poor of Hallgrove had good reason to congratulate themselves on the fact that their rector was a rich man. Mr. Dale's charities seemed almost boundless to his happy parishioners. The rectory was a fine old house, situated in one of those romantic spots which one scarcely hopes to see out of a picture. Hill, wood, and water combined to make the beauty of the landscape, and amid verdant woods and fields the old red brick mansion looked the perfection of an English homestead. It had been originally a manor house, and some portions of it were very old. Douglas Dale called Hallgrove the Happy Valley. Neither of the brothers had yet married, and the barrister paid frequent visits to the rector. He was glad to find repose after the fatigue and excitement of London life. Like his brother, he delighted in the adventures and perils of the hunting field, and he was rarely absent from Hallgrove during the hunting season. In London he had his clubs, and the houses of friends. The manoeuvring mammas of the West End were very glad to welcome Mr. Dale at their parties.
He might have danced with the prettiest girls in London every night of his life, had he pleased. To an unmarried man, with unlimited means and no particular occupation, the pleasures of a life of fashionable amusement are apt to grow weary, flat, stale, and unprofitable after a certain time. Douglas Dale was beginning to be very tired of balls and dinner parties, flower shows and morning concerts, when he happened to meet his cousin, Reginald Eversleigh, at a club to which both men belonged. Eversleigh could make himself very agreeable when he chose, and on this occasion he exerted himself to the utmost to produce a good impression upon the mind of Douglas Dale. Hitherto Douglas had not liked his cousin Reginald, but he now began to fancy that he had been prejudiced against his kinsman. He felt that Reginald had some reason to consider himself ill-used, and, with the impulsive kindness of a generous nature, he was ready to extend the hand of friendship to a man who had been beaten in the battle of life. The two men dined together at their club. They met again and again, sometimes by accident, sometimes by appointment. The club was one at which there was a good deal of quiet gambling amongst scientific whist players; but until his meeting with Reginald Eversleigh, Douglas Dale had never been tempted to take part in a rubber. His habits changed gradually under the influence of his cousin and Victor Carrington. He consented to take a hand at écarté after dinner on one day, on another day to join at a whist party. 3 months after his first meeting with Reginald, he accompanied the baronet to Hilton House, where he was introduced to the beautiful Austrian widow. Sir Reginald Eversleigh played his cards very cautiously. It was only after he had instilled a taste for gambling into his kinsman's breast that he ventured to introduce him to the fashionable gaming house presided over by Paulina Durski. The introduction had a sinister effect upon his destiny. He had passed unscathed through the furnace of London life. Many women had sought to obtain power over him, but his heart was still in his own keeping when he first crossed the threshold of Hilton House. He saw Paulina Durski and loved her. He loved her from the very first with a deep and faithful affection, as far above the selfish fancy of Reginald Eversleigh as the heaven is above the earth. But she was no longer mistress of her heart. That was given to the man whose baseness she knew, and whom she loved despite her better reason. Sir Reginald speedily discovered the state of his cousin's feelings. He had laid his plans for this result. Douglas Dale, as the adoring slave of Madame Durski, would be an easy dupe, and much of Sir Oswald's wealth might yet enrich his disinherited nephew. Victor Carrington looked on, and shared his spoils, but he watched Eversleigh's schemes with a half contemptuous air. "You think you are doing wonders, my dear Reginald," he said; "and certainly by means of Mr. Dale's losses you and I contrive to live, to say nothing of our dear Madame Durski, who comes in for her share of the plunder. But after all, what is it? A few hundred more or less, at the best. I think you may by and by play a better and deeper game than that, Reginald, and I think I can show you how to play it." "I do not want to be mixed up in any more of your schemes," answered Sir Reginald. "I have had enough of them. What have they done for me?" The two men were seated in Sir Reginald's dingy sitting-room in Villiers Street when this conversation took place. They were sitting opposite to each other, with a little table between them. Victor Carrington rested his folded arms upon the table, and leaned across them, looking full in the face of his companion. "Look you, Reginald Eversleigh," he said, "because I have failed once, there is no reason that I am to fail always. The devil himself conspired against me last time, but the day will come when I shall have the devil on my side. It is yet on the cards for you to become owner of 10,000 a year, and it shall be my business to make you owner of that income." "Stay, Carrington. Do you think I would permit—" "I ask your permission for nothing. I know you to be a weak and wavering coward, who of your own volition would never rise from the level of a ruined spendthrift and penniless vagabond. You forget, perhaps, that I hold a bond which gives me an interest in your fortunes. I do not forget. When my own wisdom counsels action, I shall act, without asking your advice. If I am successful, you will thank me. If I fail, you will reproach me for my folly. That is the way of the world. And now let us change the subject. When do you go down to Dorsetshire with your cousin, Douglas Dale?" "Why do you ask me that question?" "My curiosity is only prompted by a friendly interest in your welfare, and that of your relations. You are going to hunt with Lionel Dale, are you not?" "Yes; he has invited me to spend the remainder of the hunting season with him." "At his brother's request, I believe?" "Precisely. I have not met Lionel since my uncle's funeral, as you know." Sir Reginald pronounced these last words with considerable hesitation. "Douglas spends Christmas with his brother, and Douglas wishes me to join the party. In order to gratify this wish, Lionel has written me a very friendly letter, inviting me down to Hallgrove Rectory, and I have accepted the invitation." "Nothing could be more natural. There is some talk of your buying a hunter for Lionel, is there not, by the bye?" "Yes. They know I am a tolerable judge of horseflesh, and Douglas wishes me to get his brother a good mount for the winter." "When is the animal to be chosen?" asked Victor, carelessly. "Immediately. We go down to Hallgrove next week. I shall select the horse whenever I can get Douglas to go with me to the dealers, and send him down to get used to his new quarters before his hard work begins." "Good. Let me know when you are going to the horse dealers. But if you see me there, take no notice of me beyond a nod, and be careful not to attract Douglas Dale's attention to me, or introduce me to him." "What do you mean by that?" asked Reginald, looking suspiciously at his companion. "What should I mean, except what I say? I do not see how even your imagination can fancy any dark meaning lurking beneath the commonplace desire to waste an afternoon in a visit to a horse dealer's yard." "My dear Carrington, forgive me," exclaimed Reginald. "I am irritable and impatient. I cannot forget the misery of those last days at Raynham." "Yes," answered Victor Carrington, "the misery of failure." No more was said between the two men. The sway which the powerful intellect of the surgeon exercised over the weaker nature of his friend was omnipotent. Reginald Eversleigh feared Victor Carrington, and there was something more than this ever-present fear in his mind. There was the lurking hope that, by means of Carrington's scheming, he should yet obtain the wealth he had forfeited. The conversation above recorded took place on the day after Mr. Larkspur's interview with Honoria. 3 days afterwards, Reginald Eversleigh and his cousin met at the club, for the purpose of going together to inspect the hunters on sale at Mr. Spavin's repository, in the Brompton Road. Dale's mail phaeton was waiting before the door of the club, and he drove his cousin down to the repository. Mr. Spavin was one of the most fashionable horse dealers of that day. A man who could not afford to give a handsome price had but a small chance of finding himself suited at Mr. Spavin's repository. For a poor customer, the horse dealer felt nothing but contempt. Half a dozen horsey looking men came out of the stables, loose boxes, and harness rooms to attend upon the gentleman, whose dashing mail phaeton and stylish groom commanded the respect of the whole yard. The great Mr. Spavin himself emerged from his counting house to ask the pleasure of his customers. "Carriage horses, sir, or hacks?" he asked. "That's a very fine pair in the break yonder, if you want anything showy for a mail phaeton. They've been exercising in the park. All blood, sir, and not an ounce too much bone. A pair of horses that would do credit to a duke." Reginald asked to see Mr. Spavin's hunters, and the grooms and keepers were soon busy trotting out noble-looking creatures for the inspection of the 3 gentlemen. There was a tan gallop at the bottom of the yard, and up and down this the animals were paraded. Douglas Dale was much interested in the choice of the horse which he intended to present to his brother, and he discussed the merits of the different hunters with Sir Reginald Eversleigh, whose eye had lighted, within a minute of their entrance, upon Victor Carrington. The surgeon stood at a little distance from them, absorbed by the scene before him; but it was to be observed that his attention was given less to the horses than the men who brought them out of their boxes. At one of these men he looked with peculiar intensity, and this man was certainly not calculated to attract the observation of a stranger by any personal advantages of his own. He was a wizened little man, with red hair, a bullet-shaped head, and small rat-like eyes. This man had very little to do with the display of the horses; but once, when there was a pause in the business, he opened the door of a loose box, went in, and presently emerged, leading a handsome bay, whose splendid head was reared in a defiant attitude, as the fiery eyeballs surveyed the yard. "Isn't that Wild Buffalo?" asked Mr. Spavin. "Yes, sir." "Then you ought to know better than to bring him out," exclaimed the horse dealer, angrily. "These gentlemen want a horse that a Christian can ride, and the Buffalo isn't fit to be ridden by a Christian, not yet a while, at any rate. I mean to take the devil out of him before I've done with him, though," added Mr. Spavin, casting a vindictive glance at the horse. "He is rather a handsome animal," said Sir Reginald Eversleigh. "Oh, yes, he's handsome enough," answered the dealer. "His looks are no discredit to him; but handsome is as handsome does, that's my motter; and if I'd known the temper of that beast when Captain Chesterly offered him to me, I'd have seen the captain farther before I consented to buy him. However, there he is. I've got him, and I must make the best of him. But Jack Spavin is not the man to sell such a beast to a customer until the wickedness is taken out of him. When the wickedness is taken out of him, he'll be at your service, gentlemen, with Jack Spavin's best wishes." The horse was taken back to his box. Victor watched the animal and the groom with an intensely earnest gaze as they disappeared from his sight. "That's a curious looking fellow, that groom of yours," Sir Reginald said to the horse dealer. "What, Hawkins? Jim Hawkins? Yes, his looks won't make his fortune. He's a hard working fellow enough in his way, but he's something like the horse in the matter of temper. But I think I've taken the devil out of him," said Mr. Spavin, with an ominous crack of his heavy riding whip. More horses were brought out, examined, discussed, and taken back to their boxes. Mr. Spavin knew he had to deal with a good customer, and he wished to show off the resources of his stable. "Bring out Niagara," he said presently, and in a few minutes a groom emerged from one of the stables, leading a magnificent bay. "Now, gentlemen," said Mr. Spavin, "that animal is own brother to Wild Buffalo, and if it had not been for my knowledge of that animal's merits, I should never have bought the Buffalo. Now, there's apt to be a good deal of difference between human beings of the same family, but perhaps you'd hardly believe the difference there can be between horses of the same blood. That animal is as sweet a temper as you'd wish to have in a horse, and Buffalo is a devil. Yet, if you were to see the two horses side by side, you'd scarcely know which was which." "Indeed!" exclaimed Sir Reginald. "I should like, for the curiosity of the thing, to see the two animals together." Mr. Spavin gave his orders, and presently Jim Hawkins, the queer looking groom, brought out Wild Buffalo. The two horses were indeed exactly alike in all physical attributes, and the man who could have distinguished one from the other must have had a very keen eye. "There they are, gents, as like as two peas, and if it weren't for a small splash of white on the inner side of Buffalo's left hock, there's very few men in my stable could tell one from the other." Victor Carrington, observing that Dale was talking to the horse dealer, drew near the animal with the air of an interested stranger, and stooped to examine the white mark. It was a patch about as large as a crown piece. "Niagara seems a fine creature," he said. "Yes," replied a groom. "I don't think there's many better horses in the place than Niagara." When Douglas Dale returned to the examination of the two horses, Victor Carrington drew Sir Reginald aside, unperceived by Dale. "I want you to choose the horse Niagara for Lionel Dale," he said, when they were beyond the hearing of Douglas. "Why that horse in particular?" "Never mind why," returned Carrington, impatiently. "You can surely do as much as that to oblige me." "Be it so," answered Sir Reginald, with assumed carelessness. "The horse seems a good one." There was a little more talk and consultation, and then Douglas Dale asked his cousin which horse he liked best among those they had seen. "Well, upon my word, if you ask my opinion, I think there is no better horse than that bay they call Niagara; and if you and Spavin can agree as to price, you may settle the business without further hesitation." Douglas Dale acted immediately upon the baronet's advice. He went into Mr. Spavin's little counting house, and wrote a cheque for the price of the horse on the spot, much to that gentleman's satisfaction. While Douglas Dale was writing this cheque, Victor Carrington waited in the yard outside the counting house. He took this opportunity of addressing Hawkins, the groom. "I want a job done in your line," he said, "and I think you'd be just the man to manage it for me. Have you any spare time?" "I've an hour or two now and then of a night, after my work's over," answered the man. "At what time and where are you to be met with after your work?" "Well, sir, my own home is too poor a place for a gentleman like you to come to; but if you don't object to a public, and a very respectable public, too, in its way, there's the Goat and Compasses, 3 doors down the little street as you'll see on your left as you leave this here yard, walking towards London." "Yes, yes," interrupted Victor, impatiently; "you are to be found at the Goat and Compasses?" "I mostly am, sir, after 9 o'clock of an evening, summer and winter." "That will do," exclaimed Victor, with a quick glance at the door of the counting house. "I will see you at the Goat and Compasses to night at 9. Hush!" Eversleigh and his cousin were just emerging from the counting house as Victor Carrington gave the groom a warning gesture. "Mum's the word," muttered the man. Sir Reginald Eversleigh and Douglas Dale took their places in the phaeton, and drove away. Victor Carrington arrived at 8:30 at the Goat and Compasses, a shabby little public house in a shabby little street. Here he found Mr. Hawkins lounging in the bar, waiting for him, and beguiling the time by consumption of a glass of gin. "There's no one in the parlour, sir," said Hawkins, as he recognized Mr. Carrington; "and if you'll step in there, we shall be quite private. I suppose there ain't no objection to this gent and me stepping into the parlour, is there, Maria?" Mr. Hawkins asked of a young lady in a very smart cap, who officiated as barmaid. "Well, you ain't a parlour customer in general, Mr. Hawkins; but I suppose if the gent wants to speak to you, there'll be no objection to your making free with the parlour promiscuous," answered the damsel, with supreme condescension. "And if the gent has any orders to give, I'm ready to take 'em," she added, pertly. Victor Carrington ordered a pint of brandy. The parlour was a dingy little apartment, very much the worse for stale tobacco smoke, and adorned with gaudy racing prints. Here Mr. Carrington seated himself, and told his companion to take the place opposite him. "Fill yourself a glass of brandy," he said; and Mr. Hawkins was not slow to avail himself of the permission. "Now, I'm a man who does not care to beat about the bush, my friend Hawkins," said Victor, "so I'll come to business at once. I've taken a fancy to that bay horse, Wild Buffalo, and I should like to have him; but I'm not a rich man, and I can't afford a high price for my fancy. What I've been thinking, Hawkins, is that, with your help, I might get Wild Buffalo a bargain." "Well, I should rather flatter myself you might, guv'nor," answered the groom, coolly; "an uncommon good bargain, or an uncommon bad one, according to the working out of circumstances. But between friends, supposing that you was me, and supposing that I was you, you know I wouldn't have him at no price. No, not if Spavin sold him to you for nothing, and threw you in a handsome pair of tops and a bit of pink gratis likewise." Mr. Hawkins had taken a second glass of brandy by this time, and the brandy provided by Victor Carrington, taken in conjunction with the gin purchased by himself, was beginning to produce a lively effect upon his spirits. "The horse is a dangerous animal to handle, then?" asked Victor. "When you can ride a flash of lightning, and hold that well in hand, you may be able to ride Wild Buffalo, guv'nor," answered the groom, sententiously; "but till you've got your hand in with a flash of lightning, I wouldn't recommend you to throw your leg across the Buffalo." "Come, come," remonstrated Victor; "a good rider could manage the brute, surely." "Not the cove as drove a mail phaeton and pair in the skies, and was chucked out of it, which served him right. Not even that skylarking cove could hold in the Buffalo. He's got a mouth made of cast iron, and there ain't a curb made, work 'em how you will, that's any more to him than a lady's bonnet ribbon. He got a good name for his jumping as a steeplechaser; but when he'd been the death of 3 jocks and 2 gentlemen riders, folks began to get rather shy of him and his jumping; and then Captain Chesterly come and planted him on my guv'nor, which more fool my guv'nor to take him at any price, says I. And now, sir, I've stood your friend, and give you an honest warning, and perhaps it ain't going too far to say that I've saved your life, in a manner of speaking. So I hope you'll bear in mind that I'm a poor man with a fambly, and that I can't afford to waste my time in giving good advice to strange gents for nothing." Victor Carrington took out his purse, and handed Mr. Hawkins a sovereign. A look of positive rapture mingled with the habitual cunning of the groom's countenance as he received this donation. "I call that handsome, guv'nor," he exclaimed, "and I ain't above saying so. Take another glass of brandy, Hawkins." "Thank you kindly, sir. I don't care if I do," answered the groom; and again he replenished his glass with the coarse and fiery spirit. "I've given you that sovereign because I believe you are an honest fellow," said the surgeon; "but, in spite of the bad character you have given the 'Buffalo,' I should like to get him." "Well, I'm blessed!" exclaimed Mr. Hawkins; "and you don't look like a horsey gent either, guv'nor." "I am not a horsey gent. I don't want the 'Buffalo' for myself. I want him for a hunting friend. If you can get me the brute a dead bargain, say for £20, and can get a week's holiday to bring him down to my friend's place in the country, I'll give you a £5 note for your trouble." The eyes of Mr. Hawkins glittered with the greed of gold as Victor Carrington said this; but eager as he was to secure the tempting prize, he did not reply very quickly. "Well, you see, guv'nor, I don't think Mr. Spavin would consent to sell the 'Buffalo' yet awhile. He'd be afraid of mischief, you know. He's a very stiff 'un, is Spavin, and he comes it uncommon bumptious about his character, and so on. I really don't think he'd sell the 'Buffalo' till he's broke, and the deuce knows how long it may take to break him." "Oh, nonsense! Spavin would be glad to get rid of the beast, depend upon it. You've only got to say you want him for a friend of yours, a jockey, who'll break him in better than any of Spavin's people could do it." James Hawkins rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Well, perhaps if I put it in that way it might answer," he said, after a meditative pause. "I think Spavin might sell him to a jock, where he would not part with him to a gentleman. I know he'd be uncommon glad to get rid of the brute." "Very well, then," returned Victor Carrington. "You manage matters well, and you'll be able to earn your fiver. Be sure you don't let Spavin think it's a gentleman who's sweet upon the horse. Do you think you are able to manage the business?" The groom laid his finger on his nose, and winked significantly. "I've managed more difficult businesses than that, guv'nor," he said. "When do you want the animal?" "Immediately." "Could you make it convenient to slip down here to morrow night, or shall I wait upon you at your house, guv'nor?" "I will come here to morrow night at 9." "Very good, guv'nor; in which case you shall hear news of Wild Buffalo; but all I hope is, when you do present him to your friend, you'll present the address card of a respectable undertaker at the same time." "I am not afraid." "As you please, sir. You are the individual what comes down with the dibs, and you are the individual what's entitled to make your choice." Victor Carrington saw that the brandy had by this time exercised a potent influence over Mr. Spavin's groom; but he had full confidence in the man's power to do what he wanted done. James Hawkins was gifted with that low cunning which peculiarly adapts a small villain for the service of a greater villain. At 9 o'clock on the following evening the two met again at the "Goat and Compasses." This time their interview was very brief and businesslike. "Have you succeeded?" asked Victor. "I have, guv'nor, like 1 o'clock. Mr. Spavin will take 25 guineas from my friend the jock, but wouldn't sell the 'Buffalo' to a gentleman on no account." "Here is the money," answered Victor, handing the groom 5 bank notes for £5 each, and 25 shillings in gold and silver. "Have you asked for a holiday?" "No, guv'nor, because, between you and me, I don't suppose I should get it if I did ask. I shall make so bold as to take it without asking, sham ill, and send my wife to say as I'm laid up in bed at home, and can't come to work." "Hawkins, you are a diplomatist," exclaimed Victor; "and now I'll make short work of my instructions. There's a bit of paper, with the name of the place to which you're to take the animal, Frimley Common, Dorsetshire. You'll start to morrow at daybreak, and travel as quickly as you can without taking the spirit out of the horse. I want him to be fresh when he reaches my friend." Mr. Hawkins gave a sinister laugh. "Don't you be afraid of that, sir. Wild Buffalo will be fresh enough, you may depend," he said. "I hope he may," replied Carrington, calmly. "When you reach Frimley Common, it's little more than a village. Go to the best inn you find there, and wait till you either see me or hear from me. You understand?" "Yes, guv'nor." "Good. And now, good night." With this Carrington left the "Goat and Compasses," As he went out of the public house, an elderly man, in the dress of a mechanic, who had been lounging in the bar, followed him into the street, and kept behind him until he entered Hyde Park, to cross to the Edgware Road. There the man fell back and left him. "He's going home, I suppose," muttered the man, "and there's nothing more for me to do to night." End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Chapter 21 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 21. Down in Dorsetshire. There were 2 inns in the High Street of Frimley. The days of mail coaches were not yet over, and the glory of country inns had not entirely departed. Several coaches passed through Frimley in the course of the day, and many passengers stopped to eat and drink and refresh themselves at the quaint old hostelries. But it was not often that the old-fashioned bedchambers were occupied, even for one night, by any one but a commercial traveller; and it was a still rarer occurrence for a visitor to linger for any time at Frimley. There was nothing to see in the place, and any one travelling for pleasure would have chosen rather to stay in the more picturesque village of Hallgrove. It was, therefore, a matter of considerable surprise to the landlady of the Rose and Crown, when a lady and her maid alighted from the Highflyer coach and demanded apartments, which they would be likely to occupy for a week or more. The lady was so plainly attired, in a dress and cloak of dark woollen stuff, and the simplest of black velvet bonnets, that it was only by her distinguished manner, and especially graceful bearing, that Mrs. Tippets, the landlady, was able to perceive any difference between the mistress and the maid. "I am travelling in Dorsetshire for my health," said the lady, who was no other than Honoria Eversleigh, "and the quiet of this place suits me. You will be good enough to prepare rooms for myself and my maid." "You would like your maid's bedroom to be adjoining your own, no doubt, madam?" hazarded the landlady. "No," answered Honoria, "I do not wish that. I prefer entire privacy in my own apartment." "As you please, madam. We have plenty of bedrooms." The landlady of the Rose and Crown ushered her visitors into the best sitting room the house afforded, an old-fashioned apartment, with a wide fireplace, high wooden mantelpiece, and heavily timbered ceiling; a room which seemed to belong to the past rather than the present. Lady Eversleigh sat by the table in a thoughtful attitude, while the fire was being lighted, and a tray of tea things arranged for that refreshment which is most welcome of all others to an Englishwoman. Jane Payland stood by the opposite angle of the mantelpiece, watching her mistress with a countenance almost as thoughtful as that of Honoria herself. It was in the wintry dusk that these 2 travellers arrived at Frimley. Jane Payland walked to one of the narrow, old-fashioned windows, and looked out into the street, where lights were burning dimly here and there. "What a strange old place, ma'am," she said. Honoria had forbidden her to say "my lady" since their departure from Raynham. "Yes," her mistress answered, absently, "it is a world-forgotten old place." "But the rest and change will no doubt be beneficial, ma'am," said Miss Payland, in her most insinuating tone; "and I am sure you must require change and fresh country air, after being pent up in a London street." Lady Eversleigh shook off her abstraction of manner, and turned towards her servant with a calm, serious gaze. "I want change of scene, and the fresh breath of country air, Jane," she said, gravely; "but it is not for those I came to Frimley, and you know that it is not. Why should we try to deceive each other? The purpose of my life is a very grave one. The secret of my coming and going is a very bitter secret, and if I do not choose to share it with you, I withhold nothing that you need care to know. Let me play my part unwatched and unquestioned. You will find yourself well rewarded by and by for your forbearance and devotion. Be faithful to me, my good girl, but do not try to discover the motive of my actions, and believe, even when they seem most strange to you, that they are justified by one great purpose." Jane Payland's eyelids drooped before the serious and penetrating gaze of her mistress. "You may feel sure of my being faithful, ma'am," she answered, promptly; "and as to curiosity,
I should be the very last creature upon this earth to try to pry into your secrets." Honoria made no reply to this protestation. She took her tea in silence, and seemed as if weighed down by grave and anxious thoughts. After tea she dismissed Jane, who retired to the bedroom allotted to her, which had been made very comfortable, and enlivened by a wood fire that blazed cheerily in the wide grate. Jane Payland's bedroom opened out of a corridor, at the end of which was the door of the sitting room occupied by Honoria. Jane was, therefore, able to keep watch upon all who went to and fro from the sitting room to the other part of the house. She sat with her door a little way open for this purpose. "My lady expects some one to night, I know," she thought to herself, as she seated herself at a little table, and began some piece of fancy work. She had observed that during tea Lady Eversleigh had twice looked at her watch. Why should she be so anxious about the time, if she were not awaiting some visitor, or message, or letter? For a long time Jane Payland waited, and watched, and listened, without avail. No one went along the corridor to the blue parlour, except the chambermaid who removed the tea things. Jane looked at her own watch, and found that it was past 9 o'clock. "Surely my lady can have no visitor to night," she thought. A quarter of an hour after this, she was startled by the creaking sound of a footstep on the uncarpeted floor of the corridor. She rose hastily and softly from her chair, crept to the door, and peeped out into the passage. As she did so, she saw a man approaching, dressed like a countryman, in a clumsy frieze coat, and with his chin so muffled in a woollen scarf, and his felt hat drawn so low over his eyes, that there was nothing visible of him but the end of a long nose. That long, beak-like nose seemed strangely familiar to Miss Payland, and yet she could not tell where she had seen it before. The countryman went straight to the blue parlour, opened the door, and went in. The door closed behind him, and then Jane Payland heard the faint sound of voices within the apartment. It was evident that this countryman was Lady Eversleigh's expected guest. Jane's wonderment was redoubled by this extraordinary proceeding. "What does it all mean?" she asked herself. "Is this man some humble relation of my lady's? Every one knows that her birth was obscure, but no one can tell where she came from. Perhaps this is her native place, and it is to see her own people she comes here." Jane was obliged to be satisfied with this explanation, for no other was within her reach. But it did not altogether allay her curiosity. The interview between Lady Eversleigh and her visitor was a long one. It was 10:30 before the strange-looking countryman quitted the blue parlour. This occurred 3 days before Christmas Day. On the following evening another stranger arrived at Frimley by the mail coach, which passed through the quiet town at about 7 o'clock. This traveller did not patronize the Rose and Crown Inn, though the coach changed horses at that hostelry. He alighted from the outside of the coach while it stood before the door of the Rose and Crown, waited until his small valise had been fished out of the boot, and then departed through the falling snow, carrying this valise, which was his only luggage. He walked at a rapid pace to the other end of the long straggling street, where there was a humbler inn, called the Cross Keys. Here he entered, and asked for a bedroom, with a good fire, and something or other in the way of supper. It was not till he had entered the room that the traveller took off the rough outer coat, the collar of which had almost entirely concealed his face. When he did so, he revealed the sallow countenance of Victor Carrington, and the flashing black eyes, which to-night shone with a peculiar brightness. After he had eaten a hasty meal, he went out into the inn-yard, despite the fast-falling snow, to smoke a cigar, he said, to one of the servants whom he encountered on his way. He had not been long in the yard when a man emerged from one of the adjacent buildings, and approached him in a slow and stealthy manner. "All right, guv'nor," said the man, in a low voice. "I've been on the look out for you for the last 2 days." The man was Jim Hawkins, Mr. Spavin's groom. "Is Wild Buffalo here?" asked Victor. "Yes, sir, as safe and as comfortable as if he'd been foaled here." "And none the worse for his journey?" "Not a bit of it, sir.
I brought him down by easy stages, knowing you wanted him kept fresh; and fresh he is, uncommon. Perhaps you'd like to have a look at him?" "I should." The groom led Mr. Carrington to a loose box, and the surgeon had the pleasure of beholding the bay horse by the uncertain light of a stable lantern. The animal was, indeed, a noble specimen of his race. It was only in the projecting eyeball, the dilated nostril, the defiant carriage of the head, that his evil temper exhibited itself. Victor Carrington stood at a little distance from him, contemplating him in silence for some minutes. "Have you ever noticed that spot?" asked Victor presently, pointing to the white patch inside the animal's hock. "Well, sir, one can't help noticing it when one knows where to look for it, though perhaps a stranger mightn't see it. That there spot's a kind of blemish, you see, to my mind; for if it wasn't for that, the brute wouldn't have a white hair about him." "That's just what I've been thinking," answered Victor. "Now, my friend is just the sort of man to turn up his nose at a horse with anything in the way of a blemish about him, especially if he sees it before he has tried the animal, and found out his merits. But I've hit upon a plan for getting the better of him, and I want you to carry it out for me." "I'm your man, guv'nor, whatever it is." The surgeon produced a vial from his pocket, and with the vial a small painter's brush. "In this bottle there's a brown dye," he said, "and I want you to paint the white spot with that brown dye after you've groomed the buffalo, so that whenever my friend comes to claim the horse, the brute may be ready for him. You must apply the dye 3 or 4 times, at short intervals. It's a pretty fast one, and it'll take a good many pails of water to wash it out." Jim Hawkins laughed heartily at the idea of this manoeuvre. "Why, you are a rare deep one, guv'nor," he exclaimed. "That there game is just like the canary dodge, what they do so well down 7 Dials way. You catches your sparrow, and you paints him a lively yeller, and then you sells him to your innocent customer for the finest canary as ever wobbled in the grove. A little apt to be mopish at first, but warranted to sing beautiful as soon as ever he gets used to his new master and missus. And oh, don't he just sing beautiful? Not at all, neither. There's the bottle, Hawkins, and there's the brush. You know what you've got to do." "All right, guv'nor." "Good night, then," said Victor, as he left the stable. He did not stay to finish his cigar under the fast falling snow, but walked back to his own room, where he slept soundly. He was astir very early the next morning. He went downstairs after breakfasting in his own room, saw the landlord, and hired a good strong horse, commonly used by the proprietor of the Cross Keys on all his journeys to and from the market town and outlying villages. Victor Carrington mounted this horse, and rode across the common to the village of Hallgrove. He stopped to give his horse a drink of water before a village inn, and while stopping to do this he asked a few questions of the hostler. "Whereabouts is Hallgrove Rectory?" he asked. "About 1/4 of a mile farther on, sir," answered the man. "You can't miss it if you keep along that road. A big red house by the side of a river." "Thanks. This is a great place for hunting, isn't it?" "Yes, that it be, sir. The Horsley foxhounds are almost always meeting somewheres about here." "When do they meet next?" "The day after to morrow, Boxing Day, sir. They're to meet in the field by Hallgrove Ferry, 1.25 miles beyond the rectory, at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's to be a regular grand day's sport, I've heard say. Our rector is to ride a new horse, what's been given to him by his brother." "Indeed!" "Yes, sir. I were down at the rectory stables yesterday afternoon, and see the animal. A splendid bay, rising 16 hands." Carrington turned his horse's head in the direction of Hallgrove Rectory. He knew enough of the character of Lionel Dale to be aware that no opposition would be made to his loitering about the premises. He rolled boldly up to the door, and asked for the rector. He was out, the servant said; but would the gentleman walk in and wait, or would he leave his name? Mr. Dale would be in soon. He had gone out with Captain and Miss Graham. Victor Carrington smiled involuntarily as he heard mention made of Lydia. "So you are here, too," he thought. "It is just as well you should not see me on this occasion, as I am not helping your game now, as I did in the case of Sir Oswald, but spoiling it." No, the stranger gentleman thanked the man. He would not wait to see Mr. Dale. He had carefully ascertained that he was out before riding up to the house; but if the servant would show him the way, he would be glad to get out on the lower road. He understood the rectory grounds opened upon it, at a little distance from the house. Certainly the man could show him. Nothing easier. If the gentleman would take the path to the left, and the turn by the shrubbery, he would pass by the stables, and the lower road lay straight before him. Victor Carrington complied with these directions; but his after conduct did not bear out the impression of his being in a hurry, which his words and manner had conveyed to the footman. It was at least an hour after he had held the above mentioned colloquy, when Victor Carrington, having made himself thoroughly acquainted with the topography of the rector's premises, issued from a side gate, and took the lower road leading back to Frimley. Then he went straight to the stable yard, saw Mr. Spavin's groom, and dismissed him. "I shall take the 'Buffalo' down to my friend's place this afternoon," he said to Hawkins. "Here's your money, and you can get back to London as soon as you like. I think my friend will be very well pleased with his bargain." "Ay, ay," said Mr. Hawkins, whose repeated potations of execrable brandy had rendered him tolerably indifferent to all that passed around him, and who was actuated by no other feeling than a lively desire to obtain the future favours of a liberal employer. "He's got to take care of hisself, and we've got to take care of ourselves, and that's all about it." And then Mr. Hawkins, with something additional to the stipulated reward in his pocket, and a pint bottle of his favourite stimulant to refresh him on the way, took himself off, and Carrington saw no more of him. The people about the inn saw very little of Carrington, but it was with some surprise that the ostler received his directions to saddle the horse which stood in the stable, just when the last gleam of the short winter's daylight was dying out on Christmas Day. Carrington had not stirred beyond the precincts of the inn all the morning and afternoon. The strange visitor was all uninfluenced either by the devotional or the festive aspects of the season. He was quite alone, and as he sat in his cheerless little bedroom at the small country inn, and brooded, now over a pocket volume, thickly noted in his small neat handwriting, now over the plans which were so near their accomplishment, he exulted in that solitude. He gave loose to the cynicism which was the chief characteristic of his mind. He cursed the folly of the idiots for whom Christmas time had any special meaning, and secretly worshipped his own idols, money and power. The horse was brought to him, and Carrington mounted him without any difficulty, and rode away in the gathering gloom. Wild Buffalo gave him no trouble, and he began to feel some misgivings as to the truth of the exceedingly bad character he had received with the animal. Supposing he should not be the unmanageable devil he was represented, supposing all his schemes came to grief, what then? Why, then, there were other ways of getting rid of Lionel Dale, and he should only be the poorer by the purchase of a horse. On the other hand, Wild Buffalo, plodding along a heavy country road, almost in the dark, and after the probably not too honestly dispensed feeding of a village inn, which Carrington had not personally superintended, was no doubt a very different animal to what he might be expected to prove himself in the hunting field. Pondering upon these probabilities, Victor Carrington rode slowly on towards Hallgrove. He had taken accurate observations. He had nicely calculated time and place. All the servants, tenants, and villagers were gathered together under Lionel Dale's hospitable roof. To the feasting had succeeded games and story-telling, and the absorbing gossip of such a reunion. That which Victor Carrington had come to do, he did successfully, and when he returned to his inn, and gave over his horse to the care of the ostler, no one but he, not even the man who was there listening to every word spoken among the servants at the rectory, and eagerly scanning every face there, knew that Niagara was in the inn stable, and Wild Buffalo in the stall at Hallgrove. CHAPTER XXI. Chapter 22, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 22, Part 1. Arch traitor within, arch plotter without. The guests at Hallgrove Rectory this Christmas time were Douglas Dale, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, a lady and gentleman called Mordaunt, and their two pretty fair-faced daughters, and two other old friends of the rector's, one of whom is very familiar to us. Those two were Gordon Graham and his sister Lydia, the woman whose envious hatred had aided in that vile scheme by which Sir Oswald Eversleigh's happiness had been suddenly blighted. The Dales and Gordon Graham had been intimate from boyhood, when they had been schoolfellows at Eton. Since Sir Oswald's death had enriched the two brothers, Gordon Graham had taken care that his acquaintance with them should not be allowed to lapse, but should rather be strengthened. It was by means of his manoeuvring that the invitation for Christmas had been given, and that he and his sister were comfortably domiciled for the winter season beneath the rector's hospitable roof. Gordon Graham had been very anxious to secure this invitation. Every day that passed made him more and more anxious that his sister should make a good marriage. Her 30th birthday was alarmingly near at hand. Careful as she was of her good looks, the day must soon come when her beauty would fade, and she would find herself among the ranks of confirmed old maids. If Gordon Graham found her a burden now, how much greater burden would she be to him then? As the cruel years stole by, and brought her no triumph, no success, her temper grew more imperious, while the quarrels which marred the harmony of the brother and sister's affection became more frequent and more violent. Beyond this one all-sufficient reason, Gordon Graham had his own selfish motives for seeking to secure his sister a rich husband. The purse of a wealthy brother-in-law must of course be always more or less open to himself, and he was not the man to refrain from obtaining all he could from such a source. In Lionel Dale he saw a man who would be the easy victim of a woman's fascinations, the generous dupe of an adventurer. Lionel Dale was, therefore, the prize which Lydia should try to win. The brother and sister were in the habit of talking to each other very plainly. "Now, Lydia," said the captain, after he had read Lionel Dale's letter for the young lady's benefit, "it will be your fault if you do not come back from Hallgrove the affianced wife of this man. There was a time when you might have tried for heavier stakes, but at 30, a husband with 5,000 a year is not to be sneezed at." "You need not be so fond of reminding me of my age," Lydia returned with a look of anger. "You seem to forget that you are 5 years my senior." "I forget nothing, my dear girl; but there is no parallel between your case and mine. For a man, age is nothing; for a woman, everything; and I regret to be obliged to remember that you are approaching your 30th birthday. Fortunately, you don't look more than 27, and I really think if you play your cards well, you may secure this country rector. A country rector is not much for a woman who has set her cap at a duke, but he is better than nothing; and as the case is really growing rather desperate, you must play your cards with unusual discrimination this time, Lydia. You must, upon my word." "I am tired of playing my cards," answered Miss Graham, contemptuously. "It seems as if life was always to be a losing game for me, let me play my cards how I will. I begin to think there is a curse upon me, and that no act of mine will ever prosper. Who was that man in your Greek play who guessed some inane conundrum, and was always getting into trouble afterwards? I begin to think there really is a fatality in these things." She turned away from her brother impatiently, and seated herself at her piano. She played a few bars of a waltz with a listless air, while the captain lighted a cigar, and stepped out upon the little balcony overhanging the dull, foggy street. The brother and sister occupied lodgings in one of the narrow streets of Mayfair. The apartments were small, shabbily furnished, inconvenient, and expensive; but the situation was irreproachable, and the haughty Lydia could only exist in an irreproachable situation. Captain Graham finished his cigar and went out to his club, leaving his sister alone, discontented, gloomy, sullen, to get through the day as best she might.
The time had been when the prospect of a visit to Hallgrove Rectory would have seemed very pleasant to her; but that time was gone. The haughty spirit was soured by disappointment, the selfish nature embittered by defeat. There was a glass over the mantelpiece. Lydia leaned her arms upon the marble slab, and contemplated the dark face in the mirror. It was a handsome face, but a cloud of sullen pride obscured its beauty. "I shall never prosper," she said, as she looked at herself. "There is some mysterious ban upon me and on my beauty. All my life I have been passed by for the sake of women in every attribute my inferiors. If I was unloved in the freshness of my youth and beauty, how can I expect to be loved now, when youth is past and beauty is on the wane? And yet my brother expects me to go through the old stage play, in the futile hope of winning a rich husband." She shrugged her shoulders with a contemptuous gesture, and turned away from the glass. But although she affected to despise her brother's schemes, she was not slow to lend herself to them. She went out that morning, and walked to her milliner's house. There was a long and rather an unpleasant interview between the milliner and her customer, for Lydia Graham had sunk deeper in the mire of debt with every passing year, and it was only by the payment of occasional sums of money on account that she contrived to keep her creditors tolerably quiet. The result of to-day's interview was the same as usual. Madame Suzanne, the milliner, agreed to find some pretty dresses for Miss Graham's Christmas visit, and Miss Graham undertook to pay a large instalment of an unreasonable bill without inspection or objection. On this snowy Christmas morning, Miss Graham stood by the side of her host, dressed in the stylish walking costume of dark grey poplin, and with her glowing face set off by a bonnet of blue velvet, with soft grey plumes. Those were the days in which a bonnet was at once the aegis and the sanctuary of beauty. If you offended her, she took refuge in her bonnet. The police courts have only become odious by the clamour of feminine complainants since the disappearance of the bonnet. It was awful as the helmet of Minerva, inviolable as the cestus of Diana. Nor was the bonnet of 30 years ago an unbecoming headgear. A pretty face never looked prettier than when dimly seen in the shadowy depths of a coal-scuttle bonnet. Miss Graham looked her best in one of those forgotten headdresses. The rich velvet, the drooping feathers, set off her showy face; and Laura and Ellen Mordaunt, in their fresh young beauty and simple costume, lost by contrast with the aristocratic belle. The poor of Hallgrove parish looked forward eagerly to the coming of Christmas. Lionel Dale's parishioners knew that they would receive ample bounty from the hand of their wealthy and generous rector. He loved to welcome old and young to the noble hall of his mansion, a spacious and lofty chamber, which had formed part of the ancient manor house, and had been of late years converted into a rectory. He loved to see them clad in the comfortable garments which his purse had provided. The old women in their grey woollen gowns and scarlet cloaks, the little children brightly arrayed, like so many Red Riding Hoods. It was a pleasant sight, truly, and there was a dimness in the rector's eyes, as he stood at the head of a long table at 2 o'clock on Christmas Day, to say grace before the dinner spread for those humble Christmas guests. All the poor of the parish had been invited to dine with their pastor on Christmas Day, and this 2 o'clock dinner was a greater pleasure to the rector of Hallgrove than the repast which was to be served at 7 o'clock for himself and the guests of his own rank. There were some people in Hallgrove and its neighbourhood who said that Lionel Dale took more pleasure in this life than a clergyman and a good Christian should take; but surely those who had seen him seated by the bed of sickness, or ministering to the needs of affliction, could scarcely have grudged him the innocent happiness of his hours of relaxation. The one thing in which he himself felt that he was perhaps open to blame was in his passion for the sports of the field. No one who had stood amongst the little group at the top of the long table in Hallgrove Manor House on this snowy Christmas morning could have doubted that the heart of Lionel Dale was true to the very core. He was not alone amongst his poor parishioners. His guests had requested permission to see the 2 o'clock dinner party in the refectory. Lydia affected to be especially anxious for this privilege. "I long to see the dear things eating their Christmas plum pudding," she said, with almost girlish enthusiasm. Mr. Dale's parishioners did ample justice to the splendid Christmas fare provided for them. Lydia Graham declared she had never witnessed anything that gave her half so much pleasure as this humble gathering. "I would give up a whole season of fashionable dinner parties for such a treat as this, Mr. Dale," she exclaimed, with an eloquent glance at the rector. "What a happy life yours must be, and how privileged these people ought to think themselves."
"I don't know that, Miss Graham," answered Lionel Dale. "I think the privilege is all on my side. It is the pleasure of the rich to minister to the wants of the poor."
Lydia Graham made no reply, but her eyes expressed an admiration which womanly reserve might have forbidden her lips to utter. While the pudding was being eaten, Mr. Dale walked round amongst his humble guests, to exchange a few kindly words here and there, to shake hands, to pat little children's flaxen heads, to make friendly inquiries for the sick and absent. As he paused to talk to one of his parishioners, his attention was attracted by a strange face. It was the face of an old man, who sat at the opposite side of the table, and seemed entirely absorbed by the agreeable task of making his way through a noble slice of plum pudding.
"Who is that old man opposite?" asked Lionel of the agricultural labourer to whom he had been talking. "I don't think I know his face."
"No, sir," answered the farm labourer. "He don't belong to these parts. Gaffer Hayfield brought him. I suppose as how he's a relation of Gaffer's. It seems a bit of a liberty, sir; but Gaffer Hayfield always were a cool hand."
"I don't think it is a liberty, William. If the man is a relation of Hayfield's, there is no reason why he should not be here with the gaffer," answered Lionel, good naturedly. "I am glad to see that he is enjoying his dinner."
"Yes, sir," replied the farm labourer, with a grin. "He seems to have an uncommon good twist of his own, whosoever he belongs to."
No more was said about the strange guest, who was an old man with very white hair, which hung low over his eyebrows, and very white whiskers, which almost covered his cheeks. He had a queer, bird-like aspect, and a nose that was as sharp as the beak of any of the rooks cawing hoarsely amongst the elms of Hallgrove that snowy Christmas day. After the dinner in the old hall, Lionel Dale and his guests returned to their own quarters. Mrs. Mordaunt and the three younger ladies walked in the grounds, with Douglas Dale and Sir Reginald Eversleigh in attendance upon them. Miss Graham was the last woman in the world to forget that the income of Douglas Dale was almost as large as that of his brother, the rector, and that in this instance she might have two strings to her bow. She contrived to be by the side of Douglas as they walked in the shrubberies, and lingered on the rustic bridge across the river; but she had not been with him long before she perceived that all her fascinations were thrown away upon him, and that, attentive and polite though he was, his heart was far away. It was indeed so. In that pleasant garden, where the dark evergreens glistened in the red radiance of the winter sunset, Douglas Dale's thoughts wandered away from the scene before him to the lovely Austrian woman, the fair widow, whose life was so strange a mystery to him, the woman whom he could neither respect nor trust, but whom, in spite of himself, he loved better than any other creature upon earth. "I had rather be by her side than here," he said to himself. "How is she spending this season, which should be so happy? Perhaps in utter loneliness, or in the midst of that artificial gaiety which is more wretched than solitude." End of Chapter 22, Part 1. Chapter 22, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 22, Part 2. Arch traitor within, arch plotter without. The rector of Hallgrove and his guests assembled in the old-fashioned drawing-room of the Manor House Rectory at 7 o'clock on that snowy Christmas night. The snowflakes fell thick and fast as night closed in upon the gardens and shrubberies, the swift flowing river, and distant hills. The rectory drawing room, beautified by the soft light of wax candles and the rich hues of flowers, was a pleasant picture, a picture which was made all the more charming by the female figures which filled its foreground. Chief among these, and radiant with beauty and high spirits, was Lydia Graham. She had contrived to draw Lionel Dale to her side. She was seated by a table scattered with volumes of engravings, and he was bending over her as she turned the leaves. Her smiles, her flatteries, her cleverly simulated interest in the rector's charities and pensioners, had exercised a considerable influence upon him, an influence which grew stronger with every hour. There was a sweetness and simplicity in the manners of the two Misses Mordaunt which pleased him, but the country-bred girls lost much by contrast with the brilliant Lydia. "I hope you are going to give us a real old-fashioned Christmas evening, Mr. Dale," said Miss Graham. "I don't quite know what you mean by an old-fashioned Christmas evening." "Nor am I quite clear as to whether I know what I mean myself," answered the young lady, gaily. "I think after dinner we ought to sit round that noble old fireplace and tell stories. Ought we not?" "Yes, I believe that is the sort of thing," replied the rector. "For my own part, I am ready to be Miss Graham's slave for the whole of the evening, and in that capacity will hold myself bound to perform her behests, however tyrannical she may be." When dinner was announced, Lionel Dale was obliged to leave the bewitching Lydia, in order to offer his arm to Mrs. Mordaunt, while that young lady was fain to be satisfied with the escort of the disinherited Sir Reginald Eversleigh. At the dinner table, however, she found herself seated on the left hand of her host, and she took care to secure to herself the greater share of his attention during the progress of dinner. Gordon Graham watched his sister from his place near the foot of the table, and was well satisfied with her success. "If she plays her cards well, she may sit at the head of this table next Christmas Day," he said to himself. After less than half an hour's interval, the gentlemen followed the ladies into the drawing room, and the usual musical evening set in. Lydia Graham had nothing to fear from comparison with the Misses Mordaunt. They were tolerable performers. She was a brilliant, proficient in music, and she had the satisfaction of observing that Lionel Dale perceived and appreciated her superiority. She could afford, therefore, to be as amiable to the girls as she was captivating to the gentlemen. The Misses Mordaunt were singing a duet, when a servant entered and approached Lionel Dale. "There is a person in the hall who asks to see you, sir," said the man, "on a most particular business." "What kind of person?" asked the rector. "Well, sir, she looks like an old gipsy woman." "A gipsy woman? The gipsies about here do not bear the best character." "No, sir," replied the man. "I bore that in mind, sir, with a view to the plate, and I told John Andrew to keep an eye upon her while I came to speak to you, and John Andrew is keeping an eye upon her at this present moment, sir." "Very good, Jackson. You can tell the gipsy woman that, if she needs immediate help of any kind, she can apply in the village, to Rawlins, but that I cannot see her to night." "Yes, sir." The man departed, and the Misses Mordaunt finished their duet, and rose from the piano to receive the usual thanks and acknowledgments from their hearers. Again Miss Graham was asked to sing, and again she seated herself before the instrument, triumphant in the consciousness that she could excel the timid girls who had just left the piano. But this time Lionel Dale did not place himself beside the instrument. He stood near the door of the apartment, ready to receive the servant, if he should return with the second message from the gipsy woman. The servant did return, and this time he begged his master to step outside the room before he delivered his message. Lionel complied immediately, and followed the man into the corridor without. "I was almost afraid to speak in there, sir," said the man, in an awe-stricken whisper. "Folks have such ears. The woman says she must see you, sir, and this very night. It is a matter of life and death, she says." "Then in that case I will see this woman. Go into the drawing room, Jackson,
and tell Mrs. Mordaunt, with my compliments, that I find myself compelled to receive one of my parishioners, and that she and the other ladies must be so good as to excuse my absence for half an hour." "Yes, sir." The rector went to the hall, where, cowering by the fire, he found an old gipsy woman. She was so muffled from head to foot in her garments of woollen stuff, strange and garish in colour, and fantastical in form, that it was almost impossible to discover what she really was like. Her shoulders were bent and contracted, as if with extreme age. Loose tresses of grey hair fell low over her forehead. Her skin was dark and tawny, and contrasted strangely with the grey hair and the dark, lustrous eyes. The gipsy woman rose as Lionel Dale entered the hall. She bent her head in response to his kindly salutation, but she did not curtsy, as before a superior in rank and station. "Come with me, my good woman," said the rector, "and let me hear all about this very important business of yours." He led the way to the library, a low-roofed but spacious chamber, lined from ceiling to floor with books. A large reading lamp, with a Parisian shade, stood on a small writing table near the fire, casting a subdued light on objects near at hand, and leaving the rest of the room in shadow. A pile of logs burnt cheerily on the hearth. On one side of the fire was the chair in which the rector usually sat; on the other, a large old-fashioned easy-chair. "Sit down, my good woman," said the rector, pointing to the latter. "I suppose you have some long story to tell me." He seated himself as he spoke, and leaned upon the writing-table, playing idly with a carved ivory paper-knife. "I have much to say to you, Lionel Dale," answered the old woman, in a voice which had a solemn music that impressed the hearer in spite of himself. "I have much to say to you, and it will be well for you to mark what I say, and be warned by what I tell you." The rector looked at the speaker earnestly, and yet with a half-contemptuous smile upon his face. She was seated in shadow, and he could only see the glitter of her dark eyes, as the fitful light of the fire flashed on them. There was something almost supernatural, it seemed to him, in the brilliancy of those eyes. He laughed at himself for his folly in the next instant. What was this woman but a vulgar impostor, who was doubtless trying to trade upon his fears in some manner or other? "You have come here to give some kind of warning, then?" he said, after a few moments of consideration. "I have a warning which may save your life, if you hear me patiently, and obey when you have heard." "That is the cant of your class, my good woman, and you could scarcely expect me to listen to that kind of thing. If you come here to me, hoping to delude me by the language with which you tell the country people their fortunes at fairs and races, the sooner you go away the better. I am ready to listen to you patiently. If you need help, I am ready to give it to you. But it is time and labour lost to practise gipsy jargon upon me." "I need no help from you," cried the gipsy woman, scornfully. "I tell you again, I come here to serve you." "In what manner can you serve me? Speak out, and speak quickly," said Lionel. "I must return to my guests almost immediately." "Your guests!" cried the gipsy, with a mocking laugh. "Pleasant guests to gather round your hearth at this holy festival time. Sir Reginald Eversleigh is among them, I suppose?" "He is. You know his name very well, it seems." "I do." "Do you know him?" "Do you know him, Lionel Dale?" demanded the old woman, with sudden intensity. "I have good reason to know him. He is my first cousin," answered the rector. "You have good reason to know him, a reason that you are ignorant of. Shall I tell you that reason, Mr. Dale?" "I am ready to hear what you have to say, but I must warn you that I shall be but little affected by it." "Beware how you regard my solemn warning as the raving of a lunatic. It is your life that is at stake, Lionel Dale, your life. The reason you ought to know Reginald Eversleigh is, that in him you have a deadly enemy." "An enemy! My cousin Reginald, a man whom I never injured by deed or word in my life. Has he ever tried to injure me?" "He has." "How?" He schemed and plotted against you and others before your uncle, Sir Oswald's death. His dearest hope was to bring to pass the destruction of the will which left you 5,000 a year." "Indeed, you seem familiar with my family history," exclaimed Lionel. "I know the secrets of your family as well as I know those of my own." "Then you pretend to be a sorceress?" "I pretend to be nothing but your friend. Sir Reginald Eversleigh has been your foe ever since the day which disinherited him and made you rich. Your death would make him master of the wealth which you now enjoy. Your death would give him fortune, position in the world, all which he most covets. Can you doubt, therefore, that he wishes your death?" "I cannot believe it," cried Lionel Dale. "It is too horrible. What, he, my first cousin? He can profess for me the warmest friendship, and yet can wish to profit by my death." "He can do worse than that," said the gipsy woman, in an impressive voice. "He can try to compass your death." "No, no, no," cried the rector. "It is not possible." "It is true. Sir Reginald Eversleigh is a coward, but he is helped by one who knows no human weakness, whose cruel heart was never softened by one touch of pity, whose iron hand never falters. Sir Reginald Eversleigh is little more than the tool of that man, and between those two there is ruin for you." "Your words have the accent of truth," said the rector, after a long pause; "and yet their meaning is so terrible that I can scarcely bring myself to believe in them. How is it that you, a stranger, are so familiar with the private details of my life?" "Do not ask me that, Mr. Dale," replied the gipsy woman, sternly. "When a stranger comes to you to warn you of a great danger, accept the warning, and let your nameless friend depart unquestioned. I have told you that an unseen danger menaces you. I know not yet the exact form which that danger may take. To morrow I expect to know more." "I can pledge myself to nothing." "As you will," answered the gipsy, proudly. "I have done my duty. The rest is with Providence. If in your blind obstinacy you disregard my warning, I cannot help it. Will you, for your own sake, not for mine, let me see you to morrow? Or will you promise to see any one who shall ask to see you, in the name of the gipsy woman who was here to night? Promise me this, I entreat you. I have nothing to ask of you, nothing to gain by my prayer; but I do entreat you most earnestly to do this thing. I am working in the dark to a certain extent. I know something, but not all, and I may have learned much more by to morrow. I may bring or send you information then, which will convince you I am speaking the truth. Stay, will you promise me this, for my sake, for the sake of justice? You will, Mr. Dale, I know you will. You are a just, a good man. You suspect me of practising upon you a vulgar imposition. To morrow I may have the power of convincing you that I have not done so. You will give me the opportunity, Mr. Dale?" The pleading, earnest voice, the mournful dark eyes, stirred Lionel Dale's heart strangely. An impulse moved him towards trust in this woman, this outcast. Curiosity even impelled him to ask her, in such terms as would ensure her compliance, for a full explanation of her mysterious conduct. But he checked the impulse, he silenced the promptings of curiosity, sacrificing them to his ever-present sense of his professional and personal dignity. While the momentary struggle lasted, the gipsy woman closely scanned his face. At length he said coldly, "I will do as you ask. I place no reliance on your statements, but you are right in asking for the means of substantiating them. I will see you, or any one you may send, to morrow." "You will be at home?" she asked, anxiously. "The hunt?" "The hunt will hardly take place. The weather is too much against us," replied Lionel Dale. "Except there should be a very decided change, there will be no hunt, and I shall be at home." Having said this, Lionel Dale rose, with a decided air of dismissal. The gipsy rose too, and stood unshrinkingly before him, as she said, "And now I will leave you. Good night.
You think me a madwoman, or an impostor. This is the second occasion on which you have misjudged me, Mr. Dale." As the rector met the earnest gaze of her brilliant eyes, a strange feeling took possession of his mind. It seemed to him as if he had before encountered that earnest and profound gaze. "I must have seen such a face in a dream," he thought to himself. "Where else but in a dream?" The fancy had a powerful influence over him, and occupied his mind as he preceded the gipsy woman to the hall, and opened the door for her to pass out. The snow had ceased to fall. The bright wintry moon rode high in the heaven, amidst black, hurrying clouds. That cold light shone on the white range of hills, sleeping beneath a shroud of untrodden snow. On the threshold of the door, the gipsy woman turned and addressed Lionel Dale. "There will be no hunting while this weather lasts?" "None." "Then your grand meeting of to morrow will be put off?" "Yes, unless the weather changes in the night." "Once more, good night, Mr. Dale." "Good night." The rector stood at the door, watching the gipsy woman as she walked along the snow-laden pathway. The dark figure moving slowly and silently across the broad white expanse of hidden lawn and flower beds looked almost ghost-like to the eyes of the watcher. "What does it all mean?" he asked himself, as he watched that receding figure. "Is this woman a common impostor, who hopes to enrich herself or her tribe by playing upon my fears? She asked nothing of me to-night, and yet that may be but a trick of her trade, and she may intend to extort all the more from me in the future. What should she be but a cheat and a trickster, like the rest of her race?" The question was not easy to settle. He returned to the drawing-room. His mind had been much disturbed by this extraordinary interview, and he was in no humour for empty small talk. Nor was he disposed to meet Reginald Eversleigh, against whom he had received so singular, so apparently groundless, a warning. He tried to shake off the feeling which he was ashamed to acknowledge to himself. He re-entered the drawing-room, and he saw Miss Graham's face light up with sudden animation as she saw him. He was not skilled in the knowledge of a woman's heart, and he was flattered by that bright look of welcome. He was already half enmeshed in the web which she had spread for him, and that welcoming smile did much towards his complete subjugation. He went to a seat near the fascinating Lydia. Between them there was a chess table. Lydia laid her jewelled hand lightly on one of the pieces. "Would you think it very wicked to play a game of chess on a Christmas evening, Mr. Dale?" she asked. "Indeed, no, Miss Graham. I am one of those who can see no sinfulness in any innocent enjoyment." "Shall we play, then?" asked Lydia, arranging the pieces. "If you please." They were both good players, and the game lasted long. But ever and anon, while waiting for Lydia to move, Lionel glanced towards the spot where Sir Reginald Eversleigh stood, engaged in conversation with Gordon Graham and Douglas Dale. If the rector himself had known no blot on the character of Reginald Eversleigh, the gipsy's words would not have had a feather's weight with him. But Lionel did know that his cousin's youth had been wild and extravagant, and that he, the beloved, adopted son, the long acknowledged heir of Raynham, had been disinherited by Sir Oswald, one of the best and most high-principled of men. Knowing this, it was scarcely strange if Lionel Dale was in some degree influenced by the gipsy's warning. He scanned the face of his cousin with a searching gaze. It was a handsome face, almost a perfect face, but was it the face of a man who might be trusted by his fellow men? A careworn face, handsome though it was. There was a nervous restlessness about the thin lips, a feverish light in the dark blue eyes. More than once during the prolonged encounter at chess, Reginald Eversleigh had drawn aside one of the window curtains to look out upon the night. Mr. Mordaunt, a devoted lover of all field sports, was also restless and uneasy about the weather, peeping out every now and then, and announcing in a tone of disappointment the continuance of the frost. In Mr. Mordaunt this was perfectly natural, but Lionel Dale knew that his cousin was not a man who cared for hunting.
Why, then, was he so anxious about the meet which was to have taken place to-morrow? His anxiety evidently was about the meet, for after looking out of the window for the third time, he exclaimed with an accent of triumph, "I congratulate you, gentlemen. You may have your run to-morrow. It no longer freezes, and there is a drizzling rain falling." Mr. Mordaunt ran out of the drawing-room, and returned in about 5 minutes with a radiant face. "I have been to look at the weathercock in the stable-yard," he said. "Sir Reginald Eversleigh is quite right. The wind has shifted to the south-west. It is raining fast, and we may have our sport to-morrow." Lionel Dale's eyes were fixed on the face of his cousin as the country squire made this announcement. To his surprise, he saw that face blanch to a death-like whiteness. "To-morrow," murmured Sir Reginald, with a sigh. CHAPTER XXIII. Chapter 23 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 23. Answer me, if this be done. Part 1. All through the night the drizzling rain fell fast, and on the morning of the 26th, when the gentlemen at the Manor House Rectory went to their windows to look out upon the weather, they were gratified by finding that southerly wind and cloudy sky so dear to the heart of a huntsman. At 8:30 the whole party assembled in the dining-room, where breakfast was prepared. Many gentlemen living in the neighbourhood had been invited to breakfast at the rectory, and the great quadrangle of the stables was crowded by grooms and horses, gigs and phaetons, while the clamour of many voices rang out upon the still air. Every one seemed to be thoroughly happy, except Reginald Eversleigh. He was amongst the noisiest of the talkers, the loudest of the laughers; but the rector, who watched him closely, perceived that his face was pale, his eyes heavy as the eyes of one who had passed a sleepless night, and that his laughter was loud, without mirth, his talk boisterous, without real cheerfulness of spirit. "There is mischief of some kind in that man's heart," Lionel said to himself. "Can there be any truth in the gipsy's warning, after all?" But in the next moment he was ready to fancy himself the weak dupe of his own imagination. "I dare say my cousin's manner is but what it always is," he thought; "the weary manner of a man who has wasted his youth, and sacrificed all the brilliant chances of his life, and who, even in the hour of pleasure and excitement, is oppressed by a melancholy which he strives in vain to shake off." The gathering at the breakfast table was a brilliant one. Lydia Graham was a superb horsewoman, and in no costume did she look more attractive than in her exquisitely fitting habit of dark blue cloth. The early hour of the meet justified her breakfasting in riding costume, and gladly availing herself of this excuse, she made her appearance in her habit, carrying her pretty little riding hat and dainty whip in her hand. Her cheeks were flushed with a rich bloom, the warm flush of excitement and the consciousness of success. Lionel's attention on the previous evening had seemed to her unmistakable, and again this morning she saw admiration, if not a warmer feeling, in his gaze. "And so you really mean to follow the hounds, Miss Graham?" said Mrs. Mordaunt, with something like a shudder. She had a great horror of fast young ladies, and a lurking aversion to Miss Graham, whose dashing manner and more brilliant charms quite eclipsed the quiet graces of the lady's two daughters. Mrs. Mordaunt was by no means a match-making mother, but she would have been far from sorry to see Lionel Dale devoted to one of her girls. "Do I mean to follow the hounds?" cried Lydia. "Certainly I do, Mrs. Mordaunt. Do not the Misses Mordaunt ride?" "Never to hounds," answered the matron. "They ride with their father constantly, and when they are in London they ride in the park. But Mr. Mordaunt would not allow his daughters to appear in the hunting field." Lydia's face flushed crimson with anger, but her anger changed to delight when Lionel Dale came to the rescue. "It is only such accomplished horsewomen as Miss Graham who can ride to hounds with safety," he said. "Your daughters ride very well, Mrs. Mordaunt. but they are not Diana Vernon's." "I never particularly admired the character of Diana Vernon," Mrs. Mordaunt answered, coldly. Lydia Graham was by no means displeased by the lady's discourtesy. She accepted it as a tribute to her success. The mother could not bear to see so rich a prize as the rector of Hallgrove won by any other than her own daughter. Douglas Dale was full of his brother's new horse, Niagara, which had been paraded before the windows. The gentlemen of the party had all examined the animal, and pronounced him a beauty. "Did you try him last week, Lionel, as I requested you to do?" asked Douglas, when the merits of the horse had been duly discussed. "I did, and I found him as fine a temper as any horse I ever rode. I rode him twice. He is a magnificent animal." "And safe, Lio?" asked Douglas, anxiously. "Spavin assured me the horse was to be relied on, and Spavin is a very respectable fellow; but it's rather a critical matter to choose a hunter for a brother, and I shall be glad when to day's work is over." "Have no fear, Douglas," answered the rector. "I am generally considered a bold rider; but I would not mount a horse I couldn't thoroughly depend upon, for I am of the opinion that a man has no right to tempt Providence." As he said this, he happened by chance to look toward Reginald Eversleigh. The eyes of the cousins met, and Lionel saw that those of the baronet had a restless, uneasy look, which was utterly unlike their usual expression. "There is some meaning in that old woman's dark hints of wrong and treachery," he thought. "There must be. That was no common look which I saw just now in my cousin's eyes." The horses were brought round to the principal door. A barouche had been ordered for Mrs. Mordaunt and the two young ladies, who had no objection to exhibit their prettiest winter bonnets at the general meeting place. The snow had melted, except here and there, where it still lay in great patches, and on the distant hills, which still wore their pure white shroud. The roads and lanes were fetlock deep in mud, and the horses went splashing through pools of water, which spurted up into the faces of the riders. There was only one lady besides Lydia Graham who intended to accompany the huntsman, and this lady was the dashing young wife of a cavalry officer, who was spending a month's leave of absence with his relatives at Hallgrove. The hunting party rode out of the rectory gates in twos and threes. All had passed out into the high road before the rector himself, who was mounted on his new hunter. To his extreme surprise, he found a difficulty in managing the animal. He reared and jibbed, and shied from side to side upon the broad carriage drive, splashing the melted snow and wet gravel upon the rector's dark hunting coat. "So ho, Niagara," said Lionel, patting the animal's arched neck. "Gently, boy, gently." His voice and the caressing touch of his hand seemed to have some little effect, for the horse consented to trot quietly into the road after the rest of the party, and Lionel quickly overtook his friends. He rode shoulder by shoulder with Squire Mordaunt, an acknowledged judge of horseflesh, who watched the rector's hunter with a curious gaze for some minutes. "I'll tell you what it is, Dale," he said, "I don't believe that horse of yours is a good-tempered animal." "You do not?" "No. There's a dangerous look in his eye that I don't at all like. See how he puts his ears back every now and then, and his nostrils have an ugly nervous quiver. I wish you'd let your man bring you another horse, Dale. We're likely to be crossing some stiffish timber to day, and upon my word, I'm rather suspicious of that brute you're riding." "My dear squire, I have tested the horse to the uttermost," answered Lionel. "I can positively assure you there is not the slightest ground for apprehension. The animal is a present from my brother, and Douglas would be annoyed if I rode any other horse." "He would be more annoyed if you came to any harm by a horse of his choosing," answered the squire. "However, I'll say no more. If you know the animal, that's enough. I know you to be both a good rider and a good judge of a horse." "Thank you heartily for your advice, notwithstanding, squire," replied Lionel, cheerily. "And now I think I'll ride on and join the ladies." He broke into a canter, and presently was riding by the side of Miss Graham, who did not fail to praise the beauty of Niagara in a manner calculated to win the heart of Niagara's rider. In the exhilarating excitement of the start, Lionel Dale had forgotten alike the gipsy's warning and those vague doubts of his cousin Reginald, which had been engendered by that warning. He was entirely absorbed by the pleasure of the hour, happy to see his friends gathered around him, and excited by the prospect of a day's sport. The meeting place was crowded with horsemen and carriages, country squires and their sons, gentlemen farmers on sleek hunters, and humbler tenant farmers on their stiff cobs, butchers and innkeepers, all eager for the chase. All was life, gaiety, excitement, noise, the hounds giving forth occasional howls and snappish yelpings, expressive of an impatience that was almost beyond endurance, the huntsman cracking his whip, and reproving his chargers in language more forcible than polite, the spirited horses pawing the ground, the gentlemen exchanging the compliments of the season with the ladies who had come up to see the hounds throw off. At last the important moment arrived. The horn sounded, the hounds broke away with a rush, and the business of the day had begun. Again the rector's horse was seized with sudden obstinacy, and again the rector found it as much as he could do to manage him. An inferior horseman would have been thrown in that sharp and short struggle between horse and rider; but Lionel's firm hand triumphed over the animal's temper, for the time at least, and presently he was hurrying onward at a stretching gallop, which speedily carried him beyond the ruck of riders. As he skimmed like a bird over the low flat meadows, Lionel began to think that the horse was an acquisition, in spite of the sudden freaks of temper which had made him so difficult to manage at starting. A horseman who had not joined the hunt, who had dexterously kept the others in sight, sheltering himself from observation under the fringe of the wood which crowned a small hill in the neighbourhood of the meet, was watching all the evolutions of Lionel Dale's horse closely through a small field glass, and soon perceived that the animal was beyond the rider's skill to manage. The stretching gallop, which had reassured Mr. Dale, soon carried the rector beyond the watcher's ken, and then, as the hunt was out of sight too, he turned his horse from the shelter he had so carefully selected, and rode straight across country in an opposite direction. In little more than half an hour after the horseman who had watched Lionel Dale so closely left the post of observation, a short man, mounted on a stout pony, which had evidently been urged along at unusual speed, came along the road which wound around the hill already mentioned. This individual wore a heavy country-made coat and leather leggings, and had a handkerchief tied over his hat. This very unbecoming appendage was stained with blood on the side which covered the right cheek, and the wearer was plentifully daubed and bespattered with mud, his sturdy little steed being in a similar condition. As he urged the pony on, his sharp, crafty eyes kept up an incessant scrutiny, in which his beak-like nose seemed to take an active part. But there was nothing to reward the curiosity, amounting to anxiety, with which the short man surveyed the wintry scene around. All was silent and empty. If the horseman had designed to see and speak with any member of the hunting party, he had come too late. He recognized the fact very soon, and very discontentedly. Without being so great a genius as he believed and represented himself, Mr. Andrew Larkspur was really a very clever and very successful detective, and he had seldom been foiled in a better laid plan than that which had induced him to follow Lionel Dale to the meet on this occasion. But he had not calculated on precisely the exact kind of accident which had befallen him, and when he found himself thrown violently from his pony in the middle of a road at once hard, sloppy, and newly repaired with very sharp stones, he was both hurt and angry. It did not take him a great deal of time to get the pony on its legs, and shake himself to rights again; but the delay, brief as it was fatal to his hopes of seeing Lionel Dale. The meet had taken place, the hunt was in full progress, far away, and Mr. Andrew Larkspur had nothing for it but to sit forlornly for a while upon the muddy pony, indulging in meditations of no pleasant character, and then ride disconsolately back to Frimley. In the meantime, Nemesis, who had perversely pleased herself by thwarting the designs of Mr. Larkspur, had hurried those of Victor Carrington towards fulfilment with incredible speed. He had ridden at a speed, and for some time, in a direction which would, he calculated, bring him within sight of the hunt, and had just crossed a bridge which traversed a narrow but deep and rapid river, about 3 miles distant from the place where he, Andrew Larkspur, had taken sad counsel with himself, when he heard the sound of a horse's approach, at a thundering, apparently wholly ungoverned pace. A wild gleam of triumphant expectation, of deadly murderous hope, lit up his pale features, as he turned his horse, rendered restive by the noise of the distant galloping, into a field close by the road, dismounted, and tied him firmly to a tree. The hedge, though bare of leaves, was thick and high, and in the angle which it formed with the tree, the animal was completely hidden. In a moment after Victor Carrington had done this, and while he crouched down and looked through the hedge, Lionel Dale appeared in sight, borne madly along by his unmanageable horse, as he dashed heedlessly down the road, his rider holding the bridle indeed, but breathless, powerless, his head uncovered, and one of his stirrup leathers broken. Victor Carrington's heart throbbed violently, and a film came over his eyes. Only for a moment, however. In the next, his sight cleared, and he saw the furious animal, frightened by a sudden plunge made by the horse tied to the tree, swerve suddenly from the road, and dash at the swollen, tumbling river. The horse plunged in a little below the bridge. The rider was thrown out of the saddle head foremost. His head struck with a dull thud against the rugged trunk of an ash which hung over the water, and he sank below the brown, turbid stream. Then Victor Carrington emerged from his hiding place, and rushed to the brink of the water. No sign of the rector was to be seen, and midway across, the horse, snorting and terrified, was struggling toward the opposite bank. In a moment Carrington, drawing something from his breast as he went, had run across the bridge, and reached the spot where the animal was now attempting to scramble up the steep bank. As Carrington came up, he had got his forefeet within a couple of feet of the top, and was just making good his footing below; but the surgeon, standing close upon the brink, a little to the right of the struggling brute, stooped down and shot him through the forehead. The huge carcass fell crashing heavily down, and was sucked under, and whirled away by the stream. Victor Carrington placed the pistol once more in his breast, and for some time stood quite motionless, gazing down the river. Then he turned away, saying, "They'll hardly look for him below the bridge. I should say the fox ran west." And he, letting loose the horse he had ridden, walked along the road until he reached the turn at which Lionel Dale had come in sight. There he found the unfortunate rector's hat, as he had hoped he might find it, and having carried it back, he placed it on the brink of the river, and then once more mounted him and rode, not at any remarkable speed, in the opposite direction to that in which Hallgrove lay. His reflections were of a satisfactory kind. He had succeeded, and he cared for nothing but success. When he thought of Sir Reginald Eversleigh, a contemptuous smile crossed his pale lips. To work for such a creature as that, he said to himself, would indeed be degrading. But he is only an accident in the case. I work for myself. Victor Carrington had discharged his score at the inn that morning, and sent his valise to London by coach. When the night fell, he took the saddle off his horse, steeped it in the river, replaced it, quietly turned the animal loose, and, abandoning him to his fate, made his way to a solitary public house some miles from Hallgrove, where he had given a conditional, uncertain sort of rendezvous to Sir Reginald Eversleigh. End of Chapter 23, Part 1. Chapter 23, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 23. Answer Me, If This Be Done, Part 2. The night had closed in upon the returning huntsmen as they rode homeward. Not a star glimmered in the profound darkness of the sky. The moon had not yet risen, and all was chill and dreary in the early winter night. Miss Graham, her brother Gordon, and Sir Reginald Eversleigh
rode abreast as they approached the manor house. Lydia had been struck by the silence of Sir Reginald, but she attributed that silence to fatigue. Her brother, too, was silent, nor did Lydia herself care to talk. She was thinking of her triumphs of the previous evening, and of that morning. She was thinking of the tender pressure with which the rector had clasped her hand as he bade her good night, the soft expression of his eyes as they dwelt on her face with a long, earnest gaze. She was thinking of his tender care of her when she mounted her horse, the gentle touch of his hand as he placed the reins in hers. Could she doubt that she was beloved? She did not doubt. A thrill of delight ran through her veins as she thought of the sweet certainty; but it was not the pure delight of a simple-hearted girl who loves and finds herself beloved. It was the triumph of a hard and worldly woman, who has devoted the bright years of her girlhood to ambitious dreams, and who at last has reason to believe that they are about to be realized. 5,000 a year, she thought. It is little, after all, compared to the fortune that would have been mine had I been lucky enough to captivate Sir Oswald Eversleigh. It is little compared to the wealth enjoyed by that low-born and nameless creature, Sir Oswald's widow. But it is much for one who has drained poverty's bitter cup to the very dregs, as I have. Yes, to the dregs. For though I have never known the want of life's common necessaries, I have known humiliations which are at least as hard to bear. The many windows of the manor house were all ablaze with light as the hunting party entered the gates. Fires burned brightly in all the rooms, and the interior of that comfortable house formed a very pleasant contrast to the cheerless darkness of the night, the muddy roads, and damp atmosphere. The butler stood in the hall ready to welcome the returning guests with stately ceremony, while the under servants bustled about, attending to the wants of the mud-bespattered huntsmen. "Mr. Dale is at home, I suppose?" Douglas said, as he warmed his hands before the great wood fire. "At home, sir?" replied the butler. "Hasn't he come home with you, sir?" "No, we never saw him after the meet. I imagine he must have been called away on parish business." "I don't know, sir," answered the butler. "My master has certainly not been home since the morning." A feeling of vague alarm took possession of almost every one present. "It is very strange," exclaimed Squire Mordaunt. "Did no one come here to inquire after your master this morning?" "No one, sir," replied the butler. "Send to the stables to see if my brother's horse has been brought home," cried Douglas, with alarm very evident in his face and manner. "Or stay, I will go myself." He ran out of the hall, and in a few moments returned. "The horse has not been brought back," he cried. "There must be something wrong." "Stop!" cried the squire. "Pray, my dear Mr. Douglas Dale, do not let us give way to unnecessary alarm. There may be no cause whatever for fear or agitation. If Mr. Dale was summoned away from the hunt to attend the bed of a dying parishioner, he would be the last man to think of sending his horse home, or to count the hours which he devoted to his duty." "But he would surely send a messenger here to prevent the alarm which his absence would be likely to cause amongst us all," replied Douglas. "Do not let us deceive ourselves, Mr. Mordaunt. There is something wrong. An accident of some kind has happened to my brother. Andrews, order fresh horses to be saddled immediately. If you will ride one way, squire, I will take another road, first stopping in the village to make all possible inquiries there. Reginald, you will help us, will you not?" "With all my heart," answered Reginald, with energy, but in a voice which was thick and husky. Douglas Dale looked at his cousin, startled, even in the midst of his excitement, by the strange tone of Reginald's voice. "Great heavens, how ghastly pale you look, Reginald!" he cried. "You apprehend some great misfortune some dreadful accident?" "I scarcely know," gasped the baronet; "but I own that I feel considerable alarm. The river the current was so strong after the thaw, the stream so swollen by melted snow. If Lionel's horse should have tried to swim the river and failed " "And we are lingering here!" cried Douglas, passionately.
lingering here and talking instead of acting. Are those horses ready there?" he shouted, rushing out to the portico. His voice was heard in the darkness without, urging on the grooms as they led out fresh horses from the quadrangle. "Gordon!" cried Lydia Graham, "you will go out with the others? You will do your uttermost in the search for Mr. Lionel Dale?" She said this in a loud, ringing voice, with the imperious tone of a woman accustomed to command. She was leaning against one angle of the great chimney piece, pale as ashes, breathless, but not fainting. To her, the idea that any calamity had befallen Lionel Dale was very dreadful, almost as dreadful as it could be to the brother who so truly loved him, for her own interest was involved in this man's life, and with her that was ever paramount. She was well nigh fainting, but she was too much a woman of the world not to know that if she had given way to her emotion at that moment, she would have given rise to disgust and annoyance, rather than interest, in the minds of the gentlemen present. She knew this, and she wished to please every one, for in pleasing the many lies the secret of a woman's success with the few. Even in that moment of confusion and excitement, the scheming woman determined to stand well in the eyes of Douglas Dale. As he appeared on the threshold of the great hall door, she went up to him very quietly, with her head uncovered, and her pale, clearly cut face revealed by the light of the lamp above her. She laid her hand gently on the young man's arm. "Mr. Dale," she said, "command my brother Gordon. He will be proud to obey you. I will go out myself to aid in the search, if you will let me do so." Douglas Dale clasped her hand in both his with grateful emotion. "You are a noble girl," he cried; "but you cannot help me in this. Your brother Gordon may, perhaps, and I will call upon his friendship without reserve. And now leave us, Miss Graham. This is no fitting scene for a lady. Come, gentlemen," he exclaimed, "the horses are ready. I go by the village, and thence to the river. You will each take different roads, and will all meet me on the river bank, at the spot where we crossed to-day." In less than 5 minutes all had mounted, and the trampling of hoofs announced their departure. Reginald was amongst them, hardly conscious of the scene or his companions. Sight, hearing, perception of himself and of the world around him, all seemed annihilated. He rode on through dense black shadows, dark clouds which hemmed him in on every side, as if a gigantic pall had fallen from heaven to cover him. How he became separated from his companions he never knew; but when his senses awoke from that dreadful stupor, he found himself alone on a common, and in the far distance he saw the glimmer of lights, very feeble and wan beneath the starless sky. It seemed as if the horse knew his desolate ground, and was going straight toward these lights. The animal belonged to the rector, and was, no doubt, familiar with the country. Reginald Eversleigh had just sufficient consciousness of surrounding circumstances to remember this. He made no attempt to guide the horse. What did it matter whither he went? He had forgotten his promise to meet the other men on the river brink. He had forgotten everything, except that the work of a demon had progressed in silence, and that its fatal issue was about to burst like a thunderclap upon him. "Victor Carrington has told me that this fortune shall be mine. He has failed once, but will not fail always," he said to himself. The disappearance of Lionel Dale had struck like a thunderbolt on the baronet; but it was a thunderbolt whose falling he had anticipated with shuddering horror during every day and every hour since his arrival at Hallgrove. The lights grew more distinct. Feeble lamps in a village street, glimmering candles in cottage windows scattered here and there. The horse reached the edge of the common, and turned into a high road. 5 minutes afterwards, Reginald Eversleigh found himself at the beginning of a little country town. Lights were burning cheerily in the windows of an inn. The door was open, and from within there came the sound of voices that rang out merrily on the night air. "Great heaven!" exclaimed Reginald, "how happy these peasants are, these brutish creatures who have no care beyond their daily bread!" He envied them, and at that moment would have exchanged places with the humblest field labourer carousing in the rustic tap room. But it was only now and then the anguish of a guilty conscience took this shape. He was a man who loved the pleasures and luxuries of this world better than he loved peace of mind, better than he loved his own soul. He drew rein before the inn door, and called to the people within. A man came out and took the bridle as he dismounted. "What is the name of this place?" he asked. "Frimley, sir. Frimley Common, it's called by rights, but folks call it Frimley for short." "How far am I from the river bank at the bottom of Thorpe Hill?" "A good 6 miles, sir." "Take my horse and rub him down. Give him a pail of gruel and a quart of oats. I shall want to start again in less than an hour." "Sharp work, sir," answered the ostler. "Your horse seems to have done plenty already." "That is my business," said Sir Reginald, haughtily. He went into the inn. "Is there a room in which I can dry my coat?" he asked at the bar. He had only lately become aware of a drizzling rain which had been falling, and had soaked through his hunting coat. "Were you with the Horseley Hounds to day, sir?" asked the landlord. "Yes." "Good sport, sir?" "No," answered Sir Reginald, curtly. "Show the way to the parlour, Jane," said the landlord to a chambermaid, or barmaid, or girl of all work, who emerged from the taproom with a tray of earthenware mugs. "There's one gentleman there, sir, but perhaps you won't object to that, Christmas being such a particularly busy time," added the landlord, addressing Reginald. "You'll find a good fire." "Send me some brandy," returned Sir Reginald, without deigning to make any further reply to the landlord's apologetic speech. He followed the girl, who led the way to a door at the end of a passage, which she opened, and ushered Sir Reginald into a light and comfortable room. Before a large, old fashioned fireplace sat a man, with his face hidden by the newspaper which he was reading. Sir Reginald Eversleigh did not condescend to look at this stranger. He walked straight to the hearth, took off his dripping coat, and hung it on a chair by the side of the roaring wood fire. Then he flung himself into another chair, drew it close to the fender, and sat staring at the fire, with a gloomy face, and eyes which seemed to look far away into some dark and terrible region beyond those burning logs. He sat in this attitude for some time, motionless as a statue, utterly unconscious that his companion was closely watching him from behind the sheltering newspaper. The inn servant brought a tray, bearing a small decanter of brandy and a glass; but the baronet did not heed her entrance, nor did he touch the refreshment for which he had asked. Not once did he stir, till the sudden crackling of his companion's newspaper startled him, and he lifted his head with an impatient gesture, and an exclamation of surprise. "You are nervous to night, Sir Reginald Eversleigh," said the man, whose voice was still hidden by the newspaper. The sound of the voice in which those commonplace words were spoken was, at this moment, of all sounds the most hateful to Reginald Eversleigh. "You here!" he exclaimed. "But I ought to have known that." The newspaper was lowered for the first time, and Reginald Eversleigh found himself face to face with Victor Carrington. "You ought, indeed, considering I told you you should find me, or hear from me here at the Wheatsheaf, in case you wished to do so, or I wished you should do so either. And I presume you have come by accident, not intentionally. I had no idea of seeing you, especially at an hour when I should have thought you would have been enjoying the hospitality of your kinsman, the rector of Hallgrove." "Victor Carrington!" cried Reginald, "are you the fiend himself in human shape? Surely no other creature could delight in crime." "I do not delight in crime, Reginald Eversleigh, and it is only a man with your narrow intellect who could give utterance to such an absurdity. Crime is only another name for danger. The criminal stakes his life. I value my life too highly to hazard it lightly; but if I can mould accident to my profit, I should be a fool indeed were I to shrink from doing so. There is one thing I delight in, my dear Reginald, and that is success. And now tell me why you are here to night." "I cannot tell you that," answered the baronet. "I came hither, unconscious where I was coming. There seems a strange fatality in this. I let my horse choose his own road, and he brought me here to this house, to you, my evil genius." "Pray, Sir Reginald, be good enough to drop that high tragedy tone," said Victor, with supreme coolness. "It is all very well to be addressed by you as a fiend and an evil genius once in a way, but upon frequent repetition that sort of thing becomes tiresome. You have not told me why you are wandering about the country, instead of eating your dinner in a Christian-like manner at the rectory." "Do you not know the reason, Carrington?" asked the baronet, gazing fixedly at his companion. "How should I know anything about it?" "Because to day's work has been your doing," answered Reginald, passionately. "Because you are mixed up in the dark business of this day, as you were mixed up in that still darker treachery at Raynham Castle. I know now why you insisted upon my choosing the horse called Niagara for my cousin Lionel. I know now why you were so interested in the appearance of that other horse, which had already caused the death of more than one rider. I know why you were here, and why Lionel Dale has disappeared in the course of the day." "He has disappeared!" exclaimed Victor Carrington. "He is not dead?" "I know nothing but that he has disappeared. We missed him in the midst of the hunt. We returned to the rectory in the evening, expecting to find him there." "Did you expect that, Eversleigh?" "Others did, at any rate." "And did you not find him?" "No. We left the house after a brief delay to seek for him, I among the others. We were to ride by different roads, to make inquiries of every kind, to obtain information from every source. My brain was dazed. I let my horse take his own road." "Fool! Coward!" exclaimed Victor Carrington, with mingled scorn and anger. "And you have abandoned your work. You have come here to waste your time, when you should seem most active in the search, most eager to find the missing man. Reginald Eversleigh, from first to last you have trifled with me. You are a villain, but you are a hypocrite. You would have the reward of guilt, and yet wear the guise of innocence, even before me, as if it were possible to deceive one who has read you through and through. I am tired of this trifling. I am weary of this pretended innocence, and to-night I ask you for the last time to choose the path which you mean to tread, and once chosen, to tread it with a firm step, prepared to meet danger, to confront destiny. This very hour, this very moment, I call upon you to make your decision, and it shall be a final decision. Will you grovel on in poverty, the worst of all poverty, the gentleman's pittance? Or will you make yourself possessor of the wealth which your uncle Oswald bequeathed to others? Look me in the face, Reginald, as you are a man, and answer me. Which is it to be, wealth or poverty?" "It is too late to answer poverty," replied the baronet, in a gloomy and sullen tone. "You cannot bring my uncle back to life. You cannot undo your work." "I do not pretend to bring the dead to life. I am not talking of the past. I am talking of the future." "Suppose I say that I will endure poverty rather than plunge deeper into the pit you have dug, what then?" "In that case, I will bid you good speed, and leave you to your poverty and a clear conscience," answered Victor, coolly. "I am a poor man myself, but I like my friends to be rich. If you do not care to grasp the wealth which might be yours, neither do I care to preserve our acquaintance. So we have merely to bid each other good night, and part company." There was a pause. Reginald Eversleigh sat with his arms folded, his eyes fixed on the fire. Victor watched him with a sinister smile upon his face. "And if I choose to go on," said Reginald, at last, "if I choose to tread farther on the dark road which I have trodden so long, what then? Can you ensure me success, Victor Carrington?" "I can," replied the Frenchman. "Then I will go on. Yes, I will be your slave, your tool, your willing coadjutor in crime and treachery; anything to obtain at last the heritage out of which I have been cheated." "Enough! You have made your decision. Henceforward let me hear no repinings, no hypocritical regrets. And now order your horse, Gallop back as fast as you can to the neighbourhood of Hallgrove, and show yourself foremost amongst those who seek for Lionel Dale." "Yes, yes, I will obey you. I will shake off this miserable hesitation. I will make my nature iron, as you have made yours." Sir Reginald rang, and ordered his horse to be brought round to the door of the inn. "Where and when shall I see you again?" he asked Victor, as he was putting on the coat which had hung before the fire to be dried. "In London, when you return there." "You leave here soon?" "To morrow morning. You will write to me by to morrow night's post, to tell me all that has occurred in the interval." "I will do so," answered Reginald. "Good. And now go. You have already been too long out of the way of those who should have witnessed your affectionate anxiety about your cousin." CHAPTER XXIV. Chapter 24, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 24, Part 1. I am weary of my part. Reginald mounted his horse, questioned the ostler respecting the way to the appointed spot on the river bank, and rode away in the direction indicated. He had no difficulty in discovering the scene of the appointed meeting. The light of the torches in the hands of the searchers guided him to the spot. Here he found gentlemen and grooms, huntsmen and farmers, on horseback, riding up and down the river bank, some carrying lighted torches, whose lurid glare shone red against the darkness of the night, all busy, all excited. Amongst these the baronet found Douglas Dale, who rode up to meet his cousin as the other approached. "Any news, Reginald?" he asked, in a voice that was hoarse with fatigue and excitement. "None," answered Sir Reginald. "I have ridden miles, and made many inquiries, but have been able to discover no traces. Have you no tidings?" "None but evil ones," replied Douglas Dale, in a tone of despair. "We have found a battered hat on the edge of the river, a hat which my brother's valet identifies as that worn by his master. We fear the worst, Reginald, the very worst. All inquiries have been made in the village, at every farmhouse in the parish, and far beyond the parish. My brother has been seen nowhere. Since we rode down the hill, it seems as if no human eye had rested on him. In that moment he vanished as utterly as if the earth had opened to swallow him up alive. What is it that you fear?" "We fear that he tried to cross the river at some point higher up, where the stream is swollen to a perilous extent, and that both horse and rider were swept away by the current." "In that case, both horse and rider must be found, alive or dead." "Ultimately, perhaps, but not easily," answered Douglas. "The bed of the stream is a mass of tangled weeds. I have heard Lionel say that men have been drowned in that river whose bodies have never been discovered." "It is horrible!" exclaimed Reginald. "But let us still hope for the best. All this may be needless misery." "I fear not, Reginald," answered Douglas. "My brother Lionel is not a man to be careless about giving anxiety to those who love him." "I will ride farther along the bank," said the baronet. "I may hear something." "And I will wait here," replied Douglas, with the dull apathy of despair. "The news of my brother's death will reach me soon enough." Reginald Eversleigh rode on by the river brink, following a group of horsemen carrying torches. Douglas waited, with his ear on the alert to catch every sound, his heart beating tumultuously, in the terrible expectation that each moment would bring him the news he dreaded to hear. Endless as that interval of expectation and suspense appeared to Douglas Dale, in reality it was not of very long duration. The cold of the winter's night did not affect him. The burning fever of fear devoured him. Soon he lost sight of the glimmering of the torches, as the bearers followed the bend of the river, and the sound of the men's voices died out of his ears. But after a while he heard a shout, then another, and then two men came running towards him as fast as they could in the darkness. Douglas Dale knew them both, and called out, "What is it, Freeman? What is it, Carey? Bad news, I fear." "Yes, Mr. Douglas, bad news. We found the rector's hunting whip."
"Where?"
stammered Douglas. "Below the bridge, sir, close by the ash tree, and the bank is broken. I'm afraid it's all up, sir. If he went in there, the horse and he are both gone, sir." Like a man walking in a dream, Douglas Dale accompanied the bearers of the evil tidings to the spot where the group of searchers was collected together. In the midst stood Squire Mordaunt, holding in his hand a heavy hunting whip, which all present recognized, and many had seen in the rector's hand only that morning. They all made way for Douglas Dale. They were very silent now, and hopeless conviction was on every face. "This makes it too plain, Douglas," said Squire Mordaunt, as he handed the whip to the rector's brother. "Bear it as well as you can, my dear fellow. There's nothing to be done now till daylight."
"Nothing more?" said Reginald, while Douglas covered his face and groaned in unrestrained anguish. "The drags can surely be used.
Wait a minute, Sir Reginald," said the squire, holding up his hand. "Of course, your impatience is very natural, but it would only defeat itself. To drag the river by torchlight would be equally difficult and vain. It shall be done as soon as ever there is light. Till then, there is nothing for any of us to do but wait. And first, let us get poor Douglas home." Douglas Dale made no resistance. He knew the squire spoke truth and common sense. The melancholy group broke up. The members of the rectory returned to its desolate walls, and Douglas at once shut himself up in his room, leaving to Sir Reginald Eversleigh and Squire Mordaunt the task of making all the arrangements for the morrow, and communicating to the ladies the dire intelligence which must be imparted. Early in the morning Squire Mordaunt went to Douglas Dale's room. He found him stretched upon the bed in his clothes. He had made no change in his dress, and had evidently intended to prolong his vigil until the morning. But nature had been exhausted, and in spite of himself Douglas Dale slept. His old friend stole softly from the room, and cautioning the household not to permit him, who must now be regarded as their master, to be disturbed, he went out, and proceeded to the search. Douglas Dale did not awake until 9 o'clock, and then, starting up with a terrible consciousness of sorrow, and a sense of self-reproach because he had slept, he found Squire Mordaunt standing by his bed. The good old gentleman took the young man's hand in silence, and pressed it with a pressure which told all. They laid the disfigured dead body of him who but yesterday had been the beloved and honoured master of the house, in the library, where he had received the ineffectual warning of the gipsy. It was while Douglas Dale was contemplating the pale, still features of his brother, with grief unutterable, that a servant tapped gently at the door, and called Mr. Mordaunt out. "Niagara is come home, sir," said the man. "He were found just now on the lower road a grazing, and he ain't cut nor hurt in any way, sir." "He's dirty and wet, I suppose?" "Well, sir, he's dirty, certainly, and the saddle is soaking; but he's pretty dry, considering." "Are the girths broken?" "No, sir, there's nothing amiss with them." "Very well. Take care of the horse, but say nothing about him to Mr. Dale at present." The visitors at Hallgrove Rectory had received the intelligence which Sir Reginald Eversleigh had communicated to them with the deepest concern. Arrangements were made for the immediate departure of the Grahams, and of Mrs. Mordaunt and her daughters. The squire and Sir Reginald were to remain with Douglas Dale until the painful formalities of the inquest and the funeral should be completed. Douglas Dale was not a weak man, and no one more disliked any exhibition of sentiment than he. Nevertheless, it was a hard task for him to enter the breakfast room and bid farewell to the guests who had been so merry only yesterday. But it had to be done, and he did it. A few sad and solemn words were spoken between him and the Mordaunts, and the girls left the room in tears. Then he advanced to Lydia Graham, who was seated in an armchair by the fire, still and pale as a marble statue. There were no tears in her eyes, no traces of tears upon her cheeks, but in her heart there was angry, bitter, raging disappointment. almost fury, almost despair. Douglas Dale could not look at her without seeing that in very truth the event which was so terrible to him was terrible to her also, and his manly heart yearned towards the woman whom he had thought but little of until now, who had perhaps loved, and certainly now was grieving for his beloved brother. "Shall we ever meet again, Mr. Dale?" she said, wonderingly. "Why should we not? You will not be able to endure England, perhaps, after this terrible calamity. You will go abroad. You will seek distraction in change of scene. Men are such travellers nowadays." "I shall not leave England, Miss Graham," answered Douglas, quietly. "I am a man of the world. I venture to hope that I am also a Christian, and I can nerve myself to endure grief as a Christian and a man of the world should endure it. My brother's death will make no alteration in the plan of my life. I shall return to London almost immediately." "And we may hope to see you in London?" "Captain Graham and I are members of the same club. We are very likely to meet occasionally." "And am I not to see you as well as my brother?" asked Lydia, in a low voice. "Do you really wish to see me?" "Can you wonder that I do so? For the sake of old times. We are friends of long standing, remember, Mr. Dale." "Yes," answered Douglas, with marked gravity; "we have known each other for a long time." Captain Graham entered the room at this moment. "The carriage which is to take us to Frimley is ready, Lydia," he said. "Your trunks are all on the roof, and you have only to wish Mr. Dale good bye." "A very sad farewell," murmured Miss Graham. "I can only trust that we may meet again under happier circumstances." "I trust we may," replied Douglas, earnestly. Miss Graham was bonneted and cloaked for the journey. She had dressed herself entirely in black, in respectful regard of the melancholy circumstances attending her departure; nor did she forget that the sombre hue was peculiarly becoming to her. She wore a dress of black silk, a voluminous cloak of black velvet trimmed with sables, and a fashionable bonnet of the same material, with a drooping feather. Douglas conducted his guests to the carriage, and saw Miss Graham comfortably seated, with her shawls and travelling bags, on the seat opposite. It was with a glance of mournful tenderness that Miss Graham uttered her final adieu; but there was no responsive glance in the eyes of Douglas Dale. His manner was serious and subdued, but it was a manner not easy to penetrate. Gordon Graham flung himself back in his seat with a despairing groan. "Well, Lydia," he said, "this accident in the hunting field has been the ruin of all our hopes. I really think you are the most unlucky woman I ever encountered. After angling for something like 10 years in the matrimonial fisheries, you were just on the point of landing a valuable fish, and at the last moment your husband that is to be goes and gets drowned during a day's pleasure. What should you say if this accident, which you think unlucky, should after all be a fortunate event for us?" asked Lydia, with significance. "What the deuce do you mean?" "How very slow of comprehension you are to day, Gordon!" exclaimed the lady, impatiently. "Lionel Dale's income was only 5,000 a year. Very little, after all, for a woman with my views of life." "And with your genius for running into debt," muttered her brother. "Do you happen to remember the terms of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's will?" "I should think I do, indeed," replied the captain. "The will was sufficiently talked about at the time of the baronet's death." "That will left 5,000 a year to each of the two brothers, Lionel and Douglas. If either should die unmarried, the fortune left to him was to go to the survivor. Lionel Dale's death doubles Douglas Dale's income. A husband with 10,000 a year would suit me very well indeed. And why should I not win Douglas as easily as I won Lionel?" "Because you are not likely to have the same opportunities. I have asked Douglas to visit us in London." "An invitation which must be very flattering to him, but which he may or may not accept. However, my dear Lydia, I have the most profound respect for your courage and perseverance, and if you can win a husband with 10,000 a year instead of 5, so much the better for you, and so much the better for me, as I shall have a richer brother-in-law to whom to apply when I find myself in difficulties." The carriage had reached Frimley by this time. The brother and sister took their places in the coach which was to convey them to London. Lydia drew down her veil, and settled herself comfortably in a corner of the vehicle, where she slept through the tedium of the journey. At 30 years of age, a woman of Miss Graham's character is apt to be studiously careful of her beauty, and Lydia felt that she needed much repose after the fever and excitement of her visit to Hallgrove Rectory. CHAPTER XXV. Chapter 24, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 24, Part 2. I am weary of my part. Sir Reginald Eversleigh played his part well during the few days in which he remained at the rectory. No mourner could have seemed more sincere than he, and everybody agreed that the spendthrift baronet exhibited an unaffected sorrow for his cousin's fate, which proved him to be a very noble-hearted fellow, in spite of all the dark stories that had been told of his youth. Before leaving Hallgrove, Reginald took care to make himself thoroughly acquainted with his cousin's plans for the future. Douglas, with 10,000 a year, was of course a more valuable acquaintance than he had been as the possessor of half that income, even if there had been no dark influence ever busy weaving its secret and fatal web. "You will go back to your old life in London, Douglas, I suppose," said Sir Reginald. "There you will soonest forget the sad affliction that has befallen you. In the hurrying whirlpool of modern life there is no leisure for sorrow." "Yes, I shall come to London," answered Douglas. "And you will occupy your old quarters?" "Decidedly." "And we shall see as much of each other as ever, Douglas?" said Sir Reginald. "You must not let poor Lionel's fate prey upon your mind, you know, my dear fellow, or your health as well as your spirits will suffer. You must go down to Hilton House, and mix with the old set again. That sort of thing will cheer you up a little." "Yes," answered Douglas. "I know how far I may rely upon your friendship, Reginald. I shall place myself quite in your hands." "My dear fellow, you will not find me unworthy of your confidence." "I ought not to find you so, Reginald." Sir Reginald looked at his kinsman thoughtfully for a moment, fancying there was some hidden meaning in Douglas Dale's words; but the tone in which he had uttered them was perfectly careless, and Reginald's suspicion was dispelled by the frank expression of his face. Sir Reginald left Hallgrove a few days after the fatal accident in the hunting field, and went back to his London lodging, which seemed very shabby and comfortless after the luxury of Hallgrove Rectory. He did not care to spend his evenings at Hilton House, for he shrank from hearing Paulina's complaints about her loneliness and poverty. The London season had not yet begun, and there were few dupes whom the gamester could victimize by those skilful manoeuvres which so often helped him to success. It may be that some of the victims had complained of their losses, and the villa inhabited by the elegant Austrian widow had begun to be known amongst men of fashion as a place to be avoided. Reginald Eversleigh feared that it must be so, when he found the few young men he met at his club rather disinclined to avail themselves of Madame Durski's hospitality. "Have you been to Fulham lately, Caversham?" he asked of a young lordling, who was master of a good many thousands per annum, but not the most talented of mankind. "Fulham!" exclaimed Lord Caversham. "What's Fulham? Ah, to be sure, I remember. Place by the river. Very nice. Villas, boat races, and that kind of thing. Let me see. Bishops and that kind of church-going people live at Fulham, don't they? I thought you would have remembered one person who lives at Fulham, a very handsome woman, who made a strong impression upon you." "Did she? Did she, by Jove?" cried the viscount. "And yet, upon my honour, Eversleigh, I can't remember her. You see, I know so many splendid women, and splendid women are perpetually making an impression upon me. and I am perpetually making an impression upon splendid women. It's mutual, by Jove, Eversleigh, quite mutual. And pray, who is the lady in question?" "The beautiful Viennese, Paulina Durski." The lordling made a wry face. "Paulina Durski. Yes, Paulina is a pretty woman," he murmured, languidly. "A very pretty woman; and you're right, Eversleigh. She did make a profound impression upon me. But, you see, I found the impression cost me rather too much. Hilton House is the nicest place in the world to visit; but if a fellow finds himself losing 200 or 300 every time he crosses the threshold, you can be scarcely surprised if he prefers spending his evenings where he can enjoy himself a little more cheaply. However, perhaps you'll hardly understand my feelings on this subject, Eversleigh, for if I remember rightly, you were always a winner when I played at Madame Durski's." "Was I?" said Sir Reginald, with the air of a man who endeavours to recall circumstances that are almost forgotten. The lordling was not altogether without knowledge of the world and of his fellow men, and there had been a certain significance in his speech which had made Eversleigh wince. "Did I win when you were there?" he asked, carelessly. "Upon my word, I have forgotten all about it." "I haven't," answered Lord Caversham. "I bled pretty freely on several occasions when you and I played écarté, and I have not forgotten the figures on the cheques I had the pleasure of signing in your favour. No, my dear Eversleigh, although I consider Madame Durski the most charming of women, I don't feel inclined to go to Hilton House again." "Ah," said Sir Reginald, with a sneer, "there are so few men who have the art of losing with grace. We have no Stavordales nowadays. The man who could win 11,000 at a coup, and regret that he was not playing high, since in that case he would have won millions, is an extinct animal." "No doubt of it, dear boy. The gentlemanly art of losing placidly is dying out, and I confess that, for my part, I prefer winning," answered Lord Caversham, coolly. This brief conversation was a very unpleasant one for Sir Reginald Eversleigh. It told him that his career as a gamester must soon come to a close, or he would find himself a disgraced and branded wretch, avoided and despised by the men he now called his friends. It was evident that Viscount Caversham suspected that he had been cheated, nor was it likely that he would keep his suspicions secret from the men of his set. The suspicion, once whispered, would speedily be repeated by others who had lost money in the saloons of Madame Durski. Hints and whispers would swell into a general cry, and Sir Reginald Eversleigh would find himself tabooed. The prospect before him looked black as night, a night illumined by one lurid star, and that was the promise of Victor Carrington. "It is time for me to have done with poverty," he said to himself. "Lord Caversham's insolent innuendoes would be silenced if I had 10,000 a year. It is clear that the game is up at Hilton House. Paulina may as well go back to Paris or Vienna. The pigeons have taken fright, and the hawks must seek a new quarry." Sir Reginald drove straight from his club to the little cottage beyond Malda Hill. He scarcely expected to find the man whom he had last seen at an inn in Dorsetshire; but, to his surprise, he was conducted immediately to the laboratory, where he discovered Victor Carrington bending over an alembic, which was placed on the top of a small furnace. The surgeon looked up with a start, and Reginald perceived that he wore the metal mask which he had noticed on a former occasion. "Who brought you here?" asked Victor, impatiently. "The servant who admitted me," answered Reginald. "I told her I was your intimate friend, and that I wanted to see you immediately. She, therefore, brought me here." "She had no right to do so. However, no matter. When did you return? I scarcely expected to see you in town as soon." "I scarcely expected to find you hereafter our meeting at Frimley," replied the baronet. "There was nothing to detain me in the country. I came back some days ago, and have been busy with my old studies in chemistry." "You still dabble with poisons, I perceive," said Sir Reginald, pointing to the mask which Victor had laid aside on a table near him. "Every chemist must dabble in poisons, since poison forms an element of all medicines," replied Victor. "And now, Tell me to what new dilemma of yours do I owe the honour of this visit? You rarely enter this house except when you find yourself desperately in need of my humble services. What is the last misfortune?" "I have just come from the Phoenix, where I met Caversham. I thought I should be able to get 100 or so out of him at écarté to night, but the game is up in that quarter." "He suspects that he has been singularly unfortunate?" "He knows it. No man who was not certain of the fact would have dared to say what he said to me. He insulted me, Carrington, insulted me grossly, and I was not able to resent his insolence." "Never mind his insolence," answered Victor. "In 6 months your position will be such that no man will presume to insult you. So the game is up at Hilton House, is it? I thought you were going on a little too fast. And pray, what is to be the next move?" "What can we do? Paulina's creditors are impatient, and she has very little money to give them. My own debts are too pressing to permit of my helping her, and such being the case, the best thing she can do will be to get back to the Continent as soon as she can." "On no account, my dear Reginald," exclaimed Carrington. "Madame Durski must not leave Hilton House." "Why not?" "Never mind the why. I tell you, Reginald, she must stay. You and I must find enough money to stave off the demands of her sharpest creditors." "I have not a sixpence to give her," answered the baronet. "I can scarcely afford to pay for the lodging that shelters me, and can still less afford to lend money to other people." "Not even to the woman who loves you, and whom you profess to love?" said Victor, with a sneer. "What a noble-minded creature you are, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, a pattern of chivalry and devotion. However, Madame Durski must remain. That is essential to the carrying out of my plans. If you will not find the money, I know who will." "And pray, who is this generous knight-errant so ready to rush to the rescue of beauty in distress?" "Douglas Dale. He is over head and ears in love with the Austrian widow, and will lend her the money she wants. I shall go at once to Madame Durski, and give her a few hints as to her line of conduct." There was a pause, during which the baronet seemed to be thinking deeply. "Do you think that a wise course?" he asked at last. "Do I think what course wise?" demanded his friend. "The line of conduct you propose. You say Douglas is in love with Paulina, and I myself have seen enough to convince me that you are right. If he is in love with her, he is just the man to sacrifice every other consideration for her sake. What if he should marry her? Would not that be a bad look-out for us?" "You are a fool, Reginald Eversleigh," cried Victor, contemptuously. "You ought to know me better than to fear my discretion. Douglas Dale loves Paulina Durski, and is the very man to sacrifice all worldly interests for her sake; the man to marry her, even were she more unworthy of his love than she is. But he never will marry her, notwithstanding." "How will you prevent such a marriage?" "That is my secret. Depend upon it, I will prevent it. You remember our compact the night we met at Frimley?" "I do," answered Reginald, in a voice that was scarcely above a whisper. "Very well. I will be true to my part of that compact, depend upon it. Before this new-born year is out, you shall be a rich man." "I have need of wealth, Victor," replied the baronet, eagerly. "I have bitter need of it. There are men who can endure poverty, but I am not one of them. If my position does not change speedily, I may find myself branded with the stigma of dishonour, an outlaw from society. I must be rich at any cost, Victor." "You have told me that before," answered the Frenchman, coolly, "and I have promised that you shall be rich. But if I am to keep my promise, you must submit yourself with unquestioning faith to my guidance. If the path we must tread together is a dark one, tread it blindly. The end will be success. And now tell me when you expect to see Douglas Dale in London." Sir Reginald explained his cousin's plans, and after a brief conversation left the cottage. He heard Mrs. Carrington's birds twittering in the cold January sunshine, and a passing glimpse through the open doorway of the drawing-room revealed to him the exquisite neatness and purity of the apartment, which even at this season was adorned with a few flowers. "Strange," he thought to himself as he left the house.
Any stranger entering that abode would imagine it the very shrine of domestic peace and simple happiness, and yet it is inhabited by a fiend. He went back to town. He dined alone in his dingy lodging, scarcely daring to show himself at his club. Lord Caversham had spoken so plainly, and had no doubt spoken to others still more plainly. Reginald Eversleigh's face grew hot with shame as he remembered the insults he had been obliged to endure with pretended unconsciousness. He feared to encounter other men who also had been losers at Hilton House, and who might speak as significantly as the Viscount had spoken. This man, who violated the laws of heaven and earth with little terror of the divine vengeance, feared above all to be cut by the men of his set. This is the slavery which the man of fashion creates for himself. These are the fetters which such men as Reginald Eversleigh forge for their own souls. But before we trace the progress of Sir Reginald from step to step in this terrible career, we must once more revert to the strange visitors at Frimley. Jane Payland by no means approved of passing Christmas Day in the uninteresting seclusion of a country inn, with nothing more festive to look forward to than a specially ordered but lonely dinner, and nothing to divert her thoughts but the rural spectacle afforded by the inn yard. As to going out for a walk in such weather, she would not have thought of such a thing, even if she had any one to walk out with; and to go alone, no. Jane Payland had no fancy for amusement of that order. The day had been particularly dreary to the lady's maid, because the lady had been busily engaged in affairs of which she had no cognizance; and this ignorance, not a little exasperating even in town, became well nigh intolerable to her in the weariness, the idleness, and the dullness of Frimley. When Lady Eversleigh went out in the dark evening, accompanied by the mysterious personage in whom Jane Payland had recognized their fellow lodger, the amazement which she experienced produced an agreeable variety in her sensations, and the fact that the man with the vulture-like beak carried a carpet-bag intensified her surprise. "Now I'm almost sure she is something to him, and she has come down here with him to see her people," said Jane Payland to herself, as she sat desolately by the fire in her mistress's room, a well-thumbed novel lying neglected on her knee. "And she's mean enough to be ashamed of them. Well, I don't think I should be that of my own flesh and blood, if I was ever so great and so grand. I suppose the bag is full of presents. I'm sure she might have told me if it was clothes she was going to give away. I shouldn't have grudged 'em to the poor things." Grumbling a good deal, wondering more, and feasting a little, Jane Payland got through the time until her mistress returned. But for all her grumbling, and all her suspicion, the girl was daily growing more and more attached to her mistress, and her respect was increasing with her liking. Lady Eversleigh returned to the inn alone late on that dismal Christmas night, and she looked worn, troubled, and weary. After a few kind words to Jane Payland, she dismissed the girl, and went to bed, very tired and heartsick. "How am I to prove it?" she asked herself as she lay wearily awake. "How am I to prove it? In my borrowed character I am suspected. In my own I should not be believed, or even listened to for a moment. He is a good man, that Lionel Dale, and he is doomed, I fear." On the morning of the 26th, Mr. Andrew Larkspur had another long private conference with Lady Eversleigh, the immediate result of which was his setting out, mounted on the stout pony which we have seen in difficulties in a previous chapter, and vainly endeavouring to come up with Lionel Dale at the hunt. When Mr. Andrew Larkspur arrived at the melancholy conviction that his errand was a useless one, and that he must only return to Frimley and concert with Lady Eversleigh a new plan of action, he also became aware that he was more hurt and shaken by his fall than he had at first supposed. When he reached Frimley, he felt exceedingly sick and weak. "Queer," he expressed it, and was constrained to tell his anxious and unhappy client that he must go away and rest if he hoped to be fit for anything in the evening, or on the next day. "I will see Mr. Dale to night, if he and I are both alive," said Mr. Larkspur; "but if he was there before me, I could not say a word to him now.
I do not mean to say I have not had a hurt or two in the course of my life before now, but I never was so regularly dead beat, and that's the truth."
Thus it happened that the acute Mr. Larkspur was hors de combat, just at the time when his acuteness would have found most employment. And thus Lady Eversleigh's project of vengeance received unconsciously the first check. The game of reprisals was indeed destined to be played, but not by her. Providence would do that in time, in the long run. Meanwhile, she strove, after her own fashion, to become the executor of its decrees. The news of Lionel Dale's sudden disappearance, and the alarm to which it gave rise, reached the little town of Frimley in due course, but it was slow to reach the lonely lady at the inn. Lady Eversleigh had taken counsel with herself after Mr. Larkspur had left her, and had come to the determination that she would tell Lionel Dale the whole truth. She resolved to lay before him a full statement of all the circumstances of her life, to reveal all she knew, and all she suspected concerning Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and to tell him of Carrington's presence in her neighbourhood, as well as the designs which she believed him to cherish. She told herself that her dead husband's kinsman could scarcely refuse to believe her statement, when she reminded him that she had no object to serve in this revelation but the object of truth and respect for her husband's memory, when he, Lionel Dale, could have rehabilitated her in public opinion by taking his place beside her. He had not done so. It was too late now. No advance on his part could undo that which had been done, and he could not therefore think that in taking this step she was trying to curry favour with him in order to further her own interest. After debating the question for some time, she resolved to write a letter which Larkspur could carry to the rectory. A great deal of time was consumed by Lady Eversleigh in writing this letter, and the darkness had fallen long before it was finished. When she rang for lights, she took no notice of the person who brought them, and she directed that her dinner should not be served until she rang for it. Thus no interruption of her task occurred until Mr. Larkspur, looking very little the better for his rest and refreshment, presented himself before her. Lady Eversleigh was just beginning to tell him what she had done, when he interrupted her by saying, in a tone which would have astonished any of his intimates, for there was a touch of real feeling in it, apart from considerations of business, "I am afraid we're too late. I'm very much afraid Carrington has been one too many for us, and has done the trick." "What do you mean?" asked Lady Eversleigh, rising in extreme agitation, and turning deadly pale. "Has any harm come to Lionel Dale?" Then Mr. Andrew Larkspur told Lady Eversleigh the report which had reached the town, and of whose truth a secret instinct assured them both only too completely. They were indeed powerless now. The enemy had been too strong, too subtle, and too quick for them. Mr. Larkspur did not remain long with Lady Eversleigh, but having counselled her to keep silence on the subject, to ask no questions of any one, and to preserve the letter she had written, which Mr. Larkspur, for reasons of his own, was anxious to see, he left her and set off for the rectory. He reached his destination before the return of the party who had gone to search for the missing man. He mingled freely, almost unnoticed, with the servants and the villagers who had crowded about the house and lodges, and all he heard confirmed him in his belief that the worst had happened, that Lionel Dale had indeed come by his death, either through the successful contrivance of Carrington, or by an extraordinary accident, coincident with his enemy's fell designs. Mr. Larkspur asked a great many questions of several persons that night, and, as talking to a stranger helped the watchers and loiterers over some of the time they had to drag through until the genuine apprehension of some, and the curiosity of others, should be realized or satisfied, he met with no rebuffs. But, on the other hand, neither did he obtain any information of value. No stranger had been seen to join the hunt that day, or noticed lurking about Hallgrove that morning, and Mr. Larkspur's own reliable eyes had assured him that Carrington was not among the recipients of the rector's hospitality on Christmas Day.
The footman, who had directed the unknown visitor by the way past the stables to the lower road, did not remember that circumstance, and so it did not come to Mr. Larkspur's knowledge. When the party who had led the search for Lionel Dale returned to the rectory, and the worst was known, Mr. Larkspur went away, after having arranged with a small boy, who did odd jobs for the gardener at Hallgrove, that, if the body was brought home in the morning, he should go over to Frimley on consideration of £half-a-crown, and inquire at the inn for Mr. Bennet. "It's no good thinking about what's to be done till the body's found, and the inquest settled," thought Mr. Larkspur. "I don't think anything can be done then, but it's clear there's no use in thinking about it to night. So I shall just tell my lady so, and get to bed. Confound that pony!" At a reasonably early hour on the following morning, the juvenile messenger arrived from Hallgrove, and, on inquiring for Mr. Bennet, was ushered into the presence of Mr. Larkspur. The intelligence he brought was brief but important. The rector's body had been found, much disfigured. He had struck against a tree, the doctors said, in falling into the river, and been killed by the blow. "As well as drownded," added the boy, with some appreciation of the additional piquancy of the circumstance. He was laid out in the library. The fine folks were gone or going, except Squire Mordaunt and Sir Reginald, the rector's cousin. Mr. Douglas took on about it dreadfully. The bay horse had come home with his saddle wet, but he was not hurt or cut about, as the boy knew of. This was all the boy had to tell. Mr. Larkspur dismissed the messenger, having faithfully paid him the stipulated £half-crown, and immediately sought the presence of Lady Eversleigh. The realization of all her fears shocked her deeply, and in the solemnity of the dread event which had occurred, she almost lost sight of her own purpose. It seemed swallowed up in a calamity so appalling. But Mr. Larkspur was of a tougher and more practical temperament. He lost no time in setting before his client the state of the case as regarded herself, and the purpose with which she had gone to Frimley, now rendered futile. Mr. Larkspur entertained no doubt that Carrington had been in some way accessory to the death of Lionel Dale, but circumstances had so favoured the criminal that it would be impossible to prove his crime. "If I told you all I know about the horse and about the man," said Mr. Larkspur, "what good would it do? The man bought a horse very like Mr. Dale's, and he rode away from here mounted on that horse, on the same day that Mr. Dale was drowned. I believe he changed the horses in Mr. Dale's stable, but there's not a tittle of proof of it; and how he contrived the thing I cannot undertake to say, for no mortal saw him at the rectory or at the meet, and the horse that every one would be prepared to swear was the horse that Mr. Dale rode is safe at home at the rectory now, having evidently been in the river. Seeing we can't prove the matter, it's my opinion we'd better not meddle with it, more particularly as nothing that we can prove will do Sir Reginald Eversleigh any harm; and if either of this precious pair of rascals is to escape, you don't want it to be him."
"Oh, no, no," said Lady Eversleigh. "He is so much worse than the other, as his added cowardice makes him."
"Just so. Well, then, if you want to punish him and his agent, this is certainly not the opportunity. Next to winning, there's nothing like thoroughly understanding and acknowledging what you've lost, and we have lost this game beyond all question. Let us see, now, if we cannot win the next. If I understand the business right, Mr. Douglas Dale is his brother's heir?"
"Yes," said Lady Eversleigh. "His life only now stands between Sir Reginald and the fortune."
"Then he will take that life by Carrington's agency, as I believe he has taken Lionel Dale's," said Mr. Larkspur; "and my idea is that the proper way to prevent him is to go away from this place, where no good is to be done, and where any movement will only defeat our purpose, by putting him on his guard, letting him know he is watched. Forewarned, forearmed, you know, and set ourselves to watch Carrington in London."
"Why in London? How do you know he is there?"
Mr. Larkspur smiled. "Lord bless your innocence," he replied, "how do I know it? Why, ain't London the natural place for him to be in? Ain't London the place where every one that has done a successful trick goes to enjoy it, and every one that has missed his tip goes to hide himself? I'll take my Davy, though it's a thing I don't like doing in general, that Carrington's back in town, living with his mother, as right as a trivet."
So Lady Eversleigh and Jane Payland travelled up to town again, and took up their old quarters, and Mr. Larkspur returned, and resumed his room and his accustomed habits. But before he had been many hours in London, he had ascertained, by the evidence of his own eyes, that Victor Carrington was, as he had predicted, in town, living with his mother, and as right as a trivet. End of Chapter 24, Part 2. Chapter 25, Part 1 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 25, A Dangerous Alliance, Part 1. In the afternoon of the day following that on which Sir Reginald paid a visit to Victor Carrington, the latter gentleman presented himself at the door of Hilton House. The frost had again set in, and this time with more than usual severity. There had been a heavy fall of snow, and the park-like grounds surrounding Madame Durski's abode had an almost fairy-like appearance. The tracery of the leafless trees defined by the snow that had lodged on every branch, the undulating lawn one bed of pure white. He knocked at the door and waited. The woman at the lodge had told him that it was very unlikely he would be able to see Madame Durski at this hour of the day, but he had walked on to the house notwithstanding. It was already nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but at that hour Paulina had rarely left her own apartments. Victor Carrington knew this quite as well as the woman at the lodge, but he had business to do with another person as well as Paulina Durski. That other person was the widow's humble companion. The door was opened by Carlo Toas, Paulina's confidential courier and butler. This man looked very suspiciously at the visitor. "My mistress receives no one at this hour," he said. "I am aware that she does not usually see visitors so early," replied Carrington; "but as I come on particular business, and as I come a long way to see her, she will perhaps make an exception in my favour." He produced his card case as he spoke, and handed the man a card on which he had written the following words in pencil: "Pray see me, dear madam. I come on really important business, which will bear no delay. If you cannot see me till your dinner hour, I will wait." The Spaniard ushered Victor into one of the reception rooms, which looked cold and chill in the winter daylight. Except the grand piano, there was no trace of feminine occupation in that room. It looked like an apartment kept only for the reception of visitors, an apartment which lacked all the warmth and comfort of home. Victor waited for some time, and began to think his message had not been taken to the mistress of the house, when the door was opened, and Miss Brewer appeared. She looked at the visitor with an inquisitive glance as she entered the room, and approached him softly, with her light greenish-grey eyes fixed upon his face. "Madame Durski has been suffering from nervous headache all day," she said, "and has not yet risen. Her dinner hour is 6:30. If your business is really of importance, and if you care to wait, she will be happy to see you then." "My business is of real importance, and I shall be very glad to wait," answered Victor. "Since Madame Durski is unhappily unable to receive me for some time, I shall gladly avail myself of the opportunity in order to enjoy a little conversation with you, Miss Brewer," he said courteously, "always supposing that you are not otherwise engaged." "I have no other engagement whatever," answered the lady, in a cold, measured voice. "I wish to speak to you upon very serious business," continued Victor, "and I believe that I can venture to address you with perfect candour. The business to which I allude concerns the interests of Madame Durski, and I have every reason to suppose that you are thoroughly devoted to her interests." "For whom else should I care?" returned Miss Brewer, with a bitter laugh. "Madame Durski is the only friend I can count in this world. I have known her from her childhood; and if I can believe anything good of my species, which is not very easy for me to do, I can believe that she cares for me a little, as she might care for some piece of furniture which she had been accustomed to see about her from her infancy, and which she would miss if it were removed." "You wrong your friend," said Victor. "She has every reason to be sincerely attached to you, and I have little doubt that she is so." "What right have you to have little doubt or much doubt about it?" exclaimed Miss Brewer, contemptuously. "And why do you try to palm off upon me the idle nonsense which senseless people consider it incumbent on them to utter? You do not know Paulina Durski. I do. She is a woman who never in her life cared for more than two things." "And these two things are?" "The excitement of the gaming table, and the love of your worthless friend, Sir Reginald Eversleigh." "Does she really love my friend?" "She does. She loves him as few men deserve to be loved, and least of all that man. She loves him, although she knows that her affection is unreturned, unappreciated. For his sake she would sacrifice her own happiness, her own prosperity. Women are foolish creatures, Mr. Carrington, and you men do wisely when you despise them." "I will not enter into the question of my friend's merits," said Victor; "but I know that Madame Durski has won the love of a man who is worthy of any woman's affection, a man who is rich, and can elevate her from her present doubtful position." The Frenchman uttered these last words with a great appearance of restraint and hesitation. "Say miserable position," exclaimed Miss Brewer; "for Paulina Durski's position is the most degraded that a woman whose life has been comparatively sinless ever occupied." "And every day its degradation will become more profound," said Victor. "Unless Madame Durski follows my advice, she cannot long remain in England. In her native city she has little to hope for. In Paris her name has acquired an evil odour. What, then, lies before her?" "Ruin!" exclaimed Miss Brewer, abruptly. "Starvation, it may be. I know that our race is nearly run, Mr. Carrington. You need not trouble yourself to remind me of our misery." "If I do remind you of it, I only do so in the hope that I may be able to serve you," answered Victor. "I have tasted all the bitterness of poverty, Miss Brewer. Forgive me if I ask whether you, too, have been acquainted with its sting?" "Have I felt its sting?" cried the poor faded creature. "Who has felt the tooth of the serpent, poverty, more cruelly than I? It has pierced my very heart. From my childhood I have known nothing but poverty. Shall I tell you my story, Mr. Carrington? I am not apt to speak of myself or of my youth, but you have evoked the demon memory, and I feel a kind of relief in speaking of that long departed time." "I am deeply interested in all you say, Miss Brewer. Stranger though I am, believe me that my interest is sincere." As Victor Carrington said this, Charlotte Brewer looked at him with a sharp, penetrating glance. She was not a woman to be fooled by shallow hypocrisies. The light of the winter's day was fading, but even in the fading light Victor saw the look of sharp suspicion in her pinched face. "Why should you be interested in me?" she asked, abruptly. "Because I believe you may be useful to me," answered Victor, boldly. "I do not want to deceive you, Miss Brewer. Great triumphs have been achieved by the union of two powerful minds. I know you to possess a powerful mind. I know you to be a woman above ordinary prejudices, and I want you to help me, as I am ready to help you. But you are about to tell me the story of your youth." "It shall be told briefly," said Miss Brewer, speaking in a rapid, energetic manner, that was the very reverse of the measured tones she was wont to use. "I am the daughter of a disgraced man, who was a gentleman once; but I have forgotten that time, as he forgot it long before he died. My father passed the last 10 years of his life in a prison. He died in that prison, and within those dingy, smoke-blackened walls my childhood was spent, a joyless childhood, without a hope, without a dream, haunted perpetually by the dark phantom, poverty. I emerged from that prison to enter a new one,
in the shape of a West End boarding school, where I became the drudge and scapegoat of rich citizens' daughters, heiresses presumptive to the scrapings of tallow chandlers and coal merchants, linen drapers and cheesemongers. For 6 years I endured my fate patiently, uncomplainingly. Not one creature amongst that large household loved me, or cared for me, or thought whether I was happy or miserable. I worked like a slave. I rose early and went to bed late, giving my youth, my health, my beauty. You will smile, perhaps, Mr. Carrington, but in those days I was accounted a handsome woman. In exchange for what? My daily bread, and the education which was to enable me to earn a livelihood hereafter. Some distant relations undertook to clothe me, and I was dressed in those days about as shabbily as I have been dressed ever since. In all my life I never knew the innocent pleasure which every woman feels in the possession of handsome clothes. At 18 I left the boarding school to go on the Continent, where I was to fill a situation which had been procured for me. That situation was in the household of Paulina Durski's father. Paulina was 10 years of age, and I was appointed as her governess and companion. From that day to this I have never left her. As much as I am capable of loving any one, I love her; but my mind has been embittered by the miseries of my girlhood, and I do not pretend to be capable of much womanly feeling." "I thank you for your candour," said Victor. "It is of importance for me to understand your position, for by doing so I shall be the better able to assist you. I may believe, then, that there is only one person in the world for whom you care, and that person is Paulina Durski?" "You may believe that." "And I may also believe that you, who have drained to the dregs the bitter cup of poverty, would do much, and risk much, in order to be rich?" "You may." "Then, Miss Brewer, let me speak to you openly, as one sincerely interested in you, and desirous of serving you and your charming but infatuated friend. May I hope that we shall be uninterrupted for some time longer? For I am anxious to explain myself at once, and fully, now that the opportunity has arisen." "No one is likely to enter this room unless summoned by me," said Miss Brewer. "You may speak freely and at any length you please, Mr. Carrington; but I warn you, you are speaking to a person who has no faith in any profession of disinterested regard." As she spoke, Miss Brewer leaned back in her chair, folded her hands before her, and assumed an utterly impassible expression of countenance. No less promising recipient of a confidential scheme could have been seen; but Victor Carrington was not in the least discouraged. He replied in a cheerful, deferential, and yet business-like tone: "I am quite aware of that, Miss Brewer; and for my part, I should not feel the respect I do feel for you if I believed you so deficient in sense and experience as to take any other view. I don't offer myself to you in the absurd disguise of a preux chevalier, anxious to espouse the unprofitable cause of two unprotected women in an equivocal position, and in circumstances rapidly tending to desperation." Here Victor Carrington glanced at his companion. He wanted to see if the shot had told. But Miss Brewer cared no more for the almost open insult than she had cared for the implied interest conveyed in the exordium of his discourse. She sat silent and motionless. He continued: "I have an object to gain, which I am resolved to achieve. 2 ways to the attainment of this object are open to me. The one, injurious, in fact destructive, to you and Madame Durski; the other, eminently beneficial. I am interested in you. I particularly like Madame Durski, though I am not one of the legion of her professed admirers." Miss Brewer shook her head sadly. That legion was much reduced in its numbers of late. "Therefore," continued Carrington, without seeming to observe the gesture, "I prefer to adopt the latter course, and further your interests in securing my own. I suppose you can at least understand and credit such very plain motives, so very plainly expressed, Miss Brewer?" "Yes," she said, "that may be true. It does not seem unlikely.
"We shall see." "You certainly shall. My explanation will not, I hope, be unduly tedious; but it is indispensable that it should be full. You know, Miss Brewer, that Sir Reginald Eversleigh and I are intimate friends?" Miss Brewer smiled, a pale, prolonged, unpleasant smile, and then replied, speaking very deliberately: "I know nothing of the kind, Mr. Carrington. I know you are much together, and have an air of familiar acquaintance, which is the true interpretation of friendship, I take it, between men of the world, of your world in particular." The hard and determined expression of her manner would have discouraged and deterred most men. It did not discourage or deter Victor Carrington. "Put what interpretation you please upon my words," he said, "but recognize the facts. There is a strict alliance, if you prefer that phrase, between me and Sir Reginald Eversleigh; and his present intimacy, with his seeming devotion to Madame Durski, prevents him from carrying out the terms of that alliance to my satisfaction. I am therefore resolved to break off that intimacy. Do you comprehend me so far?" "Yes, I comprehend you so far," answered Miss Brewer, "perfectly." "Considering Madame Durski's feelings for Sir Reginald, feelings of which, I assure you, I consider him, even according to my own unpretending standards, entirely unworthy, this intimacy cannot be broken off without pain to her; but it might be destroyed without any profit, nay, with ruinous loss. Now, I cannot spare her the pain. That is necessary, indispensable, both for her good and, which I don't pretend not to regard more urgently, my own. But I can make the pain eminently profitable to her, with your assistance. In fact, so profitable as to secure the peace and prosperity of her whole future life." He paused, and Miss Brewer looked steadily at him, but she did not speak. "Reginald Eversleigh owes me money, Miss Brewer, and I cannot afford to allow him to remain in my debt. I don't mean that he has borrowed money from me, for I never had any to lend, and having any, should never have lent it. He saw how the tone he was taking suited the woman's perverted mind, and pursued it. But I have done him certain services for which he undertook to pay me money, and I want money. He has none, and the only means by which he can procure it is a rich marriage. Such a marriage is within his reach. One of the richest heiresses in London would have him for the asking. She is an ironmonger's daughter, and pines to be my lady; but he hesitates, and loses his time in visits to Madame Durski, which are only doing them both harm. Doing her harm, because they are deceiving her, encouraging a delusion; and doing him harm, because they are wasting his time, and incurring the risk of his being blown upon to the ironmonger. Vulgar people of the kind, you know, my dear Miss Brewer, give ugly names, and attach undue importance to intimacies of this kind, and in short, it is on the cards that Madame Durski may spoil Sir Reginald's game. Well, as that game is also mine, you will find no difficulty in understanding that I do not intend Madame Durski shall spoil it." "Yes, I understand that," said Miss Brewer, as plainly as before; "but I don't understand how Paulina is to be served in the affair, and I don't understand what my part is to be in it." "I am coming to that," he said. "You cannot be unaware of the impression which Madame Durski has made upon Sir Reginald's cousin, Douglas Dale." "I know he did admire her," said Miss Brewer; "but he has not been here since his brother's death. He is a rich man now." "Yes, he is; but that will make no change in him in certain respects. Douglas Dale is a fool, and will always remain so. Madame Durski has completely captivated him, and I am perfectly certain he would marry her to morrow, if she could be brought to consent." "A striking proof that Mr. Douglas Dale deserves the character you have given him, you would say, Mr. Carrington?" "Madam, I am at the mercy of your perspicuity," said Victor, with a mock bow. "However, a truce to badinage. Douglas Dale is a rich man, and very much in love with Madame Durski; but
He is the last man in the world to interfere with his cousin by trying to win her affections, if he believes her attached to Sir Reginald. He is a fool in some things, as I have said before, and he is much more likely, if he thinks it a case of mutual desperation, to contribute 1,000 a year or so, to set the couple up in a modest competence, like a princely proprietor in a play, than to advance his own claims. Now, this modest competence business would not suit Sir Reginald, or Madame Durski, or me, but the other arrangement would be a capital thing for us all." "You see she really loves your friend, Sir Reginald," said Miss Brewer. "Tush!" ejaculated Victor Carrington, contemptuously. "Of course I know she does; but what does it matter? She would be the most wretched of women if Reginald married her, and he won't. After all, that's the great point. He won't. Now Dale will, and will give her unlimited control of his money. A very nice position, not so elevated as to ensure an undesirable raking up of her antecedents, and the means of proving her gratitude to you by providing for you comfortably for life." "That is all possible," replied Miss Brewer, as calmly as before; "but what am I to do towards bringing about so desirable a state of affairs? You have to use the influence which your position auprès de Madame Durski gives you. You can keep her situation constantly before her. You can perpetually harp upon its exigencies. They are pressing, are they not? Yes, then make them more pressing. Expose her to the constant worry and annoyance of poverty. Make no effort to hide the inconvenience of ruin. She is a bad manager. Of course, all women of her sort are bad managers. Don't help her. Make the very worst of everything. Then you can take every opportunity of pointing out Reginald's neglect, all his defalcations, the cruelty of his conduct to her, the evidence of his never intending to marry her, the selfishness which makes him indifferent to her troubles, and unwilling to help her. Work on pride, on pique, on jealousy, on the love of comfort and luxury, and the horror of poverty and privation, which are always powerful in the minds of women like Madame Durski. Don't talk much to her at first about Douglas Dale, especially until he has come to town and resumed his visiting here; but take care that her difficulties press heavily upon her, and that she is kept in mind that help or hope from Reginald there is none. I have no doubt whatever that Dale will propose to her, if he does not see her infatuation for Reginald." "But suppose Mr. Dale does not come here at all?" asked Miss Brewer. "He has broken through the habit now, and he may have thought it over, and determined to keep away." "Suppose a moth flies away from a candle, Miss Brewer," returned Carrington, "and makes a refreshing excursion out of window into the cool evening air. May we not calculate with tolerable certainty on his return and his incremation? The last thing in all this matter I should think of doubting would be the readiness of Douglas Dale to tumble head foremost into any net we please to spread for him." A short pause ensued, interrupted by Miss Brewer, who said, "I suppose this must all be done quickly, on account of that wealthy Philistine, the ironmonger?" "On account of my happening to want money very badly, Miss Brewer, and Madame Durski finding herself in the same position. The more quickly the better for all parties. And now I have spoken very plainly to you so far. Let me speak still more plainly. It is manifestly for your advantage that Madame Durski should be rich and respectable, rather than that she should be poor and under a cloud. It is no less manifestly, though not so largely, for your advantage that I should get my money from Reginald Eversleigh, because, when I do get it, I will hand you £500 by way of bonus." "If there were any means by which you could be legally bound to the fulfilment of that promise, Mr. Carrington," said Miss Brewer, "I should request you to put it in writing. But I am quite aware that no such means exist. I accept it, therefore, with moderate confidence, and will adopt the course you have sketched, not because I look for the punctual payment of the money, but because Paulina's good fortune, if secured, will secure mine. But I must add," and here Miss Brewer sat upright in her chair, and a faint colour came into her sallow cheek, "I should not have anything to do with your plots and plans if I did not believe and see that this one is for Paulina's real good." Victor Carrington smiled as he thought, here is a rare sample of human nature. Here is this woman, quite pleased with herself, and positively looking almost dignified, because she has succeeded in persuading herself that she is actuated by a good motive. The conversation between Miss Brewer and Victor Carrington lasted for some time longer, and then he was left alone while Miss Brewer went to attend the levee of Madame Durski. As he paced the room, Carrington smiled again, and muttered, "If Dale were only here, and she could be persuaded to borrow money of him, all would be right. So far, all is going well, and I have taken the right course. My motto is the motto of Danton, de l'audace, et toujours de l'audace." End of Chapter 25, Part 1. Chapter 25, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 25. A Dangerous Alliance, Part 2. Victor Carrington dined with Madame Durski and her companion. The meal was served with elegance, but the stamp of poverty was too plainly impressed upon all things at Hilton House. The dinner served with such ceremony was but a scanty banquet. The wines were poor, and Victor perceived that, in place of the old silver which he had seen on a previous occasion, Madame Durski's table was furnished with the most worthless plated ware. Paulina herself looked pale and haggard. She had the weary air of a woman who finds life a burden almost too heavy for endurance. "I have consented to see you this evening, Mr. Carrington, in accordance with your very pressing message," she said, when she found herself alone in the drawing-room with Victor Carrington after dinner, Miss Brewer having discreetly retired. "But I cannot imagine what business you can have with me." "Do not question my motives too closely, Madame Durski," said Victor. "There are some secrets lying deep at the root of every man's existence. Believe me when I assure you that I take a real interest in your welfare, and that I came here to night in the hope of serving you. Will you permit me to speak as a friend?" "I have so few friends that I should be the last to reject any honest offer of friendship," answered Paulina, with a sigh. "And you are the friend of Reginald Eversleigh. That fact alone gives you some claim to my regard." "Sir Reginald Eversleigh is my friend," replied Victor; "but do not think me treacherous, Madame Durski, when I tell you he is not worthy of your regard. Were he here at this moment, I would say the same. He is utterly selfish. It is of his own interest alone that he thinks; and were the chance of a wealthy marriage to offer itself, I firmly believe that he would seize it, ay, even if by doing so he knew that he was to break your heart. I think you know that I am speaking the truth, Madame Durski." "I do," answered Paulina, in a dull, half despairing tone. "Heaven help me, I know that it is the truth. I have long known as much. We women are capable of supreme folly. My folly is my regard for your friend, Reginald Eversleigh." "Let your pride work the cure of that wasted devotion, madam," said Victor, earnestly. "Do not submit any longer to be the dupe, the tool of this man. Do you know how dearly your self-sacrifice has cost you? I am sure you do not. You do not know that this house is beginning to be talked about as a place to be shunned. You have observed, perhaps, that you have had few visitors of late. Day by day your visitors will grow fewer. This house is marked. It is talked of at the clubs, and Reginald Eversleigh will no longer be able to live upon the spoils won from his dupes and victims. The game is up, Madame Durski, and now that you can no longer be useful to Reginald Eversleigh, you will see how much his love is worth."
"I believe he loves me," murmured Paulina, "after his own fashion."
"Yes, madam, after his own fashion, which is, at the best, a strange one. May I ask how you spent your Christmas?"
"I was very lonely. This house seemed horribly cold and desolate. No one came near me. There were no congratulations, no Christmas gifts. Ah, Mr. Carrington, it is a sad thing to be quite alone in the world."
"And Reginald Eversleigh, the man whom you love, he who should have been at your side, was at Hallgrove Rectory, among a circle of visitors, flirting with the most notorious of coquettes, Miss Graham, an old friend of his boyish days." Victor looked at Paulina's face, and saw the random shot had gone home. She grew even paler than she had been before, and there was a nervous working of the lips that betrayed her agitation.
"Were there ladies amongst the guests at Hallgrove?" she asked.
"Yes, Madame Durski, there were ladies. Did you not know that it was to be so?"
"No," replied Paulina. "Sir Reginald told me it was to be a bachelor's party."
Victor saw that this pretty deception on the part of her lover stung Paulina keenly. She had been deeply wounded by Reginald's cold and selfish policy, but until this moment she had never felt the pangs of jealousy.
"So he was flirting with one of your fashionable English coquettes, while I was lonely and friendless in a strange country," she exclaimed; and then, after a brief pause, she added passionately, "You are right, Mr. Carrington. Your friend is unworthy of one thought from me, and I will think of him no more."
"You will do wisely, and you will receive proof of what I say ere long from the lips of Reginald Eversleigh himself. Tell me the truth, dear madam. Are not your pecuniary difficulties becoming daily more pressing?"
"They have become so pressing," answered Paulina, "that unless Reginald lends me money almost immediately, I shall be compelled to fly from this country in secret, like a felon, leaving all my poor possessions behind me. Already I have parted with my plate, as you no doubt have perceived. My only hope is in Reginald."
"A broken reed on which to rely, madam. Sir Reginald Eversleigh will not lend you money. Since this house has become a place of evil odour, to be avoided by men who have money to lose, you are no longer of any use to Sir Reginald. He will not lend you money. On the contrary, he will urge your immediate flight from England. And when you have gone—"
"What then?"
"There will be an obstacle removed from his pathway, and when the chance of a rich marriage arises, he will be free to grasp it."
"Oh, what utter baseness!" murmured Paulina. "What unspeakable infamy!"
"A selfish man can be very base, very infamous," replied Victor. "But do not let us speak further of this subject, dear Madame Durski. I have spoken with cruel truth, but my work has been that of the surgeon who uses his knife freely in order to cut away the morbid spot which is poisoning the very life-blood of the sufferer. I have shown you the disease, the fatal passion, the wasted devotion to which you are sacrificing your life. My next duty is to show you where your cure lies."
"You may be a very clever surgeon," replied Paulina, scornfully; "but in this case your skill is unavailing. For me there is no remedy."
"Nay, madam, that is the despairing cry of a romantic girl, and is unworthy the lips of an accomplished woman of the world. You complained just now of your loneliness. You said that it was very sad to be without a friend. How if I can show you that you possess one attached and devoted friend, who would be as willing to sacrifice himself for your interests as you have been willing to devote yourself to Reginald Eversleigh?"
"Who is that friend?"
"Douglas Dale."
"Douglas Dale!" exclaimed Paulina. "Yes, I know that Mr. Dale admires me, and that he is a good and honourable man. But can I take advantage of his admiration? Can I trade upon his love? I, who have no heart to give, no affection to offer in return for the honest devotion of a good man. Do not ask me to stoop to such baseness, such degradation."
"I ask nothing from you but common sense," answered Victor, impatiently. "Instead of wasting your love upon Reginald Eversleigh, who is not worthy of a moment's consideration from you, give at least your esteem and respect to the honourable and unselfish man who truly loves you. Instead of flying from England a ruined woman, branded with the name of cheat and swindler, remain as the affianced wife of Douglas Dale. Remain to prove to Reginald Eversleigh that there are those in the world who know how to value the woman he has despised."
"Yes, he has despised me," murmured Paulina, speaking to herself rather than to her companion. "He has despised me. He left me alone in this dreary house, in the Christmas festival time, when friends and lovers draw nearer together all the world over, united by the sweet influences of the season. He left me to sit alone by this desolate hearth, while he made merry with his friends, while he sunned himself in the smiles of happier women. What truth can he claim from me, he who has been falsehood itself?"
She remained silent for some minutes after this, with her eyes fixed on the fire, her thoughts far away. Victor did not arouse her from that reverie. He knew that the work he had to do was progressing rapidly. He felt that he was moulding this proud and passionate woman to his will, as the sculptor moulds the clay which is to take the form of his statue. At last she spoke.
"I thank you for your good advice, Mr. Carrington," she said, calmly, "and I will avail myself of your worldly wisdom. What would you have me do?"
"I would have you tell Douglas Dale, when he returns to town and comes to see you, the position in which you find yourself with regard to money matters, and ask the loan of a few hundred. The truth and depth of his love for you will be proved by his response to this appeal."
"How came you to suspect his love for me?" asked Paulina. "It has never yet shaped itself in words. A woman's own instinct generally tells her when she is truly loved. But how came you, a bystander, a mere looker on, to discover Douglas Dale's secret?"
"Simply because I am a man of the world, and somewhat of an observer, and I will pledge my reputation as both upon the issue of your interview with Douglas Dale."
"So be it," said Paulina. "I will appeal to him. It is a new degradation; but what has my whole life been except a series of humiliations? And now, Mr. Carrington, this interview has been very painful to me. Pardon me if I ask you to leave me to myself."
Victor complied immediately, and took leave of Madame Durski with many apologies for his intrusion. Before leaving the house he encountered Miss Brewer, who came out of a small sitting room as he entered the hall. "You are going away, Mr. Carrington?" she asked. "Yes," he answered; "but I shall call again in a day or two. Meantime, let me hear from you if Dale presents himself here. I have had some talk with your friend, and am surprised at the ease with which the work we have to do may be done. She despises Reginald now. She won't love him long. Good night, Miss Brewer." CHAPTER XXVI.